Upon realizing he had been reborn as Aegon Targaryen II, he understood that he had no other recourse. After all, his half-sister, the designated heir to the kingdom, would not spare him, the king's legitimate firstborn. "Your Highness, it seems you have a fondness for historical tomes," Otto Hightower remarked as he seated himself opposite Aegon Targaryen. "Grandfather, when you peruse all the historical volumes, what do you believe they convey?" Aegon caressed the leather-bound tome, his gaze distant. "All historical tomes? Their narratives are manifold," Otto replied, his brow furrowed. Aegon snapped back to reality, a sudden smile gracing his lips. "Grandfather, from the age of the ancestors to the present Targaryen dynasty, the vast chronicles ultimately convey a singular message: the struggle for kingship." Chapter 1. The Eldest Daughter, the Eldest Son. Year 111 AC. To commemorate the 5th anniversary of the king and queen's marriage, a grand tournament commenced in King's Landing. Criston Cole, adorned with Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen's token, soon unseated Garland Hightower. "Uncle is quite formidable. It took 5 rounds before he was toppled," Aegon Targaryen remarked, flipping through his tome and smiling at his mother. Alicent Hightower's expression darkened. Yet, as the second queen of the king, she was under scrutiny, making it unseemly for her to voice her grievances in public. Aegon fell silent. He cared not for the outcome, focusing intently on the history of the Targaryen dynasty. He was no ordinary child. Within his diminutive frame resided the soul of a 24-year-old from another world. As a transmigrator, Aegon had red fire blood, which chronicled a bloody civil war during the mid-Targaryen era. It originated from the rivalry between Rhaenyra, the eldest daughter of Viserys I, and her half-brother Aegon, the eldest son of his second wife, Alicent Hightower, for the Iron Throne succession. Upon discovering his identity as Aegon Targaryen from the book, he relinquished any notions of apathy. He was the firstborn son of Viserys I, and many throughout the realm yearned for him to ascend the throne. Meanwhile, the current heir to the Iron Throne, his half-sister, also had her cadre of supporters. From a moment the midwife proclaimed it's a boy. Upon his birth, the game of power had already commenced. In this relentless game, unless one side is utterly vanquished, it shall never conclude. As the tournament neared its climax amidst the fervent shouts of nobility, Criston was unsurprisingly crowned the champion. However, just as he approached to receive the adulation of the crowd, a sudden roar of a dragon reverberated through the air. Regal. The piercing, shrill roar resounded above the tournament grounds as a massive crimson dragon burst through the clouds, descending rapidly. Caraxes, known as Blood Wyrm, a colossal and fearsome scarlet beast, boasting extensive combat experience, Aegon murmured, observing the dragon landing before the central dais. Alicent instinctively began to bite her nails. The terrifying dragon before them is owned by Prince Daemon Targaryen, the king's younger brother. More significantly, Daemon harbors a deep-seated animosity towards their father, Otto Hightower, an enmity that could scarcely be overstated. 2 years prior, Otto was dismissed from his position as Hand of the King due to his overreach regarding the issue of succession. Since then, she has lost her greatest source of strength, and the influence of House Hightower in King's Landing has plummeted to its nadir. Yet, fortune has favored her in a mere 5 years. She has borne 2 sons and a daughter for Viserys, with her children elevating her status and satisfying Viserys' fervent desire for heirs. Her position within the Red Keep remains notably respectable. At this moment, Aegon becomes aware of Alicent's anxiety and gently takes her hand, preventing her from fidgeting with her fingers. "Mother, are you aware that you tend to fidget with your fingers whenever you're nervous?" Aegon whispers. Startled, Alicent realizes that she is indeed conscious of her habit of fidgeting when anxious. However, she cannot fathom why her exceptionally intelligent son, who has exhibited wisdom beyond his years, would wish to dissuade her from this behavior. Noticing her lingering confusion, Aegon sighs inwardly, recognizing that his mother remains somewhat naive. "I can discern your habit, others can too. With your grandfather's dismissal, you must exhibit strength and not allow anyone to perceive us as vulnerable." Prompted by Aegon's words, Alicent abruptly regains her composure, feeling a swell of gratitude as she squeezes her son's small hand. Straightening her posture, she resumes a gentle, poised smile. While mother and son share their whispered conversation, Daemon, crowned and resolute, approaches Viserys. The 2 kings' guards swiftly draw their swords, barring Daemon's advance. Viserys, now in the middle of his life, bears a countenance that, though slightly softened by age, remains imposing. "Have you donned that crown with the intention of declaring yourself king?" he asks, regarding Daemon with a calm demeanor, unperturbed by his brother's audacity. Throughout his reign, Daemon has caused considerable turmoil. Even a declaration of kingship would not surprise him. However, it is evident that Daemon's return is not merely to quarrel with his brother. He discards the seized weapons at Viserys' feet and kneels on one knee. After conquering the Stepstones, they hailed me as the king of the narrow sea and the Stepstones. Yet, I know that there is but one true king, and that is you. Please allow me to present to you the crown and the Stepstones. They rightfully belong to you. Viserys gazes down at his kneeling brother, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. He feels a profound sense of relief that his brother has finally come to his senses. Viserys steps forward to assist Daemon to his feet, returning the crown to him. He kisses Daemon's cheeks, proclaiming him welcomed home. Amidst the reconciliation of the bloodline of Prince of Spring Dawn, Aegon Targaryen, both nobles and commoners erupt in a thunderous cheer. The loudest cheers emanate from Princess Rhaenyra, who is ecstatic at the arrival of her beloved uncle, even imploring him not to depart hastily. Aegon II enthusiastically claps his hands as he gazed at Viserys and Daemon. An enigmatic glimmer flickered in his eyes. Such profound and steadfast brotherly affection. Alas, within half a year, Daemon would be banished by Viserys once more, returning to the Stepstones to continue his battles. He is your adversary as well, Aegon. Alicent quietly reminded him as Aegon applauded. Aegon offered no reply, his hands continuing to clap until the applause gradually faded, at which point he lowered his small hands. There were certain words he struggled to articulate, yet one must display oneself when the moment calls for it. If everyone else is applauding and you remain silent, does it not suggest that you possess a narrow-minded disposition? Aegon felt a sense of helplessness. He was still rather young. Some things, when expressed, might render one wise and precocious, but over-exaggeration would only yield the opposite effect. Especially in matters of cunning, one must refrain from being overly conspicuous. Chapter 2. It is all my fault. Night descended. Viserys hosted a grand banquet at the Red Keep. Rhaenyra, adorned in a flowing black gown, sat beside Viserys. As the grand doors swung open once more, Alicent, clad in a green gown, entered the hall, holding Aegon, who was dressed in golden attire. In an instant, the festivities seemed to hush. Perceptive minds had already detected the undercurrents swirling beneath the tranquil surface. As king, Viserys was no fool. He sensed the escalating struggle between his wife and daughter. He wished to mend fences with Rhaenyra while not wishing to harm Alicent. Ultimately, he found himself caught in a delicate balance, offering gold, jewels, and other gifts to maintain a facade of peace. Alicent approached Viserys, bestowing a gentle kiss upon his cheek before turning to Rhaenyra. My dear daughter, today marks the anniversary of your father and my union. Perhaps you ought to extend your blessings to us. Alicent's words darkened Rhaenyra's countenance, yet she managed a strained smile, offering her congratulations. Wishing you and father a happy 5th anniversary. This rather tepid blessing elicited hearty laughter from Viserys, who appeared thoroughly pleased. Aegon, observing from the side, found amusement in his father's apparent talent for self-deception. Father, may you and mother remain joyful, enduring for a century. He presented his blessing while unveiling a gift box. Upon opening it, a dazzling black gemstone was revealed. This black opal is for you. The moment I laid eyes upon it, I sensed its suitability for you, embodying the same mystery and strength as Vhagar. Viserys was evidently pleased by Aegon's words. Vhagar was one of the legendary dragons brought by the Targaryens from Valyria, and the foremost among the 3 great dragons of their dynasty, having lived for 2 centuries, revered as the Black Death. Viserys was the last of Vhagar's riders, a rare source of pride in his otherwise tumultuous reign. Regrettably, when Viserys mounted Vhagar, the dragon was already nearing the end of its life, ultimately soaring thrice above King's Landing before passing away in its lair in the year 94 AC. I am utterly enamored with this gift. On your naming day, I shall also prepare a thoughtful present for you. Thank you. Viserys pressed a gentle kiss upon Aegon's cheek, lifting him effortlessly into his lap. Seated in Viserys' embrace, Aegon pointed eagerly at the eel pie resting upon the table. Father, I wish to have some eel pie. Would you be so kind as to fetch me a piece? For Viserys, there was a profound delight in being needed by his family, as it bestowed upon him a fleeting illusion of familial harmony. He carefully picked up a slice of eel pie and brought it to Aegon's lips, seemingly intent on feeding him personally. Lost in the tender moment shared between father and son, Viserys failed to notice the subtle shift in Rhaenyra's demeanor beside them. As the sole surviving child of Viserys I and Queen Aemma, Rhaenyra had always been the center of attention. At the age of 7, she had tamed a dragon and garnered the adoration of many, celebrated across the 7 kingdoms as the light of the realm. Accustomed to being the focal point of admiration, her world began to shift dramatically upon Aegon's arrival. The nobles who once lavished her with praise swiftly turned their allegiance to Alicent after Aegon's birth. It was as if Aegon was the heir chosen by Viserys himself. Yet, Rhaenyra was, in truth, the rightful heir to the throne, the Princess of Dragonstone, destined to be the sovereign of the Iron Throne. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she shot a resentful glance at Aegon, who happened to be gazing back at her. In the fleeting moment of their shared gaze, Aegon suddenly broke into an enigmatic smile. Then, in an instant, his expression shifted, and he tugged gently at Viserys' collar, feigning innocence as he spoke. "Father, why not embrace sister as well? She seems quite upset it's all my fault." Viserys paused, turning to regard Rhaenyra, only to find her face clouded with displeasure, causing his brow to furrow slightly. In that moment, when Queen Aemma had faced a difficult labor, he had chosen the latter course of action between saving her or the unborn child, ultimately leading to their tragic demise. In his guilt and anger towards Daemon, he had declared Rhaenyra his heir. She had never let him down, yet ever since Aegon's birth, Rhaenyra seemed to have transformed overnight. She had become envious, unable to tolerate kindness shown to others, and increasingly sensitive, often wearing a sullen countenance. In stark contrast, Aegon, still a child, remained innocent and charming, often bringing joy to Viserys and expressing genuine concern for his health. Reflecting upon this, Viserys' expression darkened slightly as he gently pinched Aegon's cherubic cheek. "She is already 14, she does not require my embrace. Pay her no mind. What else would you like to eat? I shall get it for you." Viserys' indulgent tone caused Rhaenyra's forehead to twitch with tension as she fixed her gaze on Aegon, rendered speechless. Of course, even if she were to reveal to Viserys that Aegon had just cast her a sly grin, he would not believe her. Yet the banquet was attended by many. In the corner, a slender youth observed intently, having witnessed the brief exchange between Aegon and Rhaenyra.
Chapter 3. The King's Start. The year 111 AC is destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. A grand tournament was held in King's Landing to commemorate the 5th anniversary of the marriage between the king and queen. Queen Alicent and Princess Rhaenyra were divided into the greens and the blacks, respectively, due to the contrasting hues of their banquet gowns. The king's eldest son, Aegon Targaryen, captured much attention during the feast, cradled throughout by Viserys I. 6 months after the tournament in 111 AC, Daemon and Viserys I found themselves at odds once again. Daemon was exiled back to the Stepstones, allegedly for having seduced Princess Rhaenyra. In 112 AC, the former captain of the King's Guard passed away, and Sir Criston Cole assumed the position. Maester Ron also departed from this world, with Mela taking his place. Between 112 and 113 AC, Queen Alicent deemed the time ripe and proposed that Rhaenyra marry her son Aegon, a suggestion that was met with refusal from Viserys I. The king leveraged the issue of succession, compelling Rhaenyra to wed Laenor Velaryon, a renowned figure within the realm known for his homosexuality. A rift developed between Sir Criston Cole and Princess Rhaenyra, reportedly due to her unwillingness to elope with him, leading to his humiliation. In 114 AC, within the training grounds surrounding the Red Keep, Aegon wielded a wooden sword, engaging in combat with Sir Criston. The clashing of wooden blades echoed through the air as Alicent observed, her eyes alight with astonishment. Aegon began practicing swordsmanship at the tender age of 6. Initially learning the mere act of swinging a blade. Now at 7, he was able to exchange blows with Criston, astonishing even the seasoned knight with his rapid progress. Naturally, if Criston were to unleash his full might, Aegon would only be able to withstand a couple of strikes. In a genuine life-or-death scenario, Criston could easily sever Aegon's round little head in an instant. "Your progress is remarkable, Your Highness. Perhaps before long, I shall have little left to teach you," Criston remarked. Sheathing his wooden sword, his tone filled with admiration. "Thank you for your kind words, Sir Criston. Of course, should you be inclined to temper your strikes next time, I would be most grateful," Aegon replied, rubbing the areas on his body reddened by the wooden sword. Criston's face flushed with embarrassment when sparring with Aegon. He had to concentrate, and such focus often resulted in unintentional force. "Your exquisite swordsmanship has left Sir Criston quite fatigued, compelling him to take this seriously," remarked Elric Cargill with a grin. He was not flattering Aegon but rather speaking the truth. Aegon waved dismissively, laughing, enough of that, or I might grow proud. Have you dined yet? Would you care to join me? Before Kristen could respond, Elric repeatedly shook his head in refusal. We appreciate your offer, your highness. But we have a place to dine. The king has tasked you with my protection, and dining is when one is most vulnerable. No more chatter, follow me, Aegon instructed, gesturing for Elric to accompany him to the banquet hall. Ultimately, Elric followed Aegon to the dining room, where he appeared somewhat apprehensive seated across from the young prince. Relax. Sir, do I appear so fearsome? Aegon jested. I find myself somewhat anxious, your highness. Alec exhaled softly, yet not in the manner you might presume. Rather, he was reminded of the minstrel's exaltations in your honor. Aegon bore a half-smile, remaining reticent. It is unclear when this notion took root, but a prevailing sentiment has emerged throughout the kingdom. The current Prince Aegon is said to possess the grandeur reminiscent of Aegon I, the conqueror and founder of the Targaryen dynasty. Such rumors undoubtedly serve as a formidable blow to the authority of Princess Rhaenyra. Consequently, few dare to mention them within the Red Keep, fearing the wrath of Princess Rhaenyra and her formidable ally, King Viserys. I harbor no fondness for such gossip. My affection for my sister is beyond question. Alec fell silent, unsure how to respond. Aegon's tone was undeniably earnest, yet the expression upon his visage was notably enigmatic. Furthermore, Sir Alec, I acknowledge your capabilities and loyalty, thus there are certain words you may utter in my presence. Do you grasp my meaning? Aegon's words rendered Alec pale, as he suddenly recognized his own audacity in discussing matters concerning the heir apparent. Should the king or princess catch wind of this, his white cloak would be rendered meaningless. The primary duty of the King's Guard is to safeguard the king from harm and threats, not to concern themselves with who the heir might be. The White Knights pledge their allegiance to the king's commands, guarding his secrets, offering counsel when needed, and maintaining silence when it is not, all while defending his honor. Strictly speaking, whether the King's Guard protects others depends entirely upon the king's personal inclinations. Some monarchs deem it only natural to dispatch the King's Guard to shield their queens, offspring, siblings, and even distant relatives. They may even assign them to protect their lovers, mistresses, or illegitimate children. In contrast, other kings prefer to task royal knights and soldiers with such duties, keeping the 7 King's Guard perpetually at their side. Viserys belongs to the former category. He permitted Aegon to select a King's Guard to protect him. Without hesitation, Aegon chose Alec Cargill, the steadfast King's Guard loyal to the Greens in the original tale. Should the opportunity arise, Aegon would not hesitate to engage his twin brother, Aemond Cargill. This would not only avert the tragic fate of the brothers' mutual destruction as depicted in the original narrative, but also unite 2 capable bodyguards. Chapter 4. Steaming. A sumptuous lunch was laid upon the table. Aegon declined the maid's offer to serve him. He personally sliced a piece of bread, layered it with a crispy yet tender cutlet and a fried egg, and finally spread a layer of honey fruit jam atop it. With a hearty bite, the succulent, juicy cutlet burst forth with the rich aroma of the egg on his palate. The sweet and tangy honey jam mingled delightfully with the meat, creating a flavor that was both fragrant and not overly rich. Aegon let out a satisfied groan. Here, devoid of the internet and the myriad of modern entertainments, indulging in exquisite cuisine became one of his primary pleasures. Aside from this, there was the thrill of soaring on dragonback or watching the performances of dancers. Finishing the last morsel of bread, Aegon addressed Alicent. I intend to make a trip to Dragonstone. After my meal, I shall ride there, likely staying for several days, and I will consult with my father. Why are you going to Dragonstone? Alicent inquired, her brow furrowed. A trivial matter, fret not, there is no danger. Aegon took a sip of milk and continued, Sir Elric, I would appreciate it if you would set sail ahead. I shall follow shortly. Elric nodded, refraining from further questions, and promptly departed. Alicent sighed inwardly. Aegon, wise beyond his years, once shared his daily life with her in his youth, yet now he was reluctant to confide in her. Be safe, she managed to utter, though a torrent of unspoken words condensed into that one phrase. And before you leave, remember to check on Helena and Aemond, she added. Aegon nodded and rose to head towards his chambers. Upon entering, a petite figure darted out from beneath the table and leaped into his embrace. Did you miss me, my dear little Helena? Aegon smiled. The 5-year-old Helena remained silent, clinging tightly to Aegon and burying her small head in his chest. What troubles you? Did you have another frightening dream? Aegon gently patted her back, inquiring softly. Helena shook her head, still holding on to Aegon without a word. At that moment, Aemond, just 4 years old, raised his hand high. Me. I missed my brother. Seeing this, Aegon waved him over. Once Aemond approached, Aegon playfully ruffled his little head. In the original narrative, Aegon married Helena, yet even after their union, he remained undisciplined, taking numerous mistresses. Meanwhile, Aemond did not possess a dragon of his own until before 120 AC. During this period, Aegon not only failed to support his younger brother but even joined in humiliating him alongside Rhaenyra's son. It was not until 120 AC that Aemond tamed the mightiest dragon of the age, Vhagar. However, Aegon continued to display his disdain for him until the outbreak of civil war, when the original Aegon finally reigned in his spawn. Yet, as a time traveler, Aegon would certainly not be so foolish. Even without knowledge of the original tale, he would never permit outsiders to bully Aemond. This was a matter of principle. With far-reaching implications. Brother, my dragon egg has yet to hatch. Rhaenyra said it is a dead egg and claimed I shall never have a dragon in my lifetime. This was the grievance Rhaenyra had voiced that morning, and upon seeing Aegon, Aemond chose to air his complaint. With a glimmer in his eyes, Aegon retracted his smile and, gazing intently at Aemond, earnestly inquired, "There is a 50% chance that a dragon egg will be a stillborn, which does not concern you. Do you truly desire a dragon?" At this, Aemond was momentarily taken aback before solemnly nodding. "I wish for a dragon. Yet my mother forbids me from visiting the dragon's lair or Dragonstone's Dragonmount." Aegon whispered, "I plan to go to Dragonmount. I know of a gentle mother dragon there. Large and formidable. Go, I shall accompany you." Aemond responded without hesitation, nodding vigorously. "Wait here for me, I must first seek my father's permission," Aegon instructed. Aegon sought out Viserys, who was engrossed in assembling a model of the Valyrian freehold fortress. "Father, I wish to journey to Dragonstone," he stated plainly. When Aegon was 5, he had flown to the wall in the north on a dragon, nearly scaring Viserys and Alicent to death. Since then, Viserys had decreed that the dragon keepers were not to allow Aegon to ride dragons at will. Viserys furrowed his brow, setting down the massive dragon model. "What business do you have at Dragonstone?" he queried, puzzled. "Your sister is to be wed next month. You are not to wander about recklessly." Aegon grimaced, replying helplessly, "I shall only be gone for a few days, at most half a month. Is that agreeable? What amusement could possibly be found at Dragonstone? It is merely barren rock. I suspect you wish to ride a dragon to frolic elsewhere. You are not permitted to go." Viserys regarded Aegon with a knowing expression, having seen through his ruse. The last time, Aegon had made similar claims, only to sneak off to the wall, nearly driving Viserys to despair. It must be understood that beyond the wall lies a darkness unknown to man. Aegon I Targaryen, the founder of the Targaryen dynasty, had left behind the prophecy of ice and fire. He dreamt of a winter and darkness descending from the north, poised to obliterate all existence. It was this very vision that compelled Aegon I to unify the continent of Westeros, bringing an end to the civil strife of the Seven Kingdoms. In a bid to consolidate all strength against that unknown terror, the prophecy of ice and fire was only shared among the reigning monarchs. And Viserys had confided it to Rhaenyra, hoping she would grasp the grave responsibilities that lay ahead. Yet, Aegon was not the heir to the throne. He could not divulge this knowledge to him and could only formally forbid him from venturing to the wall. Chapter 5. The contemporary dragons. Aegon narrowed his eyes, as if he had discerned the crux of the matter. "I have already instructed Ser Elric to make the necessary preparations. You may communicate with him while I venture to Dragonstone. I assure you, I shall not stray." Aegon approached the grand model of the Valyrian freehold fortress, reaching out to pluck a tower from its structure. "If you do not permit me to go, I shall uproot every tower." Viserys' eye twitched at the audacity of the boy, who dared to threaten him. After all, he had not possessed such boldness even at the tender age of 7. "Very well, you may go, but remember, you are to confine yourself to Dragonstone and not venture to the north," Viserys admonished. Aegon smirked inwardly, fully aware that Viserys feared he might be tempted to race towards the wall in the north. It was merely the specter of the Night King that troubled him, a fact Aegon well understood. "I understand, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Viserys to respond, Aegon hurried away. Upon finding the distracted Aemond, Aegon exchanged a knowing glance with him before turning to Helena. "Helena, should mother inquire, simply tell her I have taken Aemond out for a bit of fun, understood?" Helena nodded gently, returning to her play with the small creature in her hands. Having briefed Helena, Aegon led Aemond to the dragon pit in King's Landing. Noticing Aemond's distracted demeanor, Aegon patted his head. "What occupies your thoughts? If you are fearful, you may wait another 2 years. After all, You are not yet 5 and have ample time. Brother, is the mother dragon you spoke of truly docile? Aemond pressed his lips together in concern. Aegon tilted his head, recalling that Silverwing was indeed quite gentle. He sensed that anyone with Targaryen blood could tame Silverwing. Even a drunken wretch like Wolf could ride her, so there was no reason Aemond could not do the same. Yet, for Aemond's safety, he resolved to test Silverwing himself first, to prevent Aemond from becoming a roasted piglet. Fear not. I shall first ascertain Silverwing's temperament while you observe from a distance and make your own choice. As the brothers conversed, Songfire emerged at the summons of the dragon guards. Songfire, also known as the Golden Songfire, was a resplendent young male dragon, born on Dragonstone and tamed by Aegon in his juvenile stage. When Aegon had initially set out to select a dragon from Dragonstone, he intended to attempt taming Vhagar, the second largest dragon that still lived, youthful and vigorous. However, before he could encounter Vhagar, he crossed paths with the juvenile Songfire and was captivated at first sight. There were no attempts at dragon taming or incantations. It was as if fate had conspired, as Songfire skillfully crawled before Aegon, acknowledging him. At that moment, Aegon lost all desire for Vhagar, despite Songfire's youth. He surpassed Vhagar in every regard. According to Gildan's accounts in the original text, Songfire may well be the most magnificent and beautiful dragon in the annals of Westeros. Perhaps even the world. A dragon guard approached Aegon, bowing respectfully before addressing him. Your Highness, there is a matter you must be informed of. Speak, Aegon replied, stroking the large head of Songfire that had leaned in toward him. Longwei glanced at Yang Yan and then said seriously, there seems to be something amiss with Yang Yan. Amiss? Aegon furrowed his brow, stepping back a few paces to scrutinize. What is amiss? It still appears as charming and endearing as ever. Longwei's eyes twitched slightly. You must be misunderstanding what constitutes cuteness. Your Highness, have you ever taken notice of the physiques of Zulakis and Hayang? Longwei countered. Yang Yan, Zulakis, and Hayang were all contemporaneous dragons, born around the year 100 AC. Upon this revelation, Aegon admitted that he had indeed not paid attention to the other two dragons. What do you wish to convey? Speak plainly, Aegon retorted in pure Valyrian. A hint of displeasure in his voice. It was rather vexing that the dragon guards were indulging in riddles concerning Yang Yan. Since you tamed Yang Yan, its growth has surged exponentially, and it is now twice the size of Zulakis. Moreover, it has become exceedingly irritable, attempting to break free from its chains nearly every day. We are struggling to maintain control over it, Longwei stated earnestly, his expression more serious than ever. Upon hearing this, Aegon wasted no time in entering the dragon spirit state. In Westeros, or rather in this fantastical realm, there exists a group known as shapeshifters, also referred to as wolf spirits. Shapeshifters possess the ability to invade the consciousness of animals or humans and manipulate their actions, especially if there exists an emotional bond between them. Since his arrival in this world, Aegon had not awakened any extraordinary abilities, his only distinction being a steadily increasing mental prowess. With his formidable mental strength, he had successfully become a dragon spirit a year prior, enabling him to effortlessly connect with Yang Yan's consciousness. Once linked to Yang Yan's mind, Aegon carefully attuned his senses and discovered that aside from Yang Yan's slightly elevated body temperature, there appeared to be no abnormalities. Just as Aegon was about to withdraw from the dragon spirit state, a sudden fluctuation occurred in Yang Yan's consciousness. I do not wish to reside in the dragon's lair. I long for freedom. The message Yang Yan wished to convey vividly materialized in Aegon's mind, startling him. During their initial connection, Yang Yan had been incapable of even the most rudimentary expressions. Is your irritability stemming from your desire to escape the lair? Do you experience any discomfort or unusual sensations? No. I wish to fly. I detest the dark dragon's lair. Yang Yan's thoughts emerged once more. Suddenly, Aegon recalled an unsettling notion. It was said that ever since the Targaryen dragons were confined within their lairs, their sizes had diminished progressively. The confinement of the lair stunted the growth of the dragons within. Not a single dragon bred in such a lair had ever reached the size of Vhagar or Meraxes, and they were far smaller than the fearsome Balerion the Black Drat. Chapter 6. Do not forget who holds dominion over the dragon. Aegon withdrew from the dragon spirit state, massaging his throbbing temples. Despite his ever-increasing mental fortitude, he could not sustain it for long. The mental energy required to enter a dragon's consciousness far exceeded that of ordinary creatures. Henceforth, Yang Yan shall not reside in the dragon lair, even upon his return. Locking him in is impermissible. Aegon turned to the dragon guard and spoke. Upon hearing this, the dragon guard's expression darkened immediately. as he positioned himself directly in front of Aegon. "Your Highness, this is against protocol. The royal domain is not Dragonstone Island, nor is Junlin Dragon Mountain. Should Yangyan feel hunger, he may resort to hunting civilians or even nobles." Aegon gestured for Aemon to approach, then faced the dragon guard. "No. I do not favor conversing with those who tower above me," Aegon stated, his face devoid of expression. Aegon was acutely aware that a dragon in a state of hunger would consume anything, yet Yangyan was unlike other dragons. He could exercise complete control over him. More crucially, this dragon guard seemed to lose sight of his place. A mere attendant, merely tasked with the special duty of guarding the mighty dragon. Dared to speak to him with a reprimanding tone. He could be amicable with his subordinates, but should this subordinate fail to recognize his status, Aegon would not hesitate to assert his princely authority. The dragon guard's countenance grew even darker. He understood that Aegon was issuing a warning, attempting to assert his dominance. Seeing the dragon guard remain unmoved, Aegon sneered, "Perhaps I should mount Yangyan and converse with you from atop." As he spoke, Yangyan, in perfect synchrony with Aegon, had already lowered his shoulder, his icy gaze fixed upon the dragon guard. Ultimately, the dragon guard could not withstand the pressure and knelt on one knee before Aegon. Aegon cast a disinterested glance at the kneeling dragon guard, lifted Aemon into his arms, and climbed onto the dragon's back. "Do not let a few days of guarding the gate make you forget who is the true master of the dragon. I shall personally address this matter with his majesty," came Aegon's emotionless voice from the dragon's back. With a fierce roar, Yangyan suddenly turned his head and bellowed at the dragon guard. "Nian!" With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared skyward, his figure gradually disappearing into the clouds. It was only after Yangyan had completely vanished that the dragon guard rose, cautiously wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He had just narrowly escaped a fate he believed was imminent. Yangyan's gaze had been filled with murderous intent. As if at a mere command from Aegon, he would unhesitatingly unleash his dragon fire upon him. It was worth noting that Yangyan was typically fed by him. Yet to his astonishment, the dragon displayed not a scintilla of affection. Another dragon guard scoffed derisively. He had previously warned the other not to forget his identity. They were not the masters of the dragons but rather their attendants and protectors, yet the other had refused to heed this wisdom. Now, he had become a fool, chastised like a grandchild by a mere 7-year-old prince. Meanwhile, within the Red Fortress, Helena, who had been amusing herself with insects, suddenly froze. "Beware of the shadow in the clouds, beware of the shadow in the clouds." Helena sprang to her feet, lifted her skirts, and hurriedly exited the Red Fortress. Climbing aboard the royal carriage. "Quickly, to the dragon lair, hasten." "Ah! Yes, all right, your highness, please hold on tightly." The coachman was momentarily taken aback. But after a brief admonition, he urged the carriage towards the dragon's lair. Within the lair, the once tranquil Dreamfire suddenly became agitated. With a furious roar, Dreamfire unleashed its wrath, evidently sensing its master's emotions. Its enormous form shattered the chains that bound it and charged directly towards the exit of the lair. The dragon guards within the lair were taken by surprise. The seasoned veteran guards quickly sought refuge, while the younger, less experienced ones recklessly rushed to confront Dreamfire. "Become! Dreamfire, become!" Despite the earnest attempts of the young guards to soothe the beast, their efforts proved futile. Fortunately, although the young guards lacked experience, their agility allowed them to narrowly evade Dreamfire's stampede. Moreover, Dreamfire's focus remained on Helena, sparing the young guards from its fiery breath, thus ensuring their safety. As Dreamfire burst forth from the lair, Helena's carriage arrived just in time. With a screech, Dreamfire lowered itself, allowing Helena to mount. In the original narrative, Helena did not tame Dreamfire until she was 12, becoming a dragon rider. However, during the years of Aegon's journey, he had diligently worked on his own development while guiding Helena in harnessing the powers of the Dreamwalker. In a fortuitous dream, Helena unexpectedly established a mental link with Dreamfire, achieving what was originally a feat accomplished 8 years later in the story. Once Helena was securely seated, Dreamfire took off, sprinting and then leaping into the air, pursuing the direction in which Aegon had departed with great speed. As Helena rode Dreamfire away, an elder dragon guard immediately commanded, "Quickly, you must inform the king. Tell him that Prince Aegon has flown with Prince Aemon to Dragonstone, and Princess Helena is in pursuit." In that moment, the elder dragon guard felt an urge to curse. Years ago, when Princess Rhaenyra rode a dragon at the age of 7, they had always worried about her safe return. Now, a 7-year-old dared to ride a dragon with another person, while another was merely an abstraction, a 5-year-old riding an 80-year-old dragon, lost to the winds. If anything were to befall Princess Helena, surely the king would have them strung up. Chapter 7, The Glutton, Sunfire, Dreamfire, Aerial Combat. Oh, how exhilarating! A gleeful Aemond waved his hands, while Aegon tightened his safety belt. Be cautious, don't get too excited. You will have your own dragon one day, I assure you. But what if I cannot tame the she-dragon you speak of? Aemond asked, his brow furrowed with concern. Silverwing is quite docile and will hardly refuse any Targaryen bloodline. And even if you fail to tame her, it merely signifies that you are destined for your own dragon. Aemond pursed his lips in silence. And Aegon too fell into contemplation, with only the howling wind resonating around them. Suddenly, Sunfire began to roar anxiously. Aegon frowned, though only 11 years old. Sunfire was an impressive 22 meters long, twice the size of dragons of the same era. Why this sudden restlessness? Just as Aegon prepared to guide Sunfire downward, the sky darkened. No, not the sky itself, but a shadow loomed over him. No way, this cannot be happening. Aegon thought with a grimace, glancing upward to behold a colossal dragon silhouette above the clouds. At that moment, Aemond turned pale, gripping the saddle tightly as he shrank into Aegon's embrace. Do not fear. Hold on tight. Aegon reassured him, instinctively steering Sunfire into a dive toward the sea below. As Sunfire plunged, a gargantuan figure tore through the clouds like thunder. A force of nature. A terrifying roar echoed through the heavens as a pitch-black dragon with ghastly green eyes emerged. The Glutton. Aegon's countenance darkened, by the gods. He had never anticipated encountering the Glutton, and in his shock, even his mother tongue slid forth in frustration. Sunfire swiftly folded its wings, diving down to evade the Glutton's assault. As they neared the ocean's surface, Sunfire unfurled its wings, skimming the water and leaving trails in its wake. Stay calm, Sunfire. Follow my lead. Aegon soothed, focusing intently on guiding the flight. A deadly chase ensued between the black and gold dragons. The Glutton maintained a leisurely pursuit behind Sunfire, seemingly in no rush. Observing this, Aegon allowed Sunfire to decelerate slightly. In its prime, the Glutton possessed abundant stamina and appeared to be strategically conserving its energy, likely intending to exhaust Sunfire. Indeed, whenever Sunfire slowed, the Glutton would immediately accelerate to close the distance. Dragonstone was not far from King's Landing. If they could reach the island and enter the dragon caves within Dragonmount, they could evade the Glutton. Understanding the Glutton's predatory tactics, Aegon directed Sunfire to fly at a steady pace. Whenever the Glutton made a move to accelerate, Sunfire would increase its speed, then glide to recover its energy. The Glutton oscillated between fast and slow in its pursuit, soon realizing something was amiss. Typically, a young dragon would panic and flee without regard for its stamina when faced with such a beast. It merely needed to follow at a leisurely pace, waiting for the opponent's strength to wane before suddenly accelerating for a decisive strike. Yet, the golden dragon ahead seemed utterly unperturbed, maintaining its distance with remarkable composure. Whenever it surged forward, the opponent would match its speed. When it slowed down, the other would glide to recuperate its strength, which was rather vexing. However, the Glutton did not feel anger, only a tinge of disappointment. This golden dragon appeared substantial, making it a challenging target. It sought to test its luck. Should the golden dragon panic and provide an opportunity, it would not hesitate to indulge in a hearty feast. Alas, apart from an initial flurry of agitation, the golden dragon remained remarkably calm. After a moment's contemplation, the Glutton abandoned its plan to hunt the golden dragon, deeming juvenile dragonlings and dragon eggs far easier prey. Having resolved to forego the pursuit of the golden dragon, the Glutton swiftly ascended, preparing to plunge into the clouds above in search of prey on Dragonstone Island. However, just as it was about to break through the cloud cover, a roar imbued with boundless fury erupted from above. Suddenly, a pale blue colossal dragon burst through the clouds, colliding with the Glutton, and the two massive creatures engaged in a fierce aerial struggle. The ethereal blue dragonfire intertwined with the ghastly green flames, dazzling even in daylight. Dreamfire. Not far away, Aegon, who was intent on fleeing, felt his scalp prickle at the sight of Dreamfire. That was his sister's dragon. She had come to rescue them. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Aemond shouted with excitement, "Brother, let's help sister and vanquish that black dragon." Aegon, with a furrowed brow, secured Aemond safely and tightened his own safety belt, entering the dragon spirit state. Merging with the essence of Yang, he let out a fierce roar, ascending rapidly and altering course to charge at the Glutton. In mere moments, the distance of less than 200 meters was closed. Yang flew sideways, seizing the opportunity to bite down on the Glutton's neck, its sharp teeth piercing through dragon scales and deeply embedding into muscle. Once it had secured its grip, Yang Yan used its dragon teeth as leverage, driving its bone spurs and claws forcefully into the glutton's body. Fixing its position, Yang Yan began to thrash its head violently, tearing at the glutton's neck. The glutton unleashed a jet of dragon fire, forcing Dreamfire back, and immediately turned to expel another blast of flames. However, Yang Yan, under Aegon's command, reacted with lightning speed, almost instantaneously releasing its hold on the glutton as it repelled Dreamfire. The glutton's flames were anticipated, causing no harm to Aegon. Still, Aegon dared not relent for a moment. During the brief encounter between Dreamfire and the glutton, both had inflicted deep scratches on each other's abdomen. Although Yang Yan's wounds appeared gruesome and bloody, they were merely superficial, causing no significant damage. The glutton had not lost its fighting prowess and, like Dreamfire, was only lightly injured. However, the glutton's ability to survive in the wild to such a formidable size was not due to recklessness but rather cunning. After creating distance from Dreamfire and Yang Yan, the glutton cast a resentful and venomous glance before swiftly turning to flee. Upon witnessing the glutton's retreat, Yan let out a sigh of relief. Despite Dreamfire's size being comparable to that of the glutton, if the glutton were truly determined to fight to the bitter end, Yang Yan and Dreamfire might not stand a chance against it. Chapter 8. Everything has long been predestined. Your brother will assist you. After the glutton departed, Aegon gestured for Helena, who was perched upon Dreamfire's back, to follow him. Sunfire soared ahead towards Dragonstone, with Dreamfire closely trailing behind. Before long, the trio and their dragons arrived at Dragonstone. Dreamfire seamlessly entered the dragon's lair within Dragonmount, while Sunfire rested at the entrance. Helena, what brings you here? Aegon inquired, as Helena leapt into his arms, murmuring softly. I saw it, the shadow upon the clouds. Aegon raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Helena's ability to foresee his peril at the hands of the glutton, and her determination to ride Dreamfire for his aid. Though Helena was not fond of battling from Dragonback, her willingness to confront the glutton for his sake deeply moved Aegon. He caught her small face in his hands and planted a fervent kiss upon her forehead. Thank you, Helena. Helena's eyes sparkled with joy, a stark contrast to the discontented expression of Aemond, who pursed his lips in frustration. If only he possessed a mighty dragon, he would surely rend that accursed black dragon to shreds. Prince Aegon, Prince Aemond, and Princess Helena, welcome. Shall I arrange for a carriage? A dragon guard approached, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Please arrange for a carriage. Is Silverwing in the lair? Aegon asked. Yes, she rarely leaves the lair except to hunt. Is it Prince Aemond? Indeed. The guard's face clouded with concern at the mention of Aemond. In the year 54 AC, Princess Aerys had mounted Vhagar and subsequently vanished for over a year, only to return on the brink of death, ultimately succumbing despite attempts at healing. Since then, the Dragon Guard had been established, and without the king's consent, no Targaryen bloodline could tame dragons independently. I've spoken with my father, rest assured. Please arrange for several Dragon Guards to accompany us. Very well, I shall assign 5 seasoned Dragon Guards to accompany you. Please exercise utmost caution. Helena was left outside as Aegon, Aemond, and the Dragon Guards ventured deeper into the lair. Soon, they arrived at Silverwing's nest. The guards called out a few times, and Silverwing emerged from her lair, her eyes filled with curiosity. Silverwing was undoubtedly the most docile female dragon in the history of the Targaryen family, even when summoned. She displayed no signs of impatience. She is a gentle lady, contrasting sharply with Vhagar, one of the guards remarked. Aegon slowly extended his right hand, inching closer to Silverwing. Good girl. Silverwing. Upon hearing the pure Valyrian tongue, Silverwing, though aware of the presence of a dragon, obediently lowered her head, allowing Aegon's palm to caress her snout. Good girl. Aegon praised again, then exchanged a knowing glance with Aemond. Taking a deep breath, Aemond stepped forward, intending to stroke Silverwing as Aegon had done. However, just as he was about to make contact, Silverwing suddenly let out a low growl and retreated into her nest, causing Aemond to stumble back in alarm. Be careful, Prince. Longway hurriedly stepped forward to assist Aemond. Standing nearby, Aegon furrowed his brow. This was indeed unexpected. He had a premonition that had he not possessed Yang Yan, he could have tamed Silverwing just moments ago. But why did Silverwing refuse Aemond? With his head bowed, tears of regret streamed down Aemond's face. He felt he had disappointed his brother. I'm sorry, brother, I'm so sorry. Aemond was both heartbroken and guilt-ridden. Aegon had not only brought him to Dragonstone Island but had also personally demonstrated how to tame dragons, enduring attacks along the way. Even Helena had ridden a dragon to help them fend off the gluttons. Yet in the end, he had still failed to tame Silverwing. Aegon snapped back to reality and, glancing at Aemond, who was shedding pearls of sorrow, could he help but chuckle. Stop crying, you are my brother and just as exceptional as I am. You will surely bond with a dragon. Even without one, I shall protect you for life. Furthermore, skills in swordsmanship, horsemanship, marksmanship, and leadership can all be honed through diligent effort. He patted Aemond on the shoulder and smiled. Cheer up, you are not Helena. Eventually, Aemond composed himself and followed Aegon out of the dragon's lair. Upon seeing Helena, he hung his head in despair. I'm sorry, sister, I have failed. Helena tilted her head, gazing at her tearful brother, and chose to embrace him gently. Do not worry, everything is already destined. You need not turn a blind eye. Your brother will assist you, Helena soothingly consoled Aemond. Aemond was uncertain of Helena's meaning and puzzled over her words about turning a blind eye. Yet he still expressed his gratitude towards her. Aegon, listening nearby, squinted slightly. While Aemond may not grasp Helena's intentions, he certainly did. In the original novel, after taming Vhagar, Aemond was ambushed by Jacaerys, Lazarus, and Joffrey upon returning to the castle, ultimately losing his right eye. Aegon would never allow such a fate to befall him. Well then, regardless of the outcome, you two should head to the Stone Drum Tower. You may enjoy time in the Aegon Garden, while I attend to other matters. Aegon's words were not a suggestion but a directive. I appreciate your efforts, both of you. In escorting the prince and princess to the Stone Drum Tower, he instructed the nearby dragon guards. Understood. After Helena and Aemond departed, Aegon focused his thoughts. And Yang Yan promptly approached from a distance. Mounting Yang Yan, Aegon soared towards the fishing village on Dragonstone Island. Chapter 9, The Smith. Shofu. A fierce wind swept through the heart of the fishing village as the sun descended. Does anyone know a blacksmith named Shofu, a bastard? Aegon inquired from atop his dragon. I do, an elderly man trembled as he spoke. Aegon produced a golden dragon from his pocket and tossed it to the old man. Is he the only one named Shofu? Indeed, your highness. Excellent. Have him come to the Stone Drum Tower and inform him that Prince Aegon summons him. With that, Aegon guided his dragon upward, vanishing from the fisherman's sight. Upon returning to the Stone Drum Tower, the dragon did not return to its lair but instead coiled before the entrance. Your highness, the guards bowed in respect. A blacksmith named Shofu will be arriving shortly. Simply escort him to me when he does. Understood. The Stone Drum Tower, the main fortress of Dragonstone, echoed with a thunderous resonance within its ancient walls whenever a storm approached, thus earning its name. The construction of Dragonstone was a marvel of advanced Valyrian stonemasonry. A lost art in the wake of the cataclysm, rendering this place singular among the fortresses of Westeros. The castle, hewn from black stone, featured towers sculpted in the likeness of dragons, while numerous gargoyles adorned the walls, serving as battlements. Most of the design elements within the castle were dragon-themed. Smaller dragons embellished the door frames, dragon claws extended from the walls as torch holders, and the massive stone wings housed the smithy and armory, with dragon tails forming arches, bridges, and outdoor staircases. Helena and Aemond had gone to Aegon's garden, while Aegon remained within the Stone Drum Tower, awaiting Shofu's arrival. Due to his status, combined with the fact that Aegon had arrived on Dragonback, Shofu was swiftly brought before the prince. Aegon had deliberately chosen the Round Hall for their meeting. Situated at the pinnacle of the Stone Drum Tower, the Round Hall was a circular chamber with 4 tall, narrow windows facing the cardinal directions. Inside, a grand wooden table dominated the space, intricately carved with a detailed map of Westeros, which Aegon had used to devise his battle strategies during the conquest. The map table measured over 50 feet in length, its widest point about half that measurement, tapering to less than 4 feet at its narrowest. The position corresponding to Dragonstone was meticulously designed, allowing a seat on a raised platform to afford a complete view of the table's surface. Aegon sat in the chair while Shofu stood awkwardly below. The blacksmith was in the midst of packing to journey to King's Landing with his pregnant wife, convinced that his craftsmanship would provide a better life for them and their unborn child. I have heard that you can bend iron bars with your bare hands. Aegon scrutinized Shofu. As described in the original tales, he was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with a powerful physique. Yet, the accounts of his ability to bend iron bars seemed somewhat exaggerated. Shofu, perplexed, could not fathom why Aegon posed such a question. Although he had often heard merchants and minstrels sing the praises of this young prince, he felt little connection to the 7-year-old royal before him. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed prince, but I have never attempted to bend an iron rod. Xiufu replied honestly, without boasting about his extraordinary strength. Aegon squinted, pondering that the fact he had never tried indicated the outcome of bending the iron rod with bare hands remained uncertain. Quite intriguing. By chance, I heard of you from a merchant, who claimed you possessed great strength, capable of bending iron rods unaided, and that you are loyal and unpretentious. Aegon whimsically remarked. Xiufu remained silent, gazing quizzically at Aegon, secretly contemplating whether this child had truly come to witness his ability to bend iron rods. Truly, he was a prince. Unlike him. Although he shared Targaryen blood, he could only survive by forging iron daily, and if he paused, his family would face starvation. I sincerely apologize, Your Highness. My pregnant wife waits my return. I am unsure what you require of me, but whatever it may be, I shall give my utmost effort. Xiufu was perplexed about Aegon's intentions. He could only pray that Aegon was as benevolent and kind as the minstrels and merchants proclaimed. Should he be asked to demonstrate bending an iron rod and fail, he hoped the prince would not be angered and punish him. His wife was 6 months pregnant, and neither she nor the unborn child could afford to lose their pillar of support. Aegon, possessing keen perception and insight, immediately discerned Xiufu's anxiety. A faint smile curling his lips. Knowing you worry for your wife, splendid. A pregnant wife, even better. Let me see the extent of your strength. I am quite curious. With that, Aegon instructed a guard to fetch an iron rod the thickness of a finger. Go ahead and give it a try. Failure is inconsequential. But I must inform you, this is an opportunity for you. Your wife's chance of becoming a noblewoman in this lifetime hinges upon your performance. Seize it well. Xiufu abruptly lifted his head, disbelief evident in his gaze towards Aegon. Swallowing hard, he took the iron rod and began to bend it with his bare hands. Muscles rippled across his body, and the iron rod visibly bent, causing the guard nearby to flinch in astonishment. At that moment, the guard could not help but imagine whether he could thwart this man should he suddenly turn against Prince Aegon. With a clang, the bent iron rod fell to the ground, and Aegon clapped his hands in excitement. Excellent, excellent. He beamed with joy. Would you be interested in becoming my guard? When your child is born, regardless of gender, they shall serve as my attendant. A commendable deed will be compensated with land, castles, and titles, all within reach. Provided you excel. Chapter 10. Power resides in the hearts. A seemingly casual remark from Aegon sent a jolt through Shyff's heart. I am willing, Your Highness. Without a moment's hesitation, Shyff knelt on one knee to pledge his loyalty. Excellent, Aegon declared, drawing his sword and resting it upon Shyff's shoulder. I accept your allegiance and grant you the honor of becoming my sworn protector. Aegon was aware of Shyff's ambitions. He recognized them from the very first glance. Yet, he remained unconcerned, for power dwells in the hearts of men. Shyff's ambition and desires were advantageous. It was those devoid of aspiration that posed the greatest challenge. He then instructed Shyff to return and prepare his belongings, assuring him that arrangements would be made for his journey back to King's Landing. As thoughts of returning to King's Landing crossed his mind, Aegon felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The injury on Dreamfire's abdomen was bound to be discovered, and he braced himself for the inevitable repercussions. Sighing, he lamented the constraints of his youth. If he had the power to choose, he would have preferred to embody Lannister Laenor Velaryon from the outset, as he would be far easier to navigate than Aegon Targaryen too. Yet, fate had cast him as Aegon. At present, Viserys was in the prime of his life, while Otto Hightower had been dispatched to Old Town. At merely 7 years of age, Aegon felt severely limited in his capabilities. Nonetheless, he was not overly anxious. Under his guidance, Helena had not become as withdrawn as portrayed in the original tale, and Dreamfire could be considered a reliable force in his arsenal. By the year Yarling AC, during the fateful year of the Bloodspring, when Laenor and Daemon's son was born and subsequently perished, Laenor would pass away 3 days later, and Lannister would fall in the ensuing conflict. The Blacks would suffer grievous losses, having lost 2 formidable dragon riders. Moreover, the largest existing dragon, Vhagar, under Laenor's control, would likely be tamed by Aemond. It would be a time for Aegon to truly showcase his prowess. As evening descended, Elric arrived at Dragonstone with a contingent of guards and rushed to Aegon's side. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Where are Prince Aemond and Princess Helena? Relax. They are in Aegon's garden, enjoying themselves for the day, Aegon replied, attempting to deflect attention from the incident involving the grieving. After all, as long as no one possessed irrefutable evidence, he would maintain his stubborn facade. Avoiding punishment was ideal, if he did end up facing consequences. At least he could take solace in having tried. By the way, I shall return tomorrow. You must assist me in bringing a few individuals. Aegon swiftly shifted the conversation. A few individuals? Elric queried, bewildered. Your Highness, you came to Dragonstone to find someone. Leave the details to me. The individual will arrive tonight. And I will have them seek you out for your arrangements. Understood, Elric acquiesced. Later that evening, SHYFF arrived at the Stone Drum Tower with his wife. My lord. I am SHYFF, sent by His Highness. He approached the entrance, bowing humbly to convey his purpose. The guards remained impassive, as Aegon had already informed them. Come with me. I shall take you to meet Sir Elric, who will escort you to King A's Landing. As they spoke, the guard cast a glance at Shilfo and remarked. You are indeed fortunate to have caught Prince Aegon's attention. It seems the 7 gods are favoring you. The guard's words weighed heavily on Shilfo's heart. The more Aegon valued him, the greater the pressure he felt, and he worried incessantly about failing to seize this precious opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Shilfo encountered Alec. Upon seeing Alec clad in gleaming armor and draped in a white cloak, he momentarily froze, a wave of nervousness washing over him. However, having previously met Aegon, he managed to maintain his composure. My lord, I am Shilfo, and this is my wife, Martha. Martha appeared visibly anxious. Ever since Shilfo had joyfully returned home, proclaiming his desire to elevate her to the status of a noblewoman, she had thought him jesting. To her astonishment, he had brought her directly to the Stone Drum Tower. Do not be anxious, His Highness holds you in high regard. Tomorrow morning, I shall escort you both to King A's Landing, Alec assured. Subsequently arranging accommodations for Shilfo and Martha, as well as 2 maids to attend to Martha's needs. Once Alec departed, Shilfo closed the door and gently helped his wife into bed. Shilfo, I am somewhat afraid, Martha confessed, gripping his hand tightly. Shilfo kissed the back of her hand and comforted her. I understand your worries, but this opportunity lies before us, and I must take the chance. But our life by the blacksmith shop was quite good, wasn't it? Martha questioned, perplexed. Indeed, blacksmithing allows us to make a living, but what of our children? The flames of ambition blazed in Shilfo's eyes. If we have a son, I hope he can become a knight, or perhaps even a baron or earl. Shilfo tenderly caressed Martha's rounded belly, his face reflecting both anticipation and longing. Nobility! Even the most humble knight possesses a quality of life far beyond that of a blacksmith. Moreover, Prince Aegon has promised that should I achieve merit, I shall be rewarded with a title, land, and a castle. Martha sighed, aware of her husband's deep-seated dissatisfaction. He leaned in and kissed her forehead. Rest assured, dear, and take good care of yourself. Do you remember what my mother used to say? Martha quickly covered her husband's mouth, lowering her voice to warn him. Although His Highness values you, you must not overstep your boundaries. Do you understand? Understood. Shilfo nodded earnestly. Chapter 11, The Consequence of Recklessness. The next day, the morning mist had yet to dissipate. The sun blazed down like a fiery dragon, stirring up a cloud of dust as Dreamfire took a few strides, raising an even greater storm of sand. 2 dragons soared towards King's Landing, with Aegon and his wife boarding a ship adorned with the 3-headed dragon banner. Their journey to Dragonstone was surprisingly smooth, aside from an encounter with a gluttonous creature along the way. The trio, along with the 2 dragons, reached King's Landing without incident, where Dreamfire returned to the dragon's lair, while Sunfire perched majestically upon the hills. Upon returning to the Red Keep, Aegon had barely settled when Alicent burst into the room. Seeing that Aegon and the others were unharmed, Alicent sighed in relief and swiftly pulled Aegon closer, tugging at his ear. You have truly outdone yourself, haven't you? Taking your brother to tame dragons without a care for the danger of being roasted like a pig at a feast. Alicent's expression was a mixture of anger and helplessness, tinged with nostalgia for the obedient Aegon of his youth. How different he was now, rebellious and reckless, even bringing his 4-year-old brother Aemond along for such perilous endeavors. Rest assured, I never undertake anything without assurance of success. Besides, my siblings and I were quite safe, weren't we? Aegon replied confidently. Alicent's demeanor darkened at his words. Then explained the injury on Dreamfire's abdomen, she demanded. Last night, Viserys had received a raven from Dragonstone, detailing not only Aemond's dragon taming but also mentioning the grievous wound on Dreamfire. It was not an ordinary injury, but one inflicted by a dragon of considerable size, comparable to Dreamfire. Alicent's voice trembled with concern. The wound on Dreamfire's abdomen was caused by a stone. You can ask Helena, Aegon insisted. His eyes wide with feigned innocence, casting a meaningful glance at Helena. Helena pursed her lips, ultimately deciding to assist Aegon in his deception. Mother. The wound on Dreamfire's abdomen was indeed from a collision with a rock, I swear, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Although her obvious untruth was evident, it did not deter Aegon from maintaining his defiance. Just as he was about to speak further, Viserys stormed into the room, seething with fury. Damn it, where is Aegon? He bellowed. Aegon's heart raced, and he promptly hid behind Helena. Father, it has been a while. You seem even stronger and more handsome. He managed a strange smile. Viserys glared at the cowering Aegon, his expression a mix of incredulity and ire. It has been a while? You were only gone for 2 days. Now, tell me. What is the truth behind Dreamfire's injury? I already told you. Ask Mother, Aegon shouted defiantly. Alicent's expression darkened further. He claims that Dreamfire's wound was caused by a stone. Viserys' gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes upon Aegon. Are you suggesting that Dreamfire just happened to be struck by a stone resembling a dragon's claw, leaving 2 gashes on its abdomen? Indeed. If you doubt me, you can ask Helena, or better yet, inquire of Dreamfire itself if it could speak, Aegon retorted. Viserys' face flushed with rage, his body trembling with barely contained fury. He felt an overwhelming urge to discipline this insubordinate wretch. If he did not hang this scoundrel by the end of the day, he would not bear the Targaryen name. Father, what troubles you? I know you must be delighted to have such an exceptional son as I. Relax. There is no need for such excitement, he chuckled. Viserys let out a cold laugh. Bring the young prince to me. I want him suspended. Aegon glanced at Helena, offering a wry smile. You see, he is in a hurry again. 3 days swiftly passed, and with the sun high in the sky, Aegon remained sprawled upon his bed. His rear had been thoroughly thrashed. Then why do you persist in lying? Do you think your father a fool? Alicent remarked with exasperation. He had already surmised the truth. Only a glutton could inflict such horrific scratches upon the belly of Dreamfire. Well, I thought perhaps I could be stubborn and escape this beating, Aegon retorted defiantly. If you had been honest, you might have received a lighter punishment instead of insisting on being obstinate. Aegon scoffed dismissively, provoking Alicent to increase her grip. Ouch! He gasped. Are you trying to kill me? Is Aemon trying to become the eldest son and bribing you? Enough of your nonsense. Your sister's wedding is approaching. You must focus on healing. Yes, I understand. When you leave, please summon Ser Harwin for me. Very well, be sure to rest and refrain from any mischief. Alicent kissed Aegon's forehead. Once Alicent departed, Ser Harwin soon arrived at Aegon's chamber. You look quite impressive. How have you fared in your training? Over the past few days, Aegon had enlisted Aemon to instruct Harwin in swordsmanship, spear techniques, and horsemanship. Well, I believe I am doing reasonably well, Harwin replied, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. That sounds promising. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your transformation into a competent knight. Aegon's approval filled Harwin with joy, as he also looked forward to the day he would be knighted. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall undoubtedly become a worthy knight, Harwin asserted eagerly. Your confidence is reassuring. For becoming a competent knight is no simple task. Combat skills are merely the beginning. There is a wealth of knowledge and etiquette to master as well, Aegon reminded him. Fear not, Your Highness, I will certainly not bring you disgrace. Chapter 12. Just a bit of frost. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. After a while, Aegon finally managed to get out of bed. He limped through the Red Fortress, where everyone he encountered greeted him with barely suppressed laughter. Brother, you can finally get up, exclaimed Aemon from behind, filled with delight. Aegon straightened his back with effort, adjusted his loose trousers, and turned around. What do you mean? Finally able to get up? It's merely a bit of frost, Aegon replied nonchalantly. Aemon, filled with admiration, rushed over and took Aegon's hand, pulling him towards the sacred grove. Helena is in the sacred grove. Let us go play with her. In that instant, as he was being pulled along, Aegon's expression crumbled, as did his backside. Damn Aemon, once my backside is healed, you'll learn what true cruelty is. By the time they reached the sacred grove, Aegon was drenched in sweat. At that moment, the most striking feature of Aegon was his pale face, and the most hardened was his mouth. Despite the pain that felt as if he would crack, he silently ran to the sacred grove. Helena, lost in thought while gazing at the heart tree, suddenly turned around and fixated on Aemond, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "What are you laughing at?" Aemond asked, bewildered. Helena shook her head and returned her gaze to the heart tree. The sacred grove was a collection of elm, alder, and poplar trees within the Red Fortress, overlooking the mouth of the Blackwater River. Among them stood the heart tree, a massive oak adorned with vine-like smoke berries. Aemond, ever lively, began to climb the trunk, beckoning Aegon to join him. "Go ahead and climb by yourself. Who could outclimb you?" "I want to climb," Aegon replied with a forced smile. Hearing this, Aemond climbed even more energetically. Aegon, uninterested in Aemond, made his way directly to Helena, taking her small hand and placing it on the human face carved into the trunk of the heart tree. "Can you feel it?" Aegon asked curiously. Helena shook her head, then nodded. Observing her reaction, Aegon continued, "It is said that beyond the northern borders lies the Green Prophet, who can enter the heart tree and monitor far-off lands." As Helena caressed the human face on the trunk, Aemond, who was perched on the tree, spoke up. "The Grand Scholar mentioned that the heart tree is usually a fish-leaf tree, while this one is an oak, merely carved with a human face. An oak can live for 300 years, a rosewood for 3,000 years, and a fish-leaf tree can live indefinitely if undisturbed by external forces. I can feel nothing. But sometimes, I sense another life as presence. It appears to be an old man trapped within the vast roots of the tree." Aegon narrowed his eyes, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. "Try not to engage with that old man. He is not a good person," Aegon advised. "Do you know him?" Helena asked, surprised. "I do not know him, but I suspect he is not benevolent. Those roots might be the truth sealing him. He could very well be a devil." Aegon made a face, prompting Helena to smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. The young Aemond descended from the tree at an unknown moment. "Brother, spare me the mundane tales. I wish to hear about the Battle of the Five Armies. Please continue." Aegon had recounted countless stories, yet Aemond's fascination lay particularly with the epic tales of Middle-earth. He was especially captivated by the terrifying dragons within the saga, his eyes gleaming with wonder each time he listened. It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, Aemond had developed a profound interest in these grand narratives. "And tell me, did Ancalagon truly exist? Such a formidable creature, how could it possibly perish?" Aemond's inquiries flowed like a rapid brush, yet Aegon showed little inclination to respond. "I shall return to rest now. Helena, remember my words, take care of yourself, will you?" "I understand," Helena replied softly, nodding in a manner that exuded vulnerability. Aegon cast a glance at Helena, then at Aemond, who had begun to scale the tree, and sighed in resignation. "I suppose I should focus on nurturing Daemon. These two are half-wasted," he silently vowed. In the original narrative, Daemon was depicted as Otto Hightower's most favored candidate for the throne. He was described as possessing the striking features of House Targaryen, with a handsome visage. Unlike the debauched Aegon or the cunning Aemond, Daemon was intelligent, courteous, gentle, and remarkably humble, earning the affection of his brothers. However, akin to his elder brother, he harbored disdain for the sons of their half-sister Rhaenyra. Growing up in Aegon's shadow, he was brave yet lacked strong opinions, more inclined to obey orders than to command. He was, in essence, the perfect right-hand man. Nevertheless, Aegon could never truly forsake the cultivation of Helena and Aemond, to confront the faction led by Rhaenyra. It was imperative to unite every possible ally. Chapter 13. Hesitation and Doubt. On the 7th day of the second month in the year 114 AC, a day destined to be etched in the annals of history unfolded. Aegon, clad in resplendent golden attire, stood alongside Helena and Aemond, the trio gazing intently towards the distant Blackwater Bay. Soon, a formidable fleet emerged upon the horizon. Almost immediately, a thunderous roar, akin to a distant tempest, resonated as Vhagar burst forth from the clouds. Following Vhagar's grand emergence, two additional colossal dragons soared into view. One was adorned with crimson scales and pink membranous wings, its crown, horns, and claws glistening like polished bronze, moving with astonishing swiftness. The other dragon, considerably smaller, was a youthful silvery grey giant. What more could you desire when armed with terrifying familial strength, wealth, a mighty fleet, and dragons? Aegon pondered quietly. Viserys had pledged that Rhaenyra's firstborn with Rhaenyra would inherit the Iron Throne, yet he did not explicitly state whether the child would adopt the Targaryen name upon succession. This matter held significant implications for the ensuing years of political maneuvering between Viserys and Corlys. Should Viserys pass and Corlys remain, with Rhaenyra unable to subdue him, the Iron Throne, a symbol of kingship, might indeed come to bear the name Velaryon. "Your Grace," Helena spoke softly before turning to depart. Aegon, too, fell silent, following Helena down the stairs, as was befitting the king's eldest son. What are you two murmuring about? Aemond queried, bewildered, yet he hastened to keep pace with Aegon. The grand sea snake glided gracefully to shore, the banners of House Velaryon fluttering in the wind, seemingly pledging their arrival to King S Landing. Viserys approached to greet Corlys. Meanwhile, Vhagar, Meraxes, and Sea Smoke did not land in the dragon pit but instead descended directly outside the Red Keep. The slumbering Sunfire glanced up briefly before resuming its rest, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of the three dragons. Rhaenyra dismounted, approaching his mother with astonishment, observing Sunfire. It appears significantly larger than Sea Smoke, yet I distinctly recall it hatched 6 years later, Rhaenyra remarked, pointing at Sunfire. Rhaenys furrowed her brow. She had certainly heard tales of Sunfire. It was said that this dragon was the most magnificent and awe-inspiring of all, growing at twice the rate of an ordinary dragon. Perhaps this dragon could surpass the legendary Vhagar, Rhaenys mused with a smile. She did not regard Sunfire as a threat, for her Meraxes was renowned as the swiftest dragon, possessing a fair chance even against Vhagar, let alone a young dragon. At that moment, Rhaenyra joined the two. A striking dragon indeed, though Sea Smoke is equally beautiful, he commented, patting Rhaenyra's shoulder and urging him to pay respects to the king, who would also be his future father-in-law. Aegon stood amidst the gathering, a smile gracing his face as he observed Viserys and Corlys engaged in jovial conversation. According to what Corlys just articulated, the insistence of Rhaenyra, and Rhaenyra to ride dragons stems from the fact that they all possess the blood of true dragons coursing through their veins. They also seek to convey to the world the union of Targaryen and Velaryon bloodlines, aiming to uphold the stability of the realm and deter those with nefarious intentions. Upon hearing these words, Aegon nearly burst into laughter. Such is the art of rhetoric. They are clearly showcasing their family's strength while cloaking it as a matter of maintaining the kingdom. Furthermore, the mention of intimidating certain ill-intentioned individuals was laced with irony. When Corlys uttered these words, his gaze never strayed from Alicent, almost as if he were pointing a finger at her in accusation. Aegon muttered under his breath. Wishing his grandfather were still the hand of the king, he would undoubtedly have the audacity to retort, relishing in Corlys' arrogance. Alicent's expression darkened as she firmly squeezed Aegon's hand, signaling him to refrain from his impetuous remarks. The times have changed. The union of Rhaenyra and Rhaenyra symbolizes the zenith of the Black faction's power, particularly with the Velaryon family backing Rhaenyra, who boasts 3 dragons, one of which is Vhagar, one of the 3 founding dragons. Moreover, the formidable Melisandre, known as the Red Queen, adds to their strength. Even the least powerful among them, Sea Smoke, hatched in 96 AC and participated in the War for the Stepstones, displaying commendable prowess. After exchanging pleasantries with Viserys, Corlys approached Alicent and greeted her. Lord Corlys, welcome. I am confident that Sir Rhaenyra will prove to be an exemplary husband. Alicent's face lit up with satisfaction, yet her words carried an implicit meaning. After all, it is common knowledge that Rhaenyra is homosexual, with a preference for men over women. It is indeed a privilege for him to marry a princess. And I firmly believe that Her Highness will be a devoted wife and a capable queen. The astute Corlys immediately countered, insinuating that Rhaenyra would be the next ruler of the Iron Throne. By the way, where is Lady Rhaenys? I haven't had a conversation with her in quite some time. She shall arrive shortly, Corlys chuckled. Melisandre is swift, and Vhagar is no slouch either, but Sea Smoke is still quite young. He may be preoccupied with calming Sea Smoke. Witnessing Corlys once again emphasize the dragons possessed by his family, Viserys felt a twitch in his eyelids. He couldn't help but think Corlys was subtly undermining him. This must be Prince Aegon. I have heard that your dragon grows at an astonishing rate, potentially surpassing Balerion. Remarkable indeed. That is the Black Dread. Corlys deftly shifted the conversation to Aegon. The moment Aegon snapped back to attention, he adorned his face with a courteous smile. Lord Corlys, please, no jesting. No dragon can ever surpass the Black Dread. It is a legend. If you doubt, you may inquire with my father, the last master of that legendary dragon. While speaking, Aegon gazed at Viserys with admiration, seemingly in awe of his father. Upon hearing this, Viserys was initially taken aback, but soon straightened his posture, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, no dragon can surpass the Black Dread, Vhagar. It is colossal, so immense it could swallow a woolly mammoth whole. Is that truly the case? Corlys inquired, astonishment etched upon his face. My daughter mentioned that Vhagar has grown nearly as large as Balerion. With that, Corlys appeared to realize his oversight, hastily offering his apologies. Forgive me, your grace. I meant no offense. After all, I am not a dragon rider and possess little knowledge on the matter. A flicker of displeasure crossed Viserys' eyes. Yet he maintained his smile. No harm done. Vhagar hatched 51 years before the conquest and is now 165 years old. Indeed, it is approaching Valyrian stature. Though he feigned indifference, a sense of reluctance simmered within Viserys. He had not anticipated that little Lena had managed to tame Vhagar. At 165 years of age, Vhagar was undoubtedly the mightiest dragon alive. What was more troubling was that the Velaryon family possessed not only Vhagar, but also Meleys, a dragon whose combat prowess was on par with that of Caraxes. And the owner of Caraxes was none other than his own brother, best left unmentioned. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Viserys suddenly cast a glance at Aegon. Observing the familiar features that mirrored his own, a flicker of doubt and uncertainty crossed his heart. What if the central figures of this union were to be Aegon and Lena instead? Although Lena was significantly older than Aegon, such a pairing was not entirely unacceptable. Alternatively, perhaps Aegon could. Viserys inhaled deeply, quelling the impractical notions that arose within him. Despite Aegon's superiority in various aspects, even being the eldest son, he felt a profound sense of betrayal towards Aemma. Furthermore, he had disregarded the dignity of House Velaryon to pursue a union with Alicent Hightower. If such a situation were to arise once more, Corlys might genuinely turn against him. He had inherited a kingdom of peace and prosperity, and he would never allow that peace and prosperity to crumble under his reign. Chapter 14. The grand performance begins to commemorate the renewed union of the Targaryen and Velaryon families. The wedding of Rhaenyra and Rhaenyra was undeniably magnificent. In addition to the esteemed guests invited by the king, there was an uninvited yet special guest, Daemon Targaryen. Viserys was uncertain of Daemon's intentions, yet he graciously instructed his servants to prepare a place for him. The music flowed melodiously as the guests indulged in revelry, urging the newlyweds to dance. Aegon sat in a cushioned chair, fixated on Criston and Rhaenyra's male paramour, Joffrey Longmouth. If his memory served him well, Joffrey would soon seek Criston for emotional solace, only to meet a tragic end at Criston's hands. It was difficult to assess. Perhaps in Joffrey's mind, both he and Criston were merely humble knights of lowly origins. Hence his pursuit of psychological equilibrium. However, Joffrey was entirely unaware that there existed a fundamental distinction between himself and Criston. For Criston, serving as a king's guard was the pinnacle of honor. He had forsaken his vows for Rhaenyra, yet she was unwilling to elope with him, leaving him feeling like a fool. A king to a base male courtesan who had betrayed his oath. Of course, it is also conceivable that none of this would transpire, as the original narrative contains two different accounts of this event. One suggests that Criston fought on behalf of the queen at a tournament and severely injured Joffrey, who ultimately succumbed to his wounds after 6 days in bed. The alternate version indicates that Criston struck down Joffrey at the banquet, which is the scene Aegon now anticipated. What are you gazing at? Have you found a lady of interest? Alicent inquired with a smile, as she personally peeled a shrimp for Aegon. If possible, I would desire Lena, but you know that is out of the question, Aegon replied with a grin. Corlys would never agree to that. She is a Velaryon, the current strongest dragon. I am aware, Aegon nodded, his gaze still fixed on Joffrey amidst the crowd. Alicent followed Aegon's line of sight and noticed Joffrey, her brow furrowing in response. Aegon, what are your thoughts on Helena? Alicent suddenly asked. Aegon frowned, sensing a hint of tension from Alicent, yet the festivities were proceeding smoothly. So why the unease? Helena is quite wonderful. I like her immensely, far more obedient than Aemond, he remarked. Aemond, who was currently savoring shrimp, looked up, bewildered. He seemed to hear his name being called but was unsure. At that moment, Helena also lifted her head from her meal and softly stated, Dreamfire is impressive as well. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to question Dreamfire's prowess. Helena pursed her lips and resumed her consumption of shrimp. Upon hearing this, Alicent secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Aegon did not seem to harbor any interest in the same sex. Which lady do you think would be worthy of you? Alicent continued to probe. Are there suitable young women from House Tyrell? Aegon pondered for a moment before inquiring. The Tyrell family indeed presents a commendable choice. Alicent nodded in agreement. The Tyrells of Highgarden stand as one of the prominent families of the Seven Kingdoms, governing the rich and residing in their ancestral stronghold, Highgarden. This illustrious family is both vast and affluent, their wealth only surpassed by that of House Lannister, yet they possess the capacity to muster a formidable military force. Furthermore, should the Tyrells call upon their vassals, the Red Wine family and the fleets of the Arbor, along with the naval forces of other loyal families along the coast. Their maritime military strength would rival that of the royal fleet, even standing up to the forces of House Velaryon. Presently, with Rhaenyra allied to House Velaryon, it would be sagacious for Aegon to wed a maiden from the Tyrell family, thereby forging a strategic alliance with them. Once the banquet concludes, I shall pen a letter to your grandfather, urging him to journey to Highgarden and assist in the search for a suitable bride. Aegon nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that the position of his future queen represents a significant political asset, necessitating prioritization of advantage before affection. Moreover, there are also the prospects for Aemon and Darren's future spouses, equally valuable political pawns. As for Helena, her choice shall rest solely with her, for she is a dreamwalker, endowed with the gift of prophecy. At this moment, amidst the throng in the center of the dance floor, Joffrey appeared fatigued from dancing, seeking a place to rest, fortuitously approaching Criston. Observing this, Aegon straightened slightly, his eyes widening in anticipation. The spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 15, a proper position under Aegon's watchful gaze. Joffrey consumed several cups of wine before approaching Criston, his goblet in hand. Joffrey paused beside Criston, engaging in light-hearted banter, though Criston remained inscrutable. Soon, unbeknownst to Aegon, whatever Joffrey had uttered caused Criston's expression to darken ominously. Yet, Joffrey continued unabated. Ultimately, a particular remark from Joffrey appeared to be the final straw, provoking Criston's face to contort in rage as he roared and struck Joffrey down, mounting him to continue the assault. The dancing crowd erupted into chaos, and the tension escalated for Viserys, who anxiously scanned the throng for the figures of Rhaenyra and Daemon. He feared that Daemon might deceive Rhaenyra and whisk her away from the wedding. However, amidst the cries of alarm, Viserys discerned something amiss. Daemon was indeed standing beside Rhaenyra, but rather than fleeing, they were both furrowing their brows, intently observing the tumult. In the midst of the crowd, Criston wildly swung his fists until Joffrey's visage was reduced to a bloodied mess before he finally ceased. Both Viserys and Corlys rose simultaneously, directing the guards to restore order. Corlys, in particular, appeared exceedingly distressed. He recognized Joffrey, though initially dismissed the matter, never anticipating that the young man would be so brutally slain. As Criston surveyed those around him, he gradually regained his composure and bolted toward the banquet hall's exit. Lannister, sorrow etched across his face, crouched beside Joffrey, while Viserys and Corlys forced smiles as they managed the aftermath. In an unnoticed corner, Alicent's gaze flickered, and she discreetly followed Criston out of the banquet hall. After Alicent departed, Aegon silently trailed behind, and Ser Harwin, witnessing this, resolutely followed Aegon. In the garden, Criston knelt upon the ground, sword in hand, prepared to take his own life. Aware that escape was futile, he chose death as a means to preserve his final dignity. Ser Criston. Just as Criston was about to sever his throat, Alicent's voice rang out unexpectedly. Your Grace? Criston exclaimed in astonishment. I trust you have your reasons for considering such an act. Would you be interested in serving as my protector? Alicent extended an olive branch, seeking to recruit Criston. Naturally, Criston would not refuse. Who would wish for death when life was still an option? Furthermore, Alicent was now his sole hope for survival, and he harbored no objections to serving her. At that moment, a contingent of guards approached, led by another member of the King's Guard, Ser Harwin. Your Grace, we have been commanded by the King to apprehend Criston Cole. Harwin, evidently aware of Alicent's prior words, reluctantly invoked Viserys' authority. As Alicent prepared to intercede on Criston's behalf, a somewhat juvenile voice interjected, Ser Harwin, might I inquire what crime Ser Criston has committed that warranted my father's order for his capture? Aegon's figure emerged slowly from the shadows, with Harwin's half-formed silhouette concealed in darkness, his violet eyes fixed intently upon Harwin and the others. Your Highness, Ser Criston Cole has left Ser Joffrey in a state of peril before the public, thus violating the law, as you are aware. Am I? Aegon retorted, slowly approaching Aemon to inquire, but do you know? Aemon appeared bewildered. What do I know? He was not feigning ignorance. He was genuinely perplexed by Aegon's questioning. Joffrey publicly insulted me, and Ser Criston Cole, unable to endure it, merely administered a slight reprimand. Are you aware of this? Aemon paused. Am I aware? Of course not. For this is utterly a fabrication of Aegon's imagination. I apologize, Your Highness, but I was unaware of such an incident. The king has not. Before Aemon could finish, Aegon interrupted. My father is the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Must he report even his most mundane actions to you? Aemon's eyelids fluttered. Such a heavy accusation. You know I meant no offense, your highness. Capturing Criston Cole is the king's command. I am merely acting on orders, so I must ask you to step aside. Aegon's eyes narrowed. The original text, Blood and Fire, is not presented in a novelistic form but rather akin to historical records, with many events merely glossed over. If Aemon had indeed apprehended Criston in the original narrative, how then did his mother manage to intervene? Or was it that Aemon apprehended Criston first? That could not be right. If Aemon truly had taken Criston, then Lannisters and the Black faction would undoubtedly not spare him. After all, none could ascertain what Joffrey and Criston had exchanged in words. Should that information leak, it would be detrimental to both families. Whilst Aegon pondered, Aemon had already commanded the guards to detain Criston. Halt! Ser, who swiftly drew his greatsword. Holding it with one hand, the tip aimed directly at the advancing guards. Without the prince's command, let no one dare lay a finger on Criston. Those who do shall face death. Ser, whose voice was as frigid as the bitterest wind. The two guards, poised to apprehend, looked helplessly at Aemon. Aemond, lowering his gaze at Aegon, displayed a troubled expression. Yet before he could speak, Aegon interjected. Who? Put down your sword at once. They are all under Ser Aemon's command. And you must recognize your place. At these words, Criston's heart raced, while Alicent furrowed her brow. Aemon breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Aegon had relinquished his opposition, preparing to issue the order to seize Criston. But just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through. In the dim light of the moon, a golden figure flickered and vanished, accompanied by an almost imperceptible dragon's roar. Aegon spoke coldly. Ser Aemon, you too must recognize your position. Ultimately, you are but a guard. He pointed at Aemon. Although he desired to ally with Aemon, it was clear that Criston Cole would serve as a far more effective weapon. Even after watching the adaptation of Blood and Fire into House of the Dragon, he would still mutter an epithet against Criston. Yet times have changed. He will soon assume the mantle of leader of the Green Party. In the original work Blood and Fire, Criston demonstrates commendable abilities. Sir Criston is weary. Take him below to rest, said Ian, directing his gaze towards Elric. Sir Elric Cargill, I shall personally address this matter with my father. So there is no need for you to intervene. Do you understand? Elric glanced at Ian, then at Alicent and Sho, before finally turning his gaze to the inky night sky. He exhaled deeply and nodded, saying, Understood. I shall return to report immediately. Chapter 16. Do not exaggerate. Alicent, accompanied by Aegon, personally sought out Viserys. This matter requires an explanation, and I must provide an account to Corlys. Viserys was beset by a throbbing headache. He had never anticipated that Alicent and Aegon would endeavor to protect Criston. Yet, upon reflection, it all seemed rather logical, though Viserys was reluctant to entertain such thoughts. He still harbored hope that his daughter could coexist peacefully with his wife. Father, Joffrey humiliated both my mother and me in front of Criston. It is only natural that Criston lost his composure. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. My mother and I shall not pursue it further. Viserys gazed silently at Aegon, then turned his attention to Alicent, his meaning unmistakable. The truth stood as it was. If Corlys were to doubt it, he could inquire with Joffrey. Alicent's expression remained unyielding. Aegon secretly chuckled, thinking that Joffrey should survive first. Even if he did, it would merely lead to a battle of words, followed by a trial by combat. Seeing Alicent's steadfast demeanor, Viserys could only gesture helplessly. Very well, you may return. He resolved to speak with Corlys personally, after all. It was merely a matter concerning a paramour of the Lannisters and held no significant importance. In the 12th month of 114 AC, Queen Alicent and Princess Rhaenyra each gave birth to healthy male infants, named Daeron Targaryen and Joffrey Valerion, respectively. However, the appearance of the two boys stirred considerable controversy. Daeron, with his silver hair and purple eyes, bore the promise of future handsomeness. In stark contrast, Joffrey, with his brown hair and brown eyes, and a flat nose, exhibited none of his father's sharp features. This discrepancy led many in the court to suspect that the true father of the children was Ser Harwin Strong, Princess Rhaenyra's personal guard. The rumors began to spread beyond the palace walls, inciting Viserys to issue a decree for the stringent investigation of those propagating such tales. Under the weight of Viserys' authority, the gossip was eventually subdued to some extent. He immediately ordered that Daeron and Joffrey be raised by the scene wet nurse to foster a bond, while a dragon egg was placed in each of their cradles. In 115 AC, Lucerys Velaryon was born, sharing the same brown hair, brown eyes, and flat nose. Once again, rumors resurfaced, but the dragon egg in Joffrey's cradle successfully hatched, while the red dragon egg belonging to Prince Daeron remained dormant. Daemon's first wife, Lady Rhea Royce, passed away, with rumors suggesting that Daemon had slain her. However, at that time, Daemon was engaged in battle against the Triarchy and the Dornish alliance on the Stepstones, and the rumors eventually fell apart. The inheritance of Driftmark was bequeathed to Lady Rhea's nephew, leaving Daemon with nothing and compelling him to depart from the Vale. As he journeyed south, he passed through Driftmark, where he wed the 22-year-old Lena, daughter of Lord Corlys, and in a duel, he vanquished his rival, the son of the former Sea Lord of Braavos. Daemon soon grew weary of his small kingdom, fully aware that the king would not approve of this union. Thus, he and his wife took to the skies, riding dragons to explore the free cities of trade. Indeed, upon hearing of this matter, Viserys privately erupted in considerable anger. Corlys even penned a letter inviting Viserys to Driftmark to discuss the inheritance rights of Jaehaerys. In truth, Corlys was probing Viserys, hoping to see Jaehaerys ascend the Iron Throne under the Velaryon name and become the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, in the end, the matter remained unresolved, and no whispers of it circulated through the court. In the year 116 AC, Daemon's twin daughters were born, and he wished for their royal blessing. King Viserys believed his brother had repented, allowing him to return to the Seven Kingdoms, and the two reconciled. Daemon then settled with Lena and their daughters on Driftmark. In 117 AC, Rhaenyra gave birth to Rhaenyra's youngest, Joffrey Velaryon. Daemon took his twin daughters to the palace to meet the king. By the end of 119 AC, Viserys I declined Prince Daeron's request to tame the Silverwing. Ultimately, Prince Daeron successfully tamed the young she-dragon, the Blue Queen, Vhagar, which hatched simultaneously with sea smoke. 3 years swiftly passed, ushering in the year 120 AC. On the third day of that year, Lady Lena bore Daemon a stillborn monstrosity, and in her grief-stricken frailty, she succumbed to puerperal fever. Corlys and Rhaenys were distraught, and Viserys, accompanied by his family, traveled to Driftmark to attend the funeral. As Vaemond Velaryon recited the eulogy, Lena was laid to rest in the sea, returning to the realm of the menfolk, under their protection. However, the atmosphere of the funeral was shrouded not only in sorrow but also in an inexplicable tension. When Vaemond spoke of bloodlines never being diluted, his gaze was icy, fixed intently on Rhaenyra and her children. Viserys, Corlys, Daemon, and others all took note of this. Moreover, many profound glances were cast upon Rhaenyra and her offspring. Sensing the unsettling atmosphere, Daemon, who had little interest in such formalities, made a decisive move. He laughed aloud, drawing the attention of the gathered guests, who were taken aback. How could he laugh when his wife had just died? Yet Daemon remained unfazed. His reputation was already tarnished, and a little more scandal mattered little. Besides, it would serve to draw attention to Rhaenyra. At long last, the lengthy funeral concluded, and the guests began to disperse. Several dragons circled nearby, with Sunfire landing first, its massive form stirring a cloud of dust. Aemond, filled with envy, could not help but exclaim, "Brother, Sunfire grows so swiftly, so magnificently, and is so strikingly beautiful." At this point, Sunfire's size was already rivaling that of Caraxes. Perhaps within a decade, it would surpass Meleys, the largest dragon of the Targaryen lineage across 3 generations. Second only to the second-generation dragon, Silverwing. However, strictly speaking, Meleys was indeed a 4th-generation dragon. Scholars preferred to categorize Balerion separately and classify Vhagar among the first-generation dragons of House Targaryen. After all, Balerion hatched in Old Valyria, while Vhagar was born on Dragonstone. A couple of days ago, I had the Dragon Guardian measure the length of Sunfire. Can you guess how big he has grown? Aegon rubbed Aemond's head. I would estimate Sunfire to be 50 meters long. He is enormous, appearing to be only slightly smaller than Meleys. That's an exaggeration. He has only just reached 40 meters. Meleys is at least 60 meters long, which is quite a difference. At that moment, hearing the conversation between his two sons, Viserys chuckled softly and said to Aemond, "If you have the courage, you could venture to Dragonstone to select a dragon egg or tame a dragon." "He is." At that moment, the distinctive, deep roar of Vhagar echoed through the air. Aemond pressed his lips together and nodded solemnly. Viserys smiled with satisfaction. The Velaryons have now lost Vhagar. If Aemond could tame a dragon, the Targaryen family could regain its former strength. Chapter 17. Vhagar as night fell over King's Landing. Aegon leaned against the edge of his bed, his gaze fixed upon Aemond, who stealthily departed the castle. Although in the original tale Aemond had tamed Vhagar, Aegon could not shake off a sense of unease. After all, this was his own flesh and blood, should Vhagar unleash a torrent of dragonfire. No amount of gold would appease him. Rest assured, he shall be unharmed. We can break him below shortly. Unbeknownst to him, Helaena had quietly approached Aegon's side. Very well. I shall descend shortly. And what of Daemon? Aegon inquired. Daemon has already succumbed to slumber. A child well-fed is always inclined to sleep, Helaena replied, her gaze somewhat distant. Over the years, Helaena had gradually acclimatized to the dragon dreams. She had glimpsed many visions, yet curiously, none depicted fragments of her marrying Aegon. She vividly recalled seeing herself wed to him in her childhood, even witnessing the fall of House Targaryen alongside their lost dragons. At some point, however, the future had shifted, becoming obscured, leaving her with only trivial images. Lost in thought, Helaena suddenly posed a question. The Targaryens lack suitable maidens. Mother has said your marriage is entirely your own decision. Is there a girl you fancy? Under the scrutiny of Helena's clear, penetrating eyes, Aegon pondered earnestly. Not at present. Perhaps in 2 years I shall reassess. If nothing has changed by then, I shall heed Mother as counsel. Helaena remained silent, her gaze lowered, lost in her own musings. The two were enveloped in a contemplative stillness until a terrifying roar shattered the tranquility, drawing their attention. To their astonishment, Vhagar soared skyward, ascending nearly vertically. On the shores of Driftmark, after an indulgent escapade, Rhaenyra and Daemon simultaneously sensed Vhagar's unusual behavior. Something is amiss, Rhaenyra exclaimed, her cheeks still flushed, an ominous premonition washing over her. Daemon's expression darkened. Vhagar's response mirrored that of a dragon testing its rider. Who could it be? Perhaps Rhaenyra? It seemed improbable, and even less likely to be Viserys. A shadow flickered in Daemon's mind, causing his heart to sink. If it were indeed that boy, Rhaenyra would be in peril. Meanwhile, Aemond gripped the reins with all his might. Before he had secured his safety strap, Vhagar ascended vertically. Grasping the reins, Aemond struggled to steady himself upon the saddle as Vhagar suddenly dove. The wind howled like a blade against Aemond's cheek. Yet the exhilaration in his heart overshadowed the physical pain. Vhagar, obey! With Aemond's thunderous command, a subtle bond of telepathy formed between the boy and the dragon. At last, Vhagar acknowledged the youth upon his back. Aemond, somewhat clumsily commanding Vhagar, descended like a thunderbolt before King's Landing, crashing down upon a row of stables, obliterating them entirely. He eagerly dismounted from the dragon's saddle, unable to contain his excitement as he yearned to share with Aemond that he had not disappointed his expectations. He had successfully tamed a colossal dragon. However, upon entering the corridor, he was confronted by Joffrey, the very person he had struck in the nose and subsequently kicked into a pile of dung, who had now returned with a throng of people to besiege him. You stole my dragon, was the immediate accusation hurled at Aemond by Rhaenyra, who, without a dragon of her own, loudly questioned him. One might mistakenly believe that Aemond had indeed pilfered her dragon. In truth, a dragon without a master is but a mere possession, belonging to whoever can tame it. Is that so? Aemond scoffed. Since when has Vhagar belonged to you? Who informed you that Vhagar was yours, this band of bastards? Ha! They are nothing but a pack of mongrels. Chapter 18 The Gifts of the Gods at the tender age of 6. Jacaerys had matured enough to grasp the implications of Aemond's words. He was seething with rage. Who are you calling a bastard? My dragon egg has hatched. I am certainly not a bastard. Aemond chuckled, ruffling his silver locks. Is that so? Do you truly believe what you're saying? Jacaerys' face flushed with anger. Yet Aemond remained relentless. Let me tell you, you are indeed a bastard, and your mother is cough. Aemond was abruptly interrupted by a fit of dry coughs as Aegon, accompanied by Helaena and the silver-haired Darien, appeared at the other end of the corridor. Congratulations, brother. You have not disappointed me. I am proud of you, Aemond, Aegon declared with a smile, striding past Jacaerys and the others to envelop Aemond in a hearty embrace. Ignored, Jacaerys and his companions simmered with indignation but dared not voice their discontent. They felt no fear of Aemond, nor of Helaena or Darien. But they held a genuine terror of Aegon. No jesting, for in the entire court, only Aegon had the audacity to impose such discipline upon them. 2 years prior, Jacaerys had suffered a humiliating defeat at Aegon's hands. Afterward, he had sought solace in complaining to Viserys, resulting in Aegon receiving a reprimand. But the retaliation that followed was far more severe. Since then, Lucerys and others had faced a series of lessons, all due to Jacaerys' entanglements. Jacaerys had come to understand that Aegon was ruthless and had a penchant for targeting those in close proximity to others. Thus, the second-generation Black faction, led by Jacaerys, instinctively recoiled in fear at the sight of Aegon. Aemon's face lit up with surprise. "Brother, sister, Daring, what brings you here? You are our brother." "We cannot help but worry," Helena replied, her words still few but less timid than in her childhood. Only Daring, still groggy in his nightclothes and sporting a tousled silver nest atop his head, appeared quite displeased. "Are we going to fight? I'm so tired. Can we not just finish quickly and let me return to sleep?" "Fight? What kind of fight could be interesting against these trunks?" Aegon's palpable disdain deeply provoked Jacaerys. With a fierce cry, he charged at Aegon without a second thought, seemingly intent on a desperate struggle. However, the disparity in their ages was unmistakable. Moreover, Aegon had not slackened his training over the years. He had been learning and growing steadily. He delivered a swift kick to Jacaerys' abdomen, sending him reeling back to the ground, groaning in agony at Lucerys' feet. Aegon cast a teasing glance at Lucerys, causing him to scream in fright. The royal guards on duty quickly rushed to the scene. Aegon raised an eyebrow in surprise. To his astonishment, the guards on duty were none other than the twin brothers Aelic and Alec. "How rare to see you both on duty tonight. Shall we indulge in some drinks during your break?" Aegon inquired. At this, Alec appeared somewhat tempted, while Aelic remained indifferent, politely declining. "Apologies, Your Highness. But perhaps it is best to forego the drinking. What has transpired here?" Aelic asked. "It is of no great consequence. I merely reprimanded Jaehaerys, who seems to have lost control of himself, perhaps influenced by someone." Aegon's words were laden with implication, yet Aemon could only feign ignorance. He assisted Jaehaerys to his feet, preparing to report to the king. The conflict between the queen and the princess had nearly surfaced into the open. As a member of the King's Guard sworn to Ser Varys, it would be prudent for him to refrain from meddling in such matters, especially since Varys himself struggled to manage the situation. With this thought in mind, Aemon quickly gestured to Aegon, signaling him to adhere to protocol. Aegon, not lacking in intelligence, understood his brother's intent, yet chose to ignore it, approaching Aegon with concern. "Your Highness, are you unhurt?" he inquired earnestly. Aemon's expression darkened. He had warned his brother countless times against prematurely aligning himself. Yet Aegon remained resolute in his support for Prince Aegon. Observing this, Aemon no longer hesitated, leading Jaehaerys and the others to the hall while sending someone to inform Varys. Soon, a considerable gathering assembled in the great hall of Dragonstone. Upon learning that Aemon had tamed Vhagar, Varys felt a surge of delight. This marked a significant augmentation of the Targaryen lineage's power. However, what pleased Varys even more was that, despite the altercation with Jaehaerys, Aegon had not resorted to excessive force. Jaehaerys had merely suffered slight physical discomfort, as Varys harbored a genuine fear of bloodshed. In recent years, Aegon had grown increasingly formidable, and the voices supporting him in the realm had become more numerous. He worried that Aegon might entertain thoughts that should not arise. Fortunately, Aegon had consistently demonstrated restraint. Apart from a few occasions when he was swayed by Alicent, he had never overstepped his boundaries. "Aegon, Jaehaerys is my child. How could you strike him so harshly?" Rhaenyra interjected, her tone accusatory. "Moreover, I feel compelled to remind you that questioning the royal bloodline is a treasonous act." In response, Varys remained unfazed, for this was a matter between Aegon and Jaehaerys, not Alicent and Rhaenyra. Surely, Aegon had been misled by some rumors. "Very well, Rhaenyra, this is merely a dispute among children. Why must you?" Varys began to offer consolation, intending to have Aegon apologize and let the matter pass as he had done previously. However, this time, Aegon audaciously interrupted him. "Did I strike too hard?" It was Jaehaerys who could not contain himself and acted first, perhaps influenced by someone, unable to govern his own impulses. As he spoke, Aegon took a keen interest in stroking the soft silver tresses of Helena. "Such beautiful silver hair. It is indeed a divine gift bestowed upon us Targaryens," Aegon stated earnestly. Turning to Aemond, "Did you receive this gift?" Aemond could hardly suppress a smile. "Of course, I have received this divine blessing. The blood of the Targaryens courses through my veins." He then turned to Daemon, playfully ruffling Daemon's tousled hair. "It appears that our dear Daemon has also received this gift." As the words were spoken, Aegon, Helena, Aemond, and demons simultaneously turned their gazes toward Jaehaerys, Lucerys, and Joffrey. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Aegon seemed to have said nothing yet somehow conveyed everything. Even Alicent nearly faltered in her composure. Amusement bubbled within her as she reflected on how, until just moments ago, Viserys considered Aegon a docile child, unambitious for power. Indeed, the silver hair is a divine gift, yet I ponder if the gods too can be neglectful at times. Demons' piercing violet eyes were fixed intently on Aegon. Having recently united with Rhaenyra, he felt compelled to defend his woman. Thus, witnessing Rhaenyra at a disadvantage, he eagerly stepped forward, seeking to overpower the impetuous Aegon. Sensing the shift in dynamics, Viserys was poised to assert his authority and quell the unfolding farce. However, before he could utter a word, Aegon interjected. "Is that so?" Aegon, undeterred, rose to his feet, meeting Demon's gaze head-on. "I would argue that it is not merely a matter of divine oversight. Perhaps the gods chose not to grant it, or were simply unprepared. Certainly, the ability to ride dragons signifies a lineage of dragon lords, which suggests a genuine lapse on the part of the divine. I surmise that the gods have recently rekindled their old romance, leading to their current negligence. What say you, uncle?" Demon's expression shifted, and even Rhaenyra's countenance flickered momentarily. "Enough!" Viserys bellowed. "We are family. A family should stand united rather than engage in conflict. This farce ends here. I refuse to entertain any more baseless rumors. Father speaks the truth. We are a loving family. Until tomorrow, sister. Until tomorrow, uncle," Aegon remarked with a smile as he turned to leave. With his departure, Alicent, Helaena, Aemond, and the others instinctively followed in his wake. Viserys, observing Aegon's retreating figure, suddenly realized he was losing control of the situation. Not only Viserys, but even Corlys, burdened with concern, watched Aegon as he departed. Previously, he had believed that Otto, that cunning old fox, was the core of the Greens. And following Otto's dismissal from the position of hand, he thought Alicent would rise to become the new heart of the faction. Yet now, it seemed the reality was far removed from his expectations. Chapter 19. The day following the funeral, the noble attendees gradually took their leave after exchanging farewells. Alicent and Viserys embarked on a ship back to King's Landing, with Alicent tending to the increasingly frail Viserys. In an effort to mitigate escalating tensions and to definitively quell the disgraceful rumors and vile slanders, Viserys issued a decree. He commanded the Queen and Aegon to accompany him back to King's Landing, while Rhaenyra and her progeny were to remain on Dragonstone, barred from venturing forth. To Aegon's astonishment, Viserys ordered that Ser Harwin Strong of the Kingsguard serve as the princess's personal protector. Meanwhile, the infamous Breakbones, Harwin Strong, was dispatched back to Harrenhal. Regrettably, however, Lord Lyonor Strong would continue in his role as the hand of the king and was not dismissed by Viserys. Yet, this mattered little. It would not be long before the scheming Loras Strong would propose a solution to Alicent's troubles, perhaps by incinerating his own father and elder brother in a grand conflagration. Contemplating Loras, Aegon narrowed his eyes. Loras was indeed a useful pawn, possessing a keen aptitude for intelligence gathering. But Aegon remained uncertain whether Loras harbored any of the same infatuations for Alicent as depicted in the dramas. Should Loras dare to entertain such notions regarding Alicent, Aegon would not hesitate to have the man's eyes gouged out and his lifeless body hung before the gates of the Red Keep. As for Criston, the king's champion, if he were similarly inclined towards Alicent, Aegon would show no reluctance in executing him as well. Of course, Aegon mused that as long as Alicent refrained from enticing them, the two men would likely lack the audacity to act upon their desires. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Aegon turned his gaze towards Alicent, contemplating when would be the most opportune moment to discreetly warn his mother. "Aegon, come to my side and accompany me on the ship," Viserys unexpectedly spoke, opting for the ship instead of returning by dragon. "Very well, father," Aegon replied with a nod. "You three shall fly back on dragons, but upon reaching King's Landing, do not land immediately. Circle the city 3 times before descending. Do you understand?" "Understood," Aemond exclaimed with enthusiasm. Despite Aegon's constant admonitions about the virtues of patience in both life and endeavors, Aemond could not shake his inherent impulsiveness and reckless bravado. He was particularly eager to flaunt his martial prowess, and with the recent taming of Vhagar, he was itching to announce his triumph to the world. Helaena and Darren's reactions were comparatively subdued, yet they shared a semblance of joy. After all, soaring through the skies alongside one's siblings was inherently a cause for celebration. Just before boarding, Aegon offered one last piece of advice, and take care of Daeron. Ensure that Dreamfire and Tyraxes do not enter the dragon's lair. Just stay close to Vhagar. Once Aegon and the others boarded the vessel, the fleet set sail. Sunfire took to the skies first, aligning with the royal entourage. Aemon and his companions hastened towards their respective dragons. Vhagar and Dreamfire leapt from above, soaring towards the fleet, while the youngest, Tyraxis, lagged behind, fervently flapping his wings to catch up with the main body. Fortunately, Helena and Aemon did not forget Aegon's instructions and gradually slowed their pace, allowing Daemon to catch up. The three dragons soared directly towards King's Landing. Meanwhile, within the cabin of the ship named Vhagar, Aegon and Viserys sat facing each other. Although Aegon wore a gentle smile as he always did, Viserys sensed an unsettling change. Aemon's taming of Vhagar was your idea. Viserys spoke first. Not at all. I never encouraged Aemon to tame Vhagar. That is Vhagar, Aegon replied calmly. Then you are aware he went to seek Vhagar? Viserys inquired, already suspecting the answer. Especially since Aegon was impeccably dressed and clearly had not rested. Indeed, I watched him go, Aegon stated unabashedly. After a moment of silence, Viserys, still clinging to a sliver of hope, asked, why did you not stop Aemon? He is merely 10 years old. Do you not fear his failure in taming a dragon? Furthermore, you were always courteous and humble towards your sister. Why speak such harsh words last night? As his words fell, Viserys gazed at Aegon, filled with hope for a reasonable explanation. Even if Aegon claimed it was Alicent's instigation, he would accept it, as long as the words did not originate from Aegon himself. Understanding Viserys' unspoken thoughts, Aegon rose to pour a glass of wine for his father and gently inquired, Father, do you recall how old I am this year? Viserys paused in surprise, unsure of Aegon's sudden question, yet he provided the answer. This year marks your 13th name day. What of it? Indeed, I am 13 now. I am healthy, strong, proficient in swordsmanship and horsemanship, and I have outpaced my dragon peers. Just yesterday, my brother successfully tamed Vhagar, in addition to Dreamfire and the thriving Tessarion. My dear father, do you not understand? I no longer need to tread carefully. Viserys' lips trembled as he regarded Aegon with an unfamiliar gaze. Deep within, he felt a flicker of unwitting pride. Do you seek to usurp Rhaenyra's claim to the throne? Viserys was unsure of his own emotions at that moment. He desired Aegon to deny it, yet he also hoped for an admission. Perhaps he had originally favored Rhaenyra. Yet Aegon was undeniably remarkable enough that he himself had begun to entertain thoughts of succession. Aegon's smile faded, and his expression became stoic as he regarded Viserys. Just as Viserys could no longer bear the silence and prepared to speak again, Aegon broke into a smile. What are you saying, father? I merely wish to protect myself and my family. If my sister assents and disapproves of me, I would still have the means to escape to Essos. Should she wish me no harm, I will wholeheartedly support her. You need not worry. At these words, Viserys felt an unexpected surge of sadness and guilt. Aegon truly embodies an exemplary and flawless heir. Alas, he is born of Alicent. Subsequently, due to a series of unforeseen circumstances, he prematurely designated Rhaenyra as the heir apparent. Viserys wished to articulate further thoughts, yet ultimately refrained, allowing only a sigh to escape his lips. Alas, I have wronged you. Please rest well. With these words, Viserys rose to depart. Once he had left, the smile on Aegon's face vanished in an instant. While Viserys sought to gauge Aegon's sentiments, Aegon too harbored a desire to discern the thoughts within Viserys' heart. Moreover, Viserys' apology came too soon. Once he had eradicated Rhaenyra and her lineage, it would be Aegon who ought to utter that apology. Chapter 20. Power is strength in the blink of an eye. Half a month has elapsed since Lionel's funeral. Ever since Rhaenyra was stationed on Dragonstone, Alicent has seized every opportunity to undermine the influence of the Blacks within the court. Coupled with the initial circling of Vhagar, Dreamfire, and Tessarion above King's Landing, many undecided nobles began to align themselves, with numerous others outright defecting to the Greens. On the Rhaenys Hills, atop the Dragon's Lair. In the sanctum, did the Kingslayer truly meet a grim fate? Aegon knelt before the statue, questioning silently in his heart. He understood that the Seven would not respond to him, nor did he seek their answers. Had Aegon genuinely desired a response from the gods, he would not have turned to the Seven. It is widely acknowledged that, in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, the only deities capable of affecting change are the Lord of Light, the Heart of Flame, and the God of Shadows and Fire, R'hllor. You seem troubled, your highness. A voice interrupted Aegon's fervent prayers. He had sensed someone's presence beside him but chose to disregard them. Larys, I did not expect to encounter you here. It is quite a surprise. You actually have time to visit the Great September rather than remain in your chambers, engrossed in schemes to ascend the echelons of power. Aegon's words evidently caught Loris off guard. However, Loris swiftly regained his composure, chuckling, "Power is a splendid thing. Were I the heir to Harrenhal, perhaps no one would mock my lameness." Aegon let out a light chuckle as he rose and began to walk away, continuing, "And so what if you were the heir to Harrenhal? If I choose to deride you as a pitiful cripple, what could you do about it? Would you send your band of rats to assassinate me?" Loris felt a weight in his heart. He anticipated that dealing with Aegon would be challenging, but he had not expected it to be this difficult. From their exchange alone, he found Aegon to be 100-fold more perilous than Alicent. "Your Highness, please believe me." "That was never my intention," Loris hastily replied. "In fact, I have long been aware of you. Do you recall the banquet in 111 AC? Celebrating the 5th anniversary of His Majesty's marriage to the Queen?" Aegon's eyes narrowed as he suddenly halted, sizing Loris up in the corridor. "I certainly remember that banquet. I gifted my father a dazzling black gemstone, which he cherished and still keeps in his collection." Loris nodded earnestly, feigning profundity. "Indeed. I believe His Majesty was fond of it, for that gemstone was truly radiant. Yet, at that banquet, I discovered something far more brilliant. Something more radiant." Aegon regarded Loris with a bemused expression. Loris believed he had seized the lead in their conversation and was about to elaborate when he noticed Aegon's smile vanish abruptly. "Are you implying that my gift was lacking?" Aegon's tone turned frigid. "Soon, snap his neck, then chop him up to feed the dogs." Loris's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Wait, you misunderstand, Your Highness. I was referring to your intellect." As the words fell, Aegon lightly raised his right hand, prompting Ser Harwin to retract his outstretched arm. "Are you referring to my intellect?" Aegon suddenly pondered, casting a curious glance at Loris. Loris inhaled deeply before lowering his gaze and responding, "Indeed, your intellect. Princess Rhaenyra is significantly older than you, yet." "Ah, I see," Aegon scoffed, finally grasping Loris's intentions. If his suspicions were correct, Loris had witnessed the disquieting encounter he had with Rhaenyra years prior. Coupled with the fact that Aegon now commanded the Greens, it had spurred Loris to flaunt his informational prowess before him. After all, for a second son like Loris, who lacked a claim to the throne, early engagement with Aegon would provide an advantageous position in the power struggles that would ensue once Aegon ascended. With no inheritance to rely upon, all opportunities must be seized through personal endeavor. Loris believed that a conflict between the Greens and the Blacks was inevitable. Once civil war erupted, the Seven Kingdoms would descend into chaos. And chaos, of course, heralded opportunity. "Your Highness, there are whispers throughout the Seven Kingdoms that His Majesty is preparing to change heirs. I am confident that His Majesty has recognized your excellence. However, you must not let this lull you into complacency. Although Princess Rhaenyra is confined to Dragonstone, there remain numerous voices within the court that support her." "And so?" Aegon responded with a renewed smile. "I can assist you in investigating these voices and monitoring their activities," Loris proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Aegon chuckled derisively. "You are but a cripple. How could you assist me? Will you spy on Lord Lyman Beberry with your cane? Perhaps that old man will soon be needing your cane himself." "You speak true, Your Highness. I am indeed a cripple and cannot surveil others personally. But I possess many eyes and a nimble mind." Loris lowered his demeanor, even self-identifying as a cripple. Aegon's gaze suddenly fell upon the book in Loris's hand, and he reached out to take it. "The Edge of the World, a work by Ser Barrow from 5 centuries ago. Do you have a fondness for reading?" Aegon perused the pages. "Yes, I am quite passionate about reading. My physical form does not afford me sufficient strength, so I must arm myself with knowledge. I have always maintained that knowledge is power." Aegon, with a sardonic smile, lifted his gaze to Loris and abruptly commanded, "Ser Harwin, slit his throat." Loris froze, clearly taken aback by Aegon's sudden shift in demeanor. However, in that fleeting moment of shock, Ser Harwin had already stepped forward, gripping Loris by the nape as if he were a mere chick. Drawing his dagger, Ser Harwin prepared to strike. "Stop! I have changed my mind. Release him," Aegon ordered. And Ser Harwin promptly let Loris go. Loris, now pale, gazed at Aegon, his hands trembling. "Power is strength." Aegon approached Loris, uttering lightly. Loris swallowed hard. But Aegon suddenly burst into laughter. "Are you upset by my jest, Loris?" Loris forced a smile and shook his head. "Of course not. It is my honor that you can jest with me." Aegon chuckled and patted Larys on the shoulder. Having chosen your allegiance, it would be wise to invest less effort in pleasing me and more in acquiring valuable intelligence. Though you may be a cripple, who can predict weather in the future? With a mere tap of your cane, you might send the 7 kingdoms into tremors. Chapter 21. The affairs of state. Larys had never envisioned such a scene. Would he truly rattle the entire realm with a mere tap of his cane? Such a spectacle would require at least the stature of a prime minister. Initially, he felt a twinge of regret for his hasty decisions, but in an instant, he realized that this journey was anything but rash. Although Aegon had yet to bestow upon him real power, he had at least granted a promise. Once Aegon ascended the throne, there was no reason Larys could not become the prime minister. As Larys followed Aegon outside the sanctuary, a throng had already gathered around Sunfire. At that moment, Sunfire stood tall, reveling in the adoring gazes of those around him. After all, he was a remarkably young dragon, eager to showcase his magnificence and strength. Look! It's Prince Aegon. Prince Aegon has emerged. A voice rang out from the crowd, prompting everyone to turn in unison. Your Highness, is it true that you have constructed 7 orphanages with the wealth bestowed upon you by the king? An elderly man stepped forward unsteadily, accompanied by a group of orphans and seniors who appeared to have come from the flea market. The realm already boasted orphanages and elder care facilities, but those located in the flea market left much to be desired. Aegon exchanged a discreet glance with the leading elder before quickly averting his gaze. To be precise, it is 7 orphanages in addition to 1 elder care facility, he clarified. His Majesty has never forgotten the plight of the unfortunate orphans and the elderly without support. But alas, he is burdened with myriad responsibilities. The Princess Rhaenyra has sequestered herself on Dragonstone due to certain rumors. As the eldest son and heir, I feel it is my duty to assume this responsibility. I shall be accountable to His Majesty's subjects. Please trust in me. I shall transform the flea market. You will no longer have to refer to yourselves as flea-ridden or impoverished. You bask in the glory of the 7 gods. And even if you find yourselves temporarily mired in filth, I firmly believe you possess sacred souls. Grant me some time, regardless of your station. As long as your soul is pure, I shall ensure you are fed, clothed warmly, and sheltered in solid homes. Though Aegon stood at a mere 5 feet 3 inches, his resolute demeanor and powerful speech earned him the cheers of the orphans and the elderly. Even the common folk, merchants, and noblemen nearby could not help but applaud. It was evident to all that Aegon was far more suited to the role of heir than his capricious and unreliable sister. Both the impoverished and the commoners yearned for sustenance, warmth, and solid shelter, while merchants and nobles desired a prosperous and thriving nation. Thus, even if Aegon had only painted a small picture of his grand vision for the future, it still sparked a longing in the hearts of all. Prince Aegon! Prince Aegon! Prince Aegon! At the initial prompting of the elder, the crowd began to chant Aegon's name. Consequently, many who were initially unaware of the situation but eager to join in followed suit. Hiss! Sunfire rose up, roaring with fervor. In that moment, before the Dragonstone sanctuary, the chorus of Prince Aegon echoed alongside the dragon's roar, as if to shatter the clouds above. Aegon's eyes flickered with uncertainty, rather than halting the crowd. He waited patiently before raising his hand to quell their fervent cheers. Your Majesty is burdened with countless affairs, and I, too, shall strive to emulate your diligence and refuse to succumb to idleness. I shall take my leave now, but trust that I will shoulder this responsibility. With that, Aegon mounted the blazing steed, Yongyan, amidst the throng of guards and admirers, departing from the plaza before the sacred hall. Meanwhile, within the Red Keep, Viserys had just poured himself a glass of wine when an unexpected discomfort struck his nose, prompting a vigorous sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he downed the golden vintage in one swallow and resumed his cheerful assembly of the Valyrian freehold miniature. Your Majesty! Viserys had neglected to close the door, allowing Master Melrose to stand at the threshold, seeking audience. Come in, what is it? As he spoke, Viserys meticulously positioned the tower model. A letter from Dragonstone. Melrose presented an envelope. Viserys' expression darkened as a thought crossed his mind, yet he accepted the letter and began to read. With each line, his countenance grew graver. And upon finishing, he kicked the table in frustration. Beasts! I have sacrificed so much for Rhaenyra. First, I defied the long-standing tradition of primogeniture established in the 101 AC heir selection assembly, stripping Aegon of his birthright. I also silenced the rumors and sent Rhaenyra back. And what have I received in return? Lannister remains. Rhaenyra has rekindled her affair with Daemon. If the Valerians were to learn of this, would they not fear losing their support? Your Majesty, please take care of your health. You might consider allowing Prince Daemon to continue his campaign at Stepstones. Melrose gently reminded Viserys before offering his counsel. Since Daemon's withdrawal from the Stepstones in 115 AC, the islands had descended into chaos, with 2 individuals claiming kingship, declaring themselves the new sovereigns of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones. However, their reigns were short-lived. Any who dared to claim the crown faced a united onslaught from pirates, Dorne, and the Triarchy. Among the many factions, even Braavos, Pentos, and Volantis might be involved. Yet, throughout this turmoil, the Valerian family suffered the most, particularly after Daemon's departure. The Valerians faced relentless setbacks, ultimately clinging to a few minor islands to barely sustain normal trade. Issue my command for Daemon to proceed to Driftmark, aiding the Valerian family against the pirates of the Stepstones. Retreat is forbidden without my express order. Understood. Melrose nodded and departed. Viserys sank heavily into his chair, his face etched with despair. He had anticipated significant external opposition to Rhaenyra's ascension, but had never imagined she would present obstacles of her own. Viserys was acutely aware of the fragility of his own health. He certainly would not live as long as Aegon I if, on some future day, he were to pass. He harbored grave doubts as to whether Rhaenyra could prevail against Aegon. He even believed that Rhaenyra's chances of success were almost non-existent. As for Aegon's earlier assertion that he would not vie for the throne, he found it credible. However, he was even more convinced that Otto and Alicent would manipulate Aegon into seizing the crown. After taking a sip of his golden wine, Viserys suddenly had a revelation and straightened up. Perhaps there existed a means to quell the intensifying conflict, potentially averting a future civil war. Nevertheless, he needed to find an opportunity to discuss this with Alicent, and also with Corlys. Alicent had once suggested marrying Rhaenyra to Aegon. At that time, he had rejected her proposal, claiming she merely coveted his throne. Viserys felt a profound sense of regret in his heart. Had he known that events would escalate to this extent, he would not have dismissed Alicent's suggestion. Chapter 22. Viserys' notion the year 120 AC was destined to be fraught with tragedy. The passing of Rhaenyra marked the initial calamity of 120 years of conquest, yet it was far from the last. The long-standing atmosphere of tension and mutual suspicion that had lingered in the Seven Kingdoms finally bore its bitter fruit, delivering unspeakable sorrow and heart-wrenching agony to many. Among those most tormented were Lord Corlys Velaryon, the Sea Snake, and his noble consort, Princess Rhaenys, the queen who never was. Before Viserys could find an opportune moment to confer with Alicent and Corlys regarding the proposed marital alliances, tragedy struck in rapid succession. Shortly after Rhaenyra's demise, while Corlys and Rhaenys were still mourning their beloved daughter, misfortune claimed their son as well. Ser Rhaenyra Velaryon met his untimely end in the marketplace of Spicetown, slain by his companion, Ser Colquhoun, when Corlys hurried to retrieve his son's body. Merchants present at the marketplace testified that the two had engaged in a fierce quarrel prior to the fatal altercation. Following the incident, Cole vanished, injuring many who attempted to detain him along the way. Whispers suggested that a ship awaited him upon the sea, yet regardless, Cole subsequently disappeared from all knowledge. The truth surrounding Ser Rhaenyra Velaryon's death was shrouded in speculation, with the most prevalent rumor implicating Prince Daemon in orchestrating the murder, only to eliminate Cole thereafter. Corlys offered a bounty of 10,000 gold dragons for any information regarding Cole's whereabouts, yet all his efforts ultimately yielded naught. This was merely the second act of a dreadful saga. The final tragedy was intimately linked to Viserys himself. Following the funeral of Rhaenyra, Viserys, unusually, chose not to return to King's Landing, opting instead to remain on Driftmark to console Corlys and Rhaenys daily. As the month drew to a close, Viserys summoned Corlys to host a banquet, inviting all blood relatives, including Daemon. We possess the ancient blood of the dragon and fear no external foes. The only force capable of our destruction lies within our own king. Viserys raised his cup, and all eyes turned toward him. Aegon anticipated yet another recitation of Viserys' oft-repeated call for unity, yet he was taken aback by what followed. I believe it is imperative we enact a change. Thus I propose that Helena wed Jaehaerys, and Aegon take Rhaenyra as his bride. What say you? As Viserys' word hung in the air, the countenance of those present shifted dramatically. In particular, Alicent, without a moment's hesitation, vehemently rejected Viserys' proposal. This is madness. I shall never agree to Helena marrying a man. Unable to control himself, Helena's expression betrayed her anxiety, her hand gripping Aegon's firmly beneath the table, to the point where her knuckles turned white. Aegon gently caressed Helena's delicate hand, his gaze reassuring her not to worry. Alicent turned her attention to Rhaenyra and Corlys. The former remained silent, while the latter's eyes flickered with evident hesitation. It is all contingent upon my father's arrangements, Rhaenyra finally spoke. She had previously held an undeniable advantage in the numbers of dragons at her disposal. Especially in the year 118 AC, she was flanked by 8 dragons, Syrax, Sea Smoke, Melius, Vhagar, Vermithrax, Arax, Tyraxis, and Moonzinger. Yet, the circumstances have changed drastically. Vhagar has been tamed by the Greens, and Sea Smoke has lost his master, resulting in her direct loss of 2 dragon riders. Furthermore, Syrax lacks combat experience, while the other dragons, such as Vermithrax, are too small, leaving only Melius as the sole capable fighter. Additionally, in recent years, Aegon's popularity has surged throughout the 7 kingdoms, suffocating her with pressure. Thus, she desperately seeks a solution. If she could arrange for Jacaerys to marry Helena and Baela to wed Aegon, not only would it provide her with much-needed relief, but it might also prevent the potential civil war looming ahead. Viserys glanced at Corlys, noticing the flickering intensity in his gaze. Baela is Corlys' granddaughter and is more inclined to heed his counsel, as Daemon's influence appears ineffective. Therefore, this matter does not require Daemon's approval. Corlys' consent suffices. Corlys, however, found himself in a state of internal conflict, yet clarity soon dawned upon him. The betrothal between Jacaerys and Baela had long been established. Would it be prudent to retract it now? After all, they are the hosts, and Corlys politely declined Viserys' proposal. He understood all too well that Jacaerys lacks the bloodline of House Velaryon. Although he values names over bloodlines, he would not overlook an opportunity to restore the bloodline. Given that Baela is the legitimate daughter of Lena, should Jacaerys, Lucerys, and Baela, along with Rhaenyra, successfully unite in marriage, both the Iron Throne and Driftwood Throne would then bear the Velaryon lineage. However, should Jacaerys be wed to Helena, the Iron Throne would be left solely with Targaryen and Hightower blood, even incorporating the Storms, which is utterly unacceptable to him. Viserys, however, remained undeterred. Why would this be inappropriate? He furrowed his brow, asserting that merely exchanging betrothal partners could foster greater unity. Is that not advantageous? Not in the slightest. Alicent gritted her teeth, exclaiming that he could not continuously favor her. Is Helena not also his daughter? How am I being biased? Viserys retorted, his tone growing sharp. Helena's status is as noble as Jacaerys. Besides, Jacaerys is the heir to the Iron Throne wherein lies my favoritism. Alicent gazed at Viserys in disbelief, enunciating each word. Do you truly not comprehend what I am saying? Have you not deceived yourself enough? Despite the dark cloud hanging over his expression, Viserys maintained his composure and gently counseled, I do not understand your concern. Jacaerys is entirely deserving of Helena, and as for affection, that can be nurtured over time. Can it not? Alicent inhaled deeply, her disappointment in Viserys palpable. Reflecting upon his repeated declarations of guilt toward Aegon, she found it laughable. Perhaps his remorse for Aegon is genuine, yet the subconscious bias towards Rhaenyra is equally undeniable. Alicent and Aegon exchanged a glance, and after taking a deep breath, she resolutely sat back down in her chair. I no longer care. Upon witnessing this, Viserys smiled knowingly, mistakenly believing that Alicent had conceded, and turned his gaze towards Corlys. Your Majesty, the marriage pact has already been established, and you yourself offered your blessings at that time. Corlys' expression remained steadfast, indicating his unwillingness to yield. But the marriage has not yet been solemnized, he retorted. Sensing imminent success, Viserys was determined to press forward, disregarding his own dignity. Once Jacaerys is betrothed to Helena, I shall personally extend my blessings. At this, Corlys attempted to voice further objections but was abruptly interrupted by Viserys. Confronted with the diminished Valyrian house, bereft of Vhagar and Sea Smoke, his stance was resolutely firm. It is essential to note that the current master of Vhagar is none other than Aemon. Aemon heeds Aegon's counsel, and Aegon, in turn, listens to him. He could not, nor was it necessary for him to, retreat. Today must herald a transformation of the status quo. This matter is settled, Corlys. I hope you grasp that this is not a negotiation with you, but rather a royal decree. Bam! Before Viserys could finish his final words, he was interrupted by the resounding crash of a heavy goblet striking the table. Chapter 23. You may give it a try. In a fit of exasperation, Viserys turned to discover that it was Aegon who had struck the table. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in that instant. Everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished that Aegon dared to defy Viserys so vehemently. Even Alicent shared this sentiment. She had anticipated Aegon would be assertive, yet never to such an extent. It left her quite taken aback. Helaena was not an object. She would marry whomever she wished. Should anyone attempt to force her into a union with someone she did not favor, they could certainly try. Aegon's gaze was frigid, his voice cutting like a bitter winter wind. With Aemon having subdued Vhagar, the Green faction's power had significantly surged. Aegon was no longer inclined to maintain his image as the obedient child. He revealed his fangs without hesitation. One might play the fool for too long and truly become one. A low growl soon followed. The golden vertical slit of Sunlight's eye appeared outside the window. Pressing closely against the glass, unblinking, shimmering with an inexorable intent to kill in the flickering torchlight. A blatant and unapologetic threat. Simultaneously, Ser Harwin had quietly positioned himself behind Aegon. Criston discreetly moved to Alicent's side. Meanwhile, the two kings Dark tasked with protecting Viserys, Ser Harold and Ser Stephen, wore expressions of palpable tension as they observed Harwin. Their hands had instinctively drifted towards the hilts of their swords. They were well aware of Harwin's past exploits. And the memories were vivid. Years ago, Harwin's son had been born prematurely, and Aegon had contributed both financially and physically to save the child's life. However, within 3 months, Harwin's son suffered from a severe lung ailment. At that time, Harwin had nearly given up. But Aegon had personally ridden a dragon to Old Town to fetch the most skilled maester. After 2.5 arduous months, the child's life was barely preserved. Thus, Harwin was not only terrifyingly powerful and exceptionally skilled in combat, but also possessed an almost obsessive execution ability. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if Aegon commanded Harwin to behead Viserys, Harwin would not hesitate for a moment. More critically, based on their previous sparring experiences, even if the two of them united, they might not stand a chance against Harwin. Although they believed Aegon would not descend into madness and order Harwin to decapitate his own father, the question lingered: what if he did? Viserys' face flushed crimson as he struggled to maintain his composure and uphold the authority of a father. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Are you threatening your father and sister? Viserys exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that Aegon would publicly issue such a threat against him. He had contemplated the possibility of today's events ending in failure, yet he had never anticipated that his greatest adversary would be his once obedient and sensible eldest son. However, Aegon, in that moment, was indifferent to Viserys' loss of faith or any damage to his dignity. He understood the adage that the child who cries receives the milk. Yet he seldom sought Viserys' comfort. Should he prepare to seek solace from Viserys, it would undoubtedly stem from the discord with Rhaenyra. In Viserys' heart, Rhaenyra and Aegon have never been a matter of choice. For Aegon, there is no need for lamentation. He merely needs to steadfastly endure until the year 120 AC. The Blacks have suffered the loss of 2 dragon riders in quick succession. Their strength diminished significantly. Yet, what Aegon could never have anticipated was that Viserys had, at some point, come to believe that Aegon would sacrifice everything for his father and elder sister. Not to mention Helena's reluctance to wed Jaehaerys, even if she were willing. He would never consent. The 88-year-old Dreamfire is one of the core strengths of the Greens, coupled with Helena's identity as a Dreamwalker. Unless he were wholly deranged, he would never relinquish Helaena to the Blacks. The moment Viserys proposed that Helaena marry Jaehaerys, any remnant of respect Aegon held for him evaporated. Today, he would not yield even the slightest ground. He would not hesitate to confront Viserys directly. Observing this, Rhaenyra quickly feigned concern and stood up. Do not be angry, father. Aegon, you are no longer a child. You should understand the responsibilities that come with our royal blood. Moreover, feelings can be nurtured over time, can they not? At this moment, Corlys cast a sidelong glance at Rhaenyra, his displeasure evident. However, he chose silence and continued to observe the unfolding drama. Already aware of why Alicent had suddenly returned to her seat, he was equally curious to see how far Aegon would go. Your Majesty, please do not wrongfully accuse me. First and foremost, I have threatened no one. Secondly, I am merely expressing my stance. My bottom line cannot be crossed. Aegon spoke with an impassive countenance. Yet he was prepared to overturn the table at any moment. Viserys, upon hearing Aegon address him as Your Majesty, found himself momentarily speechless, engulfed in silence. Witnessing this, Rhaenyra felt compelled to mediate, yet she was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. Father, please, take a seat. After speaking, Rhaenyra turned her gaze to Ser Harwin. Ser Harwin, please add an extra seat beside Helaena. allowing the two children to become acquainted. Ser Harwin, having been appointed by Viserys as Rhaenyra's protector, was obliged to heed her command and prepared to fetch a chair. Ser Harwin, if you dare at that chair now, I shall ensure you are included in the evening's feast. At this, Ser Harwin's steps halted abruptly. Given the current strength of the Greens, should Aegon set his mind on him, it would likely be impossible for anyone to intervene. Aegon, threatening the Kingsguard is an act of treason. Do refrain from throwing a tantrum. Aegon's threat towards the Kingsguard brought a concealed sense of delight to Rhaenyra's heart. Her ostensibly well-meaning reminder served to highlight to Viserys what Aegon had just done. Unfortunately, the Greens not only possessed 4 great dragons but also controlled half the court. Aegon was entirely unfazed by such tactics. Sir Illyric, I suggest you offer the chair to my sister. Do you think I would dare let Sunfire tear apart Syrax? Syrax is the dragon of our family. Attacking Syrax is a treasonous act, and neither I nor Corlys Velaryon would ever permit such a thing to transpire. Daemon languidly reclined against the back of his chair, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Aegon with a gaze that held both admiration and, more prominently, a hint of murderous intent. Aegon was about to mock Daemon, considering that Daemon had committed numerous grievous crimes, albeit softened by Viserys' compassion. However, before Aegon could utter a word, Aemon provocatively directed his gaze towards Daemon. Is that so? Then by all means, dear uncle, do try. But before that, I hope Corlys can safeguard himself before discussing anything further. This is nothing short of a farce, yet Daemon is correct. True dragons must not turn against one another. Finally breaking her silence, Rhaenys expressed her thoughts. To her, this was a complete and utter farce. Viserys, the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, constantly wavering in his decisions. He still believed he could control the situation and manipulate the cunning Aegon from a young age. Unbeknownst to him, he had been further diminished in his cousin's eyes. He seethed with anger, intending to quell the heated exchange with his wrath, only to be interrupted by Helaena. And, if Sunfire wishes it, he can certainly shred Syrax, I assure you. In an instant, Helena's declaration left everyone in stunned silence. No one anticipated that the typically gentle and quiet Helaena would utter such words. For a moment, Rhaenyra's composed smile faltered, while Daemon and Rhaenys fell into silence. If Sunfire truly desired to rend Syrax, Corlys and Melias might be able to intercept Sunfire and Vhagar. Yet, they would be powerless to stop Sunfire, Vhagar, and Dreamfire. As for Vomax and Arax, the 5th-generation dragons, it would be a miracle if they didn't get entangled with Daemon's son, the Targaryen. Aegon made his stance clear. No longer willing to engage in further discourse, he rose to depart. Before leaving, he tossed out one final remark. I am weary. You may dine first, father, but remember to drink sparingly. It is detrimental to your health. As Aegon stood up, Alicent, Helaena, and the other Greens followed suit, bidding their farewells. Even the guards accompanying them from King's Landing, all hailing from House Hightower, began to withdraw. At this moment, Viserys belatedly realized that the Greens had somehow slipped from his grasp. On the other side, Aegon, storming out, was unperturbed by any potential repercussions from Viserys. This was partly due to Viserys' deep regard for familial ties, and partly because the Greens had already seized control of half the court, wielding significant influence. At most, Viserys would elevate the matter only to set it aside, merely putting on a show for the outside world. Of course, if Viserys were truly resolved to confront Aegon for Rhaenyra's sake, things could escalate dramatically. Aegon does not mind uniting with the allies of the Green Party to cleanse the court, yet he genuinely believes that Viserys is unlikely to turn against him. Currently, there are few dragons capable of battle and ridden in the Seven Kingdoms. Rhaenyra is accompanied by Syrax, Caraxes, and Meleys, while Aegon boasts Sunfire, Vhagar, Dreamfire, and Tessarion. 4 dragons, with the smallest, Tessarion, being as large as sea smoke. Neither side possesses the overwhelming strength to decisively crush the other. Should a rift occur, the most favorable outcome would be mutual destruction, a scenario Viserys most fervently wishes to avoid. Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, Aegon is reluctant to engage in any form of court cleansing. Undertaking such actions while Viserys still breathes could easily lead to accusations of treason. Chapter 24. The contested ground. The evening feast concluded on a discordant note. While Viserys harbored commendable intentions, he inadvertently overlooked the fundamental rift between the Blacks and Greens. It was evident to all that the bloodline of the 3 Velaryon brothers was questionable. How could Alicent possibly relinquish Aegon, allowing Helaena to wed a bastard? The absurdity of the situation was almost comical. Even Corlys was not deceiving himself, yet Viserys remained obstinately in denial regarding the legitimacy of the Valerian brothers. Upon departing the banquet, Alicent promptly sought out Aegon. There was no time to waste, she declared with a somber tone. Alicent had previously mentioned her desire for Helaena to marry Aegon, a notion that had pleased Viserys at the time. However, she was taken aback when Viserys swiftly proposed that Helaena marry a wretched bastard instead. I am indifferent, it ultimately depends on Helena's feelings, Aegon replied with a grin. Glancing at Helaena, whose plump, fair cheeks had already flushed a deep crimson, it seemed there was no need for further inquiry. Alicent couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Then it is settled. Aegon turned to Alicent and remarked, Daeron is no longer a child. Do you have a suitable candidate? Alicent looked on in astonishment. Daeron? Me? Not you, brother. According to the natural order, shouldn't it be my turn next? There is indeed a suitable candidate, though she is not of noble blood from the Seven Kingdoms. Alicent's surprise intensified. She was not of noble lineage. A girl from Essos. Aegon chuckled. What kind of people could possibly come from there? How can you speak so? Aegon lightly tapped his brother's head. From where exactly? Alicent inquired, her curiosity piqued. Do not keep me in suspense. From Lys. Lys? Alicent's lips twitched. Is there even a decent person from there? Lys is one of the free cities of Essos. Renowned for its beauty, situated on the summer sea. The climate is mild, abundant sunshine graces the fertile land, and the area is dotted with palm trees and fruit-bearing vegetation, while the azure waters teem with fish. I am familiar with Lys. I also know that its most famous brothel is the Perfumed Garden. Is Daeron to be betrothed to a courtesan? Aegon beamed with excitement, having recently learned about Lys during his studies with the Archmaester. Lys is famed for its pleasure houses, producing both beautiful male and female slaves, with the Perfumed Garden being among the most renowned. I heard that the niece of the Count of Stonehelm was sold to a brothel in Lys. Is that true? Daeron asked with curiosity. Indeed, it is true. That nobleman is notoriously miserly, and when she was taken by the Lyseni, her uncle refused to pay her ransom. And what is her name? Johanna Swan, the unfortunate noble lady, Aegon replied with a grin. Daeron blinked in surprise. Is my fiancée her? Ha ha! Do you wish to marry her? Aegon roared with laughter. She has been sold to a brothel, thus becoming a courtesan. I have no desire to wed a harlot. Yet if it could aid you, I would consider it. Aegon pinched Dylan's delicate face with fervor. She is significantly older than you. How could I ever allow you to marry a courtesan? Who is that? Dylan inquired, rubbing her flushed cheeks. If all goes as anticipated, she should be Laura Roga, possessing the distinctive silver golden hair and enchanting violet eyes of Valyria. What do you mean by should? Have you not even grasped her circumstances? Alicent retorted, exasperated. It's not as if I am entirely ignorant. Do you not know of the Roga family? The Roga family is a remarkably affluent lineage in Lys, tracing its heritage back to Valyria before the Doom. I have heard of them. They seem quite wealthy, with rumors suggesting that the wealth of Roga Bank surpasses that of Braavos Iron Bank. That is somewhat exaggerated. At least, Roga Bank does not possess such power currently. Although the Roga family is thriving, they have yet to reach their zenith. Very well, I trust your judgment. Although she is the daughter of a merchant, she still carries Valyrian blood, which is far superior to that of a mongrel. Should we successfully arrange a union with the Roga family, their wealth would merely be the foundation of our advantages. In due time, I shall take Dylan to Lys personally. Aegon values not only the wealth of the Roga family, but also their influence in Lys. He intends to dismantle the Tri-Cities alliance, beginning with Lys. He plans to conquer them one by one, ultimately devouring the entirety of this contested territory. This disputed land lies in a region in the southwest of Essos. Historically, Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh have perpetually vied for control over this area, with Volantis occasionally joining the fray. Around 96 AC, Volantis invaded the contested land once more. In response, Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh formed a permanent alliance against Volantis. They triumphed over the invaders, and the three cities established the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, claiming dominion over the disputed territory. This is a land of prosperity and abundance, and it is a shame for it to fall into the hands of the three brothel city-states. Aegon seeks to acquire a tract of land to cultivate his own direct influence, yet the territories within the Seven Kingdoms have largely been allocated. Thus, he resolves to don the guise of the Roga family and consume the entire contested land. Even if the Roga family opposes it, it matters not. Without the Rogas, there are still the Ejars, Dodgers, Behars, and various other families. As long as Aegon desires, what family cannot be supported? It is merely that the Roga family is currently affluent, which saves considerable preliminary effort. Aegon nestled Dylan's head in the crook of his arm, laughing heartily. When the time comes, I shall bestow upon you the title of Prince of Lys, overseeing all affairs of the city. What say you? I will heed my elder brother's wishes. It matters not to me. Dylan exclaimed, struggling to break free. And what of me? What of me? Aemon eagerly inquired, his face alight with anticipation. You? Aegon pondered for a moment. I have yet to decide. Let us speak of it later. I too wish to journey to the continent of Essos, and I desire to accompany Daemon. Aemon stated without hesitation. Very well, when the time comes, I shall elevate you to the rank of Prince of Meereen, allowing you to remain by Daemon's side. I would rather not. My elder brother is exceedingly bothersome, Daemon interjected, raising his hand in refusal. Aemon's expression darkened instantly. It seems you are seeking a beating. We require the support of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms, Ian. Alicent whispered to Ian. I am aware, and I have no intention of allowing Aemon to wed a woman from Meereen. One demon is sufficient. All I need is a FARD to prevent the other free cities from reacting adversely. The free cities on the continent of Essos are essentially colonies of the ancient Valyrian freehold. They harbor an innate fear of the Dragon King. Should Iron directly instigate a war of aggression, it is highly probable that the remaining free cities would unite in support of the Tri-City Alliance. However, if we take a more circuitous approach, acting in the name of House Roga, with Iron as our external ally, the situation would be fundamentally altered. At the very least, the likelihood of the other 9 free cities forming an alliance to confront Iron would be significantly diminished. Chapter 25. The situation in King's Landing after Aegon departed. Rhaenyra approached Viserys alone. Father, she whispered. Viserys wore a grim expression, lost in his thoughts. Noticing his silence, Rhaenyra sat beside him, her heart heavy with disappointment. I truly cannot endure this any longer. Perhaps you should not have named me the heir to the Iron Throne. Tears welled in her eyes. Viserys, softened by her sorrow, sighed. Today, I acted impulsively. However, Aegon has assured me that he will not usurp your claim. Remain at Dragonstone, and as long as I live, no one can undermine your succession. Upon our return, I shall find a way to position Aegon, granting him a title far from King's Landing. Please do not cry. He gently wiped away her tears, a resolute gleam in his eyes as a decision took shape within him. He had underestimated the bond between Aegon and Helaena, as well as Alicent's bias against the Jacques. Thus, he resolved to gradually distance Aegon from the center of power, diminishing his influence among the common folk and nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. This would ensure that, upon his demise, Rhaenyra could assume the throne smoothly. Half a month slipped by swiftly. Just 7 days prior, Viserys had proclaimed to the realm that Aegon and Helaena would be betrothed on the 7th day of the 7th month this year, with their wedding to follow on the same date the following year. In the council chamber, Jasper Wilde set down the jade orb, a symbol of the Chancellor of Justice's authority. The transition of duties from Ser Harwin Strong had been completed. As per the prince's directive, Ser Gawain Hightower would be appointed as the commander of the City Watch. Aegon nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Sir Gawain is exceptionally capable and will undoubtedly achieve remarkable results. Setting aside Sir Gawain's relationship with your highness, this appointment is irregular, interjected Linmin Beatberry, the master of coin and a supporter of Rhaenyra. Yet, his opposition bore little weight. The small council comprised only 7 seats, the hand of the king, the Grand Maester, the master of coin, the Chancellor of Justice, the master of ships, the master of whisperers, and the captain of the King's Guard. Among them, the hand, Lord Leono Strong, had consistently supported the Greens, but had recently been absent from council meetings for unknown reasons. Moreover, Grand Maester Melos remained neutral, loyal solely to Viserys. The Chancellor of Justice, the Master of Ships, and the Captain of the King's Guard were all aligned with the Greens. Supporting Gawain's ascent was merely the beginning. Aegon intended to elevate Loras to the position of Master of Whisperers. I concur with His Highness Aegon. Moreover, the City Watch falls under the jurisdiction of the Chancellor of Justice, and Lord Jasper has already given his orders. Tyland Lannister was the first to speak, ruthlessly countering Linmin Beesbury's objections. He is the Lord of Casterly Rock, the younger brother of the Duke of the Westlands, representing House Lannister as the Red Keep. The Westerlands, ruled by the Lannisters, may not be the largest, most populous, or the most fertile region, but it is undoubtedly the wealthiest. Its mountainous terrain is rich in gold and silver deposits, a bounty that is truly staggering. Initially, during the Conqueror Aegon's campaign, the Lannisters were vanquished. Loren Lannister renounced his claim to the throne and submitted to Aegon, retaining the governance of Casterly Rock and pledging to guard the Westerlands for generations. The Lannisters, in their pride, refrained from aligning with the crown, thus wielding little influence in the early years of the dynasty. Their relationship improved during the reign of Aegon I. Duke Lyman Lannister sheltered Aegon and Rhaenys, the siblings of Aegon, from the wrath of King Maegor. He later supported Aegon's resistance against Maegor, although his influence remained rather feeble. This state of affairs did not change until the ascension of Viserys. Duke Tywin Lannister backed Viserys at the Grand Council of 101 AC. Consequently, after Viserys I took the throne, Sir Tywin Lannister, the twin brother of Duke Jason Lannister, was appointed as the Master of Ships, a position he retains to this day. After deliberation with his brother, Tywin chose to uphold tradition and support Aegon Targaryen, the eldest son of Viserys. Subsequently, Aegon's power grew, and the influence of the Greens increased day by day. Tywin also became more assertive, occasionally disregarding the authority of the Hand of the King, let alone that of Lyman B. Barry from Honeyholt. Ironically, the B. Barry family is one of the 5 bannermen of House Hightower. Eventually, Lyman B. Barry aligned himself with the Blacks, gradually liberating his family from the Hightower's control, while Jaspy, whom Tywin referred to as my lord, hailed from Rainhouse in the Stormlands. His family's power paled in comparison to that of the Beesburys from Honeyholt. However, bolstered by Aegon's current strength, he dismissed Lyman's words. My lord Lyman, I am the Minister of Justice. Do you wish to swap positions with me and handle the accounts? Ha ha ha. As soon as Jaspy finished, Tywin burst into hearty laughter. Lyman, visibly enraged, retorted loudly, the city guard is loyal solely to the crown. It is merely theoretically under the jurisdiction of the Minister of Justice. Bang, bang, bang. Aegon rapped the table, calling for silence, and all eyes turned to Lyman. Did Lyman's remark imply that I am not of royal blood? No sooner had he spoken than, with a swift motion, Sir Criston, the captain of the King's Guard, drew his sword, pointing it menacingly at Lyman. Lord Lyman B. Barry, questioning the royal bloodline is treason. Criston sneered. Lower your sword, Sir Criston. This is a meeting, not a battle. Aegon waved his hand, prompting Criston to sheath his blade. My lord Lyman, although you have reached the venerable age of 71, surely you are not incapable of discerning my silver hair and violet eyes? I implore you to behold them clearly. Silver hair and violet eyes, not brown hair and brown eyes. Aegon wore a broad smile, yet the underlying sarcasm was unmistakable. However, Lyman B. Barry, with his many years of experience in the court, was not to be outdone. He swiftly retorted, I have never questioned your noble lineage, your highness. Yet, I firmly believe that the selection of the commander of the Capital Defense Force warrants careful consideration, and should at the very least receive His Majesty's approval. If His Majesty has not directly appointed anyone, then according to protocol, the chief commander should ascend to the position of commander. Yet, you have permitted Lord Jasper to reassign Sir Rhaenyra to guard the prison gate, subsequently endorsing Sir Gelvin as the commander of the Capital Defense Force. Sir Rhaenyra has served as chief commander for many years without error, and yet you have demoted him to a mere gatekeeper. This is clearly an abuse of power for personal gain. Chapter 26. Do not recklessly label others in response to Lyman's accusations. Before Aegon could utter a word, Talon could no longer contain himself. You damned old. Talon's sentence was abruptly halted by a piercing glance from Aegon. The court meeting is not a place for insults, but rather a forum for reasoned discourse. Let us refrain from casting aspersions, my lord B. Barry. I am merely an advisor to the court, devoid of any real power. How could I possibly engage in nepotism or abuse authority? Regarding the reassignment of Sir Rhaenyra, I see no fault in it. Furthermore, not every official who makes mistakes should be elevated to higher office. Sir Rhaenyra oversees the prison, and Sir Gelvin Hightower commands the capital's defense forces, both serving the crown loyally. Upon hearing this, even Talon widened his eyes in disbelief. Is it possible to interpret it in such a manner? Lyman's face flushed crimson with indignation. He had never encountered such shameless sophistry. After a moment's pause, Lyman retorted, You may indeed be merely an advisor to the court, yet you wield your influence to sway its decisions. Should you be appointed as the Prime Minister, Would you not then seek to place the Hightower family's hounds within King's Landing? Such words were indeed excessive, my lord Beberry, Aegon replied with a chuckle. In the past, Prince Aemon and Prince Baon both held the position of Prime Minister under King Jaehaerys I if His Majesty requires it. I too could serve as the hand of the king, alleviating His Majesty's burdens. Of course, there is nothing amiss about being an advisor. But if I could assist His Majesty, it would allow me to fulfill my filial duty more effectively. Lin Man's face turned an even deeper shade of red, while Talon looked on in admiration, and Jasper struggled to suppress a laugh. Aegon maintained a serious demeanor. The expressions of those present varied greatly, creating a captivating scene. First loyalty, then filial piety. Aegon had indeed articulated every commendable sentiment. Should Lin Man dare to counter, Aegon would not hesitate to label him as disloyal and unfilial. However, Lin Man realized that he was no match for Aegon in verbal sparring, and thus wisely chose silence, rising to depart. He intended to seek out Viserion personally to discuss this matter. If Aegon continued his antics, the influence of the Black faction in King's Landing would soon be eradicated. Rion Wright was not the first Black faction official to be ousted, nor would he be the last. Once Lin Man had exited, Talon scoffed. A relic whose time is almost up, a traitor. It is only natural for one to harbor desires. His wish to distance himself from the Hightower family is entirely understandable. Aegon amusedly toyed with the jade orb before him. Though the orb did not belong to him, as long as he remained seated here, it was his possession. Your Highness, I suggest we show him the consequences of his actions, to make it clear that your honor and dignity, intertwined with the Hightower family, are not to be trifled with. Talon stated earnestly. The Hightower family is undoubtedly the most affluent and powerful house in the Reach, if not the entire realm. The Coteau family of Three Towers, the Burway family of Black Crown City, the Mullendal family of Highland City, the Key family of Sunhouse City, and the Beastbury family of Hive City. In times past, these 5 families were all vassals loyal to the Count Hightower, illustrating the formidable power of the Hightower family in the Riverlands. Perhaps the marriage of Viserys to Alicent was not solely driven by affection, but also a strategic maneuver to bolster the Hightower family's efforts to curtail the Velaryon family. However, many events soon unfolded that exceeded Viserys' expectations, leading to a deviation in his perceptions of the Blacks and Greens. He underestimated the human heart's insatiable thirst for power and overestimated his own grasp on it. Recently, a multitude of bandits has congregated in the Riverlands. My great-grandfather has neither the time to trouble Hive City nor the desire to provide outsiders with fodder for mockery, Aegon lamented with a smile. Talon felt an unsettling chill despite Aegon's cheerful demeanor. Very well, let us conclude today as Royal Council. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave, Aegon announced as he rose, followed closely by Talon. Jasper remained seated, gazing at Aegon's retreating figure, muttering to himself. Is the game of power truly played in such a manner? Jasper had anticipated Aegon's caustic jabs towards Lin Min, but was taken aback by Aegon's unexpected retort. Quite shameless, yet undeniably effective. Perhaps I too might adopt a more audacious approach in the future. It appears to be quite advantageous, Jasper mused, stroking his chin as he felt he had discovered a new path. In the king's chamber, once Harwin returns to Harrenhal, we will act without leaving a trace. Do you understand? Viserys spoke in a low voice. As you wish, your majesty, came the reply. Leaning back in his chair, a flicker of ruthless resolve crossed Viserys' eyes. Although he held a favorable view of Rhaenyra, he harbored disdain for Rhaenyra's progeny. To Viserys, it was all Harwin's seduction of Rhaenyra that led to her bearing 3 illegitimate children utterly despicable. Rhaenyra's situation was already dire enough. He would not permit any further complications. Just as murderous intent surged within Viserys, Grand Maester Melas nodded and entered, colliding with the departing demon. Prince Demon, it has been a while, Melas greeted with measured respect, his eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. Demon nodded, offering no further response. Chapter 27, Intriguing Intelligence. Lord Melrose, is there something you need? Viserys swiftly composed himself. Indeed. I just encountered Lord Linman. He wishes to see you but was intercepted by the Queen. Would you like to meet him? See me? Viserys furrowed his brow. Precisely. According to him, Prince Aegon has been leveraging his power for personal gain during the council meeting, Melrose replied. Upon hearing this, Viserys' expression darkened. He was utterly weary of the incessant power struggles. Do not arrange the meeting. Everything must align with Aegon for the time being, provided he does not overstep. Viserys ordered decisively. He had already reached an accord with Demon. Daemon was to eliminate Harwin Strong and reclaim the Stepstones within 6 months. In return, Viserys would permit Daemon to wed Rhaenyra after a year, reuniting the Valyrian bloodline to guard against the Green's ascendance. As if recalling something, Viserys inquired, "Have you attended the council meetings recently?" "I have participated in most of them, Your Majesty," Melrose nodded. "And what are your thoughts on Aegon?" Viserys lowered his voice instinctively. Melrose's lips twitched. "What precisely do you mean, Your Majesty?" As the Grand Maester, he was well aware of what Viserys was hinting at. Yet he could not discern whether Viserys was feigning ignorance or genuinely confused. Was it necessary to pose such a question? If Viserys failed to intervene soon, Melrose could guarantee that within 3 years, Aegon would completely eradicate the Black's influence in King's Landing. The recent fate of Black officials had been nothing short of disastrous. With many facing dismissal or reassignment, Aegon's methods were astoundingly shrewd and ruthless, leaving even Melrose in awe. Throughout the history of House Targaryen, Melrose would wager that no royal could rival Aegon in political acumen. More critically, Aegon was not only politically astute but also adept at winning hearts. His siblings were all dragon riders, possessing 3 mighty dragons and 1 subadult female dragon. Even without the newly tamed Vhagar by Prince Aemond, there remained Sunfire and Dreamfire. He was exceptionally capable and the male heir apparent. Melrose could not fathom why Viserys clung to Rhaenyra so tenaciously. "Do you believe Aegon or Rhaenyra is more suited to inherit the Iron Throne?" Viserys anticipated Melrose's feigned ignorance and chose to inquire directly. "I cannot say. If pressed, both Prince Aegon and Princess Rhaenyra possess their merits. The decision rests solely upon Your Majesty's will." Viserys cast his gaze downward. Although Melrose spoke eloquently, he disowned Melrose's inclination towards Aegon. The notion that the decision rested solely on his will was laughable. If everything could be resolved by mere decree, he would not be plagued by sleepless nights. "You may leave now." Viserys understood that he could extract no more from him. After Melrose departed, Viserys resumed his solitary drinking. "Leonor, do not blame me. Blame your son for his inability to govern himself." After reaching a state of slight inebriation, Viserys collapsed onto the bed, murmuring softly, "It is all your son's fault. Had he not seduced Rhaenyra, I would not have acted thus. It is solely your son's doing. On what grounds do you blame me?" In the throne room, a narrow staircase descended, with a long carpet extending from the throne to the grand bronze oak doors at the end of the hall. Aegon stood at the base of the throne room, fixated on the Iron Throne, forged from the swords of 1,000 defeated foes. Aegon I Targaryen had gathered the swords of all his vanquished enemies to create this chair, a symbol of kinship. Larys entered through a side door, limping, and took his place behind Aegon. The legendary tale of the Iron Throne had circulated for a century, repeated ad nauseam, until people firmly believed it represented true sovereignty, forgetting entirely that it was built upon a lie. Aegon gazed dreamily at the Iron Throne, aware of the belief that it would reject a feeble king, leaving him bloodied and scarred. Yet, Aegon dismissed such notions. Once he ascended the throne, he planned to melt down the Iron Throne, infusing it with gold, and then forge a golden dragon throne using the sun's rays as a template. "I do not view this as a falsehood," he mused. "When my father governed from the Iron Throne, he was indeed king. The Iron Throne has always loomed in the throne room. Whoever occupies it wields power. And with power comes kingship." Larys, lost in thought, contemplated the Iron Throne as well. If fate were to grant him the position of Aegon's hand and Aegon were unable to attend court, might he seize the opportunity to sit upon it? If he did, would the Iron Throne wound him? "Do you recall what I told you defines power?" Aegon suddenly inquired with a smile. "Indeed, it remains definitely clear. Power is strength." Larys replied earnestly. "I must admit, I was somewhat reductive," Aegon remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Power is indeed strength, but strength also begets power. Dragons, the hearts of men, armor, weapons, and provisions all may constitute power." Larys pursed his lips, sensing that Aegon had imparted yet another lesson. Moreover, he had an inkling that Aegon relished the role of instructor, guiding those around him. With this thought in mind, Larys naturally adopted a look of attentiveness. "Are you aware, Your Majesty, that Helena is to be wed to Jaehaerys?" "I know a little," Larys nodded. "It is an affront to you and your mother. Your actions are entirely justified." Aegon shook his head. "Do not overthink it. I merely wish to convey one thing. The reason I dared to publicly contradict the king was not due to the magnitude of my power. After all, in principle, all power derives from the king. However, the true principle rests in my hands, and I possess 4 of them." Upon hearing this, Larys momentarily drifted into a reverie. It had been 120 years since the Targaryen dynasty was established, and he nearly forgot how Aegon I Targaryen had conquered the Seven Kingdoms. Even now, 120 years after participating in the Conquest War as one of the three legendary founding dragons, Rhaego remains the steed of Prince Aemon. This realization underscores the principle that indeed lies in Aegon's hands. You did not seek me out merely for idle chatter, did you? Aegon, having concluded the discussion on power, shifted the conversation to matters of significance. Naturally, we require a place devoid of prying eyes and ears. This matter is quite intriguing. A stiff yet meaningful smile curled at the corners of Larys's lips. Chapter 28, The scheming of Larys. Aegon and Larys made their way to the Mace Tower, a colossal square fortress situated in the heart of the Red Keep. Behind its 12-foot thick walls and a dry moat fortified with iron spikes lies a castle within a castle. Along the path, the elite guards from the Heir family were ever present. Due to Aegon's presence, Larys found that the watchful eyes within the Mace Tower were few. However, he could sense that the influence of the Heir family within the Red Keep was significantly greater than what met the eye. Recently, a large number of male servants, cooks, and rat catchers had been replaced within the Red Keep. All of them bore ruddy complexions, tall and sturdy frames, with calloused palms, certainly not the result of wielding mouths or pot handles. Do not allow anyone to approach, Aegon instructed before entering. Upon arriving at Aegon's chamber, Larys stood somewhat awkwardly before the desk. Make yourself comfortable. I suppose you don't require me to fetch a chair for you, Aegon remarked, already pouring a glass of red wine for Larys while filling his own with cool water. Are you not drinking? Larys asked, surprised at Aegon's choice of beverage. The wine Aegon had poured for him was exquisite red gold wine from Chinton Island, a prized selection. Nobility favored the finest wines, not only for their delightful flavors but also as symbols of power and wealth. Why would I not drink? Aegon waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Larys need not concern himself with such trifles. Whether in his past life or present, Aegon was a man who relished wine, though he preferred to partake only during meals. However, the notion of consuming it daily, at every meal, diluting it with water as if it were mere water, was utterly intolerable. Aegon pulled up a wooden chair and sat opposite Larys. Now, tell me, what intriguing tidbits have your little spies overheard? My brother, Harwin, is dying, Larys replied, caressing the stem of his doublet. At this revelation, Aegon's brow furrowed momentarily. What did this mean? What did it imply that he was dying? Moreover, was this the intelligence you had gathered? Wasn't he this part of your scheme? Suddenly, as if recalling something, Aegon gestured for Larys to continue. One of my informants told me that His Majesty summoned Prince Daemon. He has instructed Prince Daemon to eliminate Harwin and to reclaim the Stone Steps Islands within 6 months. Furthermore, His Majesty intends to wed Princess Rhaenyra to Prince Daemon a year hence, bestowing his blessings upon the union. Aegon narrowed his eyes in contemplation, and after a brief silence, he let out a derisive snicker. His Majesty truly shows favoritism, going to such lengths for Rhaenyra, he said, his tone nonchalant, yet laced with disdain. Your Highness, I believe Harwin is not the crux of the matter, Larys interjected, his brow furrowed. Not the crux. He is Rhaenyra's former lover. He has 3 illegitimate sons, the eldest of whom has even been declared heir. How scandalous. Your Highness, whether Harwin lives or dies bears little significance for you. The true issue lies with the Stone Steps Islands. Larys spoke in a low, serious tone. The Stone Steps Islands? Aegon echoed. Indeed. We are all aware of His Majesty's temperament. He would undoubtedly show no interest in the Stairway Isles, yet he compelled Daemon to reclaim them within 6 months. Why? How should I know? It cannot possibly be to bestow them upon me, Aegon scoffed. However, his mirth quickly faded, and like Larys, his brow furrowed in concern. Do they intend to reassign me from King's Landing? Aegon's expression shifted dramatically. Varys was actually considering removing him from King's Landing. To put it diplomatically, it was a reassignment. But in reality, it was merely an expulsion to prevent him from further expanding his power and influence. I believe the probability of this is quite high. The moment you are granted a peaceful fiefdom of the Stairway Isles, you will become entangled in an unending struggle to defend your territory. Should you lose even a fraction of your lands, the Black Party will seize the opportunity to vilify you. Who would want a man incapable of safeguarding his own domain to ascend the Iron Throne and become the protector of the 7 kingdoms? Larys fell silent for a moment before continuing. The crux of the matter is that you possess virtually no grounds for refusal this time. which is fundamentally different from your previous rejection at the banquet. If His Majesty were to indeed bestow upon you the title of Earl of the Stairway Isles, others would perceive it as a reward rather than a detriment. After all, the toll collected daily from the peaceful Stairway Isles represents a substantial income. Should you decline, no matter how you justify yourself, the Black Party will undoubtedly depict you as a coward lacking the courage to protect your kingdom. Alternatively, you could have already prepared for war and taken decisive action against the Black Party. In that case, His Majesty would have no choice but to name you as his heir and abdicate prematurely. Yet, I do not believe that waging war is a prudent choice. Despite possessing 4 dragons, you lack a sufficient army. Although some nobles currently profess support for you, they are merely fair-weather friends and would never confront the king on your behalf. Laris's analysis was remarkably objective. Though Aegon had 4 dragons, he was not invincible. He wished to avoid a confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he had numerous plans yet to unfold. He required time to prepare and amass the strength to decisively crush the Black Party. Do you have any sound advice? Aegon drummed his fingers absently on the table, his gaze flickering. Laris straightened his collar and sat up. I believe you could very well go with the flow. Elaborate. I hope you can forgive my forthcoming impertinence, Your Highness, Laris said, glancing at Aegon. Aegon nodded in acknowledgement. Once granted permission, Laris voiced his thoughts. His Majesty has been preoccupied with how to expel you from King's Landing, believing that such an action would diminish your influence. Yet he has forgotten how he ascended the Iron Throne. In the year 101 AC, the Great Council convened at Harrenhal. No fewer than 1,000 lords took half a year to arrive. The debates of the council lasted 13 days. Princess Rhaenys and her daughter were excluded solely due to their gender. In the end, only 2 candidates remained, Rhaenyra Velaryon and His Majesty. Ultimately, it was His Majesty who secured the right of succession with an overwhelming majority of votes. Was it due to Rhaenyra's lack of claim? Or was it because His Majesty was exceptionally remarkable? Clearly, it was neither. In the eyes of many, the conquest of the Grand Council after a century established an unassailable precedent concerning succession. Regardless of age, the Iron Throne shall pass from father to son, not to daughters, nor to male descendants through women. This is not merely the will of Aegon I, but also the desire of the majority of the nobility across Westeros. Therefore, even if you were to depart from King's Landing, you would still have the Queen and others to maintain your foothold there. Your fundamental influence would not be significantly diminished. Instead, by achieving notable feats in the Stepstones, you could showcase your capabilities and charisma, thereby attracting even more allies. Thus, there is no necessity to cling to King's Landing, as doing so would only yield unfavorable consequences. It would be far wiser to seize the opportunity and head to the Stepstones, allowing the Black Party to lower their guard. Ideally, you could fracture the alliance of Tyrosh, Myr, and Lys. By vanquishing Tyrosh, you could annex the entirety of the Stepstones and seize Tyrosh's contested lands. Once you have established a stronghold, you could also assemble your own army, safeguarding yourself against the threats posed by noble vessels wielding military power. Chapter 29. The bastard Aegon was rather taken aback. He had assumed that Laris possessed only a talent for information gathering. However, today, he was pleasantly surprised. Your idea is commendable, but what if His Majesty summons Rhaenyra to King's Landing and wholeheartedly supports her? Although my Green Party currently wields considerable influence, should Viserys resolve to assist Rhaenyra, my mother may not be able to retain her power. To his surprise, Laris smiled confidently. Pardon my candor, Your Highness. But while His Majesty may possess the audacity to remove you from King's Landing, he certainly lacks the resolve to corner the Green faction into a dire situation. One should not speak so definitively. Who knows how far His Majesty might go for Rhaenyra? I assure you, I would stake my life on it. Laris smiled, exuding complete confidence in his judgment. Aegon's finger tapped rhythmically on the table. Laris evidently had a profound understanding of Viserys. For Rhaenyra's sake, Viserys had indeed grown bolder. Yet that was the extent of it. One could only see he had courage, but not an abundance of it. If I were to be dispatched to the Stepstones, how then could I sow discord within the Triarchy? In truth, Aegon had already devised a plan to undermine the Triarchy, with Daemon's marriage serving as a precursor. Yet, he wished to ascertain the extent of Laris's own plans, as this would determine the potential limits of Laris's influence in his council. Laris maintained his confident smile, evidently well prepared. He produced a map and pointed to Tyrosh, stating, Tyrosh is a port city, one of the 9 free trade city-states. Located on an island to the north of the Stepstones, not far from the disputed coast. Aegon nodded. I am aware of this. Tyrosh is a fortified city protected by high walls, situated at the northeastern tip of the Stepstones. It is far larger than Sunspear and is described as a bustling metropolis. The port is adorned with the Tower of Tears, and within the city lies the Bacchanalian Fountain. The streets and river banks are lined with temples and shrines dedicated to various deities. Loris nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Tyroshi are boisterous, extravagant, and greedy. In summary, they not only possess an air of arrogance but also conduct themselves in a loud and ostentatious manner. And what of it? Aegon raised an eyebrow. Loris did not respond immediately but instead posed a question to Aegon. I have heard that Prince Daemon intends to ally with House Velaryon. Indeed, I do have such intentions. Though I have yet to engage with House Velaryon, Aegon admitted, not wishing to conceal this information, as it was hardly a secret. Upon hearing this, Loris's confidence deepened. Let us then assume that the Velaryons have already been influenced by House Velaryon and have chosen neutrality. In this scenario, we need only to exploit the arrogance of the Tyroshi. First, you must incite a conflict with Myr, then unleash dragons to scorch only the port of Tyrosh. You must then find someone to spread rumors, claiming that you have entered into a clandestine collaboration with Myr. However, refrain from fabricating specific details about this collaboration. Instead, allow others to speculate and propagate their own tales. The arrogance and avarice of the Tylosians will undoubtedly lead them to negotiate with Myr. Ultimately, you should arrange for someone to disguise themselves as a merchant from Myr, enticing merchant ships bound for Tylos to dock at Myr's port. The speed at which rumors proliferate, along with their ever-evolving content, is nothing short of alarming. Within 3 months, these whispers will scurry to every corner of Tylos as if they had sprouted legs. Without the support of the other 2 free trade city-states, Tylos will become significantly easier to handle. Aegon's astonishment was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Larys had truly exceeded his expectations, devising a strategy to fracture the alliance of the free cities that was remarkably similar to his own thoughts. His original plan had been to first unite with the Roga family for a direct coup, and then, alongside Helaena, launch a campaign against Tylos. Finally, while Tylos was preoccupied, he intended to orchestrate a grand slave uprising in Myr. Should this plan succeed, the 3 major free trade city-states Tylos, Myr, and Rhys would swiftly crumble into chaos. However, Aegon did not squander time on the matter of sowing discord among the 3 cities alliance. Instead, he posed another question. Do you wish to see Harwin? Upon hearing this, Larys fell into silence. Aegon remained patient, awaiting his response. I cannot see him, nor do I wish to, when he chose to climb into the princess's bed. Everything was already predetermined. Do you believe Count Leonor would bequeath Harrenberg to you? Aegon continued. This time, Larys answered without hesitation, his response unequivocal. No. Unless Harrenberg is truly bereft of heirs, otherwise, he would never select me, and my father is still capable of siring more. Do you not desire Harrenberg? Of course I do, but I believe that following your highness will yield greater rewards. Please allow me to offer my unwavering loyalty and all I possess. Aegon nodded, acknowledging Larys's words, but then shifted the conversation. I would rather see you in possession of Harrenberg, strengthening your control over it. Once war breaks out, the position of Harrenberg will become exceedingly crucial. Harrenberg is a colossal fortress built before the Conquest Wars, situated on the banks of the Divine Eye Lake. It stands as the largest bastion among the 7 kingdoms, yet since the Conquest Wars, it has remained a shadowy and devastated place. Nevertheless, it remains the optimal choice for troop assembly. My status is hardly superior to that of the illegitimate daughter, frankly. I no longer expect my father to pass the mantle to me, Larys remarked with self-deprecation. Such modesty is unwarranted. You are certainly superior to that illegitimate daughter, Aegon began, intending to discourage Larys's excessive self-criticism, for the status of bastards typically holds little esteem. However, he suddenly recalled someone. What is the name of that illegitimate daughter you mentioned? Aegon's expression grew markedly serious. Yali, her name is Yali Howen, an unexpected product of my father's youth. I harbor no fondness for her. She perpetually mutters to the flames and clandestinely concocts nefarious potions. What if she could glimpse the future? Yain chuckled softly. Larys was momentarily taken aback, casting an awkward glance towards the adjacent bedroom, which belonged to Helaena. There was no need to look. Helaena possessed a unique ability to foresee the future, distinct from Yali Howen's. Yain chose to leave it at that. Larys, realizing he had perhaps overstepped, hastily remarked. Yali Howen is said to have been born in the year 87 AC, Beyond that, I am not well informed. Both my father and brother have little regard for her, rarely paying her any attention, save for myself. Do you not also dislike her? Indeed, yet that does not hinder my secret observations of her. Larys typically spoke more freely only in Yang's company. He was, in truth, more adept at listening and silently observing everything. Once Halwyn departs, follow him. The choice to rescue or not is entirely yours. All I ask is that you bring Yolihoen to me afterward. Chapter 30. Legalization as you wish. Larys nodded. Please prepare yourself and summon Shelf for me. Aegon waved his hand dismissively. Larys stood and bowed before departing with a slight limp. He made his way down the corridor until he found Shelf, who was frowning in concentration over a book. My Lord Shelf, His Highness requests your presence, Larys announced. Upon recognizing Larys, Shelf immediately rose and nodded. Very well, I shall go at once. Thank you for making the journey, Lord Larys. Not at all. Larys replied with a humble and amiable demeanor. Although Shelf held no official title, throughout King's Landing, who did not know of his esteemed position in Aegon's confidence? Not even the members of the royal council would dare to show him any disrespect. Shelf soon arrived at Aegon's chamber. Your Highness, you summoned me? He greeted. Then noticed Helena by the wardrobe. Princess, it is an honor to see you. He quickly offered his salutation. There is no need for such formality, Helena smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Since the engagement was finalized, her demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation within just a few days. No longer shy, she had begun to embrace optimism and joy. Perhaps her true nature had been concealed by the burdens of the dragon's prophecy. You are to be the future queen. I must respect you as I would His Highness, for it is my duty and attitude. Helena, upon hearing this, refrained from further comment and smiled as she arranged the garments in the wardrobe. Although such tasks were typically assigned to maids, Helena insisted on attending to them herself. Please, take a seat, Aegon invited. I summoned you to discuss a matter. I hear Lady Marcia has given you a daughter. Indeed, a beautiful and healthy girl named Machili. I adore her. Shelf's eyes softened at the mention of his daughter. How fortunate you are to have a daughter. You are blessed with both a son and a daughter. Aegon laughed heartily. Shelf held no bias towards sons over daughters. In fact, he cherished his daughter even more. Yet both were acutely aware of the significance of a male heir. Shelf sighed. The situation with Shooker is not promising. Maester Melrose has stated it is unlikely he will survive past 16. In fact, given his current condition, whether he can last another 5 years is a significant question. Aegon fell silent, unsure of how to console Shelf. Shooker suffers from a congenital heart defect. With the current levels of technology and magic in Westeros, it is a feat in itself that he has made it this far. I have long been prepared for this. If you had not personally gone to the Citadel seeking assistance, Shooker may have already been taken by the others, Shelf confessed. Let us not dwell on such matters. I will provide all the assistance possible to prolong his life for a few more years. You should spend more time with him, Aegon assured. Thank you, Your Highness. Shelf bowed his head in gratitude. Let us cease discussing this matter. I called upon you to inquire about your thoughts regarding Machili's marriage. Xiufu raised his head in a daze, his heart racing. When he chose to follow Aegon, it was in pursuit of wealth, power, and status, with the intention of allowing Marcia to live as a noble woman. Subsequently, Aegon busied himself with matters concerning Rhaenyra, even personally journeying to the Starry City in search of remedies. Since then, his focus shifted from the relentless pursuit of power and riches to diligently serving Aegon. Your Highness, Machili has only recently celebrated her first month. Naturally, there is no engagement. How long have you been with me? 6 years, Your Highness, and I am grateful for your enduring guidance. Xiufu spoke with utmost sincerity. From the initial lessons in swordsmanship to marksmanship, horsemanship, tactics, literacy, literature, history, and geography, he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge. 6 years neither excessively long nor particularly short, yet I have not bestowed upon you any title or lands. Do you hold any resentment towards me? Aegon reclined in his chair, lost in contemplation. In the year 107 AC, he was raised high by the midwife, celebrating the arrival of a son for Viserys. However, as Rhaenyra matured, his own life became increasingly tumultuous. He recognized that he was Rhaenyra's innate adversary. He sought to lay his plans early but found himself constrained at every turn. Over half of the realm's lords were compelled by Viserys to pledge fealty to Rhaenyra. Thus, he resolved to learn, to train, and to strengthen both his mind and body to the utmost. Later, Helena tamed Dreamfire early, and Sunfire grew wildly, granting him the confidence to begin intervening in governance under the auspices of Alicent. It was only recently, following Aemon's taming of Vhagar, that he felt emboldened to engage openly in courtly affairs. Yet he had never anticipated that, after merely eliminating a score of officials from the Black Party, he might be reassigned from King A's Landing. Xiufu was unaware of Aegon's thoughts but steadfastly shook his head. I have never harbored resentment towards your highness. Were it not for your intervention, I would not have been able to retain Raiko. Well, as long as you bear no resentment. When I have an heir, I wish for Machili to marry my second son. You would not find this objectionable, would you? In that instant, Xiufu felt as though his heart had skipped a beat. What had he just heard? Macaulay. To marry Aegon's second son. Your highness, this cannot be. I am merely a bastard. Had you not personally recruited me, I would still be forging iron. Machili is unworthy of your progeny. Xiufu found himself somewhat flustered. Machili is a splendid girl. Helena, having approached Aegon at some point, interjected. She is still so young. Who can predict her future? Moreover, her status is far too low. Status is the easiest issue to resolve. Once I ascend the throne, I can restore your standing and allow you to take your mother as surname. In the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, it is not surprising for nobles to father bastards. Provided the biological father is willing, he may acknowledge the child's status, bring the bastard home, and undertake the more significant measure of legitimization, an exclusive prerogative of the sovereign. In the original text, Rhaenyra Targaryen, in her capacity as queen, legitimized Adam and Aeron, brothers hailing from the humble town of Sheltown on Driftmark, making them the heirs of Corlys Velaryon. Similarly, after Aegon ascended to the throne, he possessed the same authority, and legitimizing a bastion was not a daunting task. Thank you for your benevolence, your highness. Ser Harwin knelt, his imposing figure bowed before Aegon. For Harwin, no accolade could compare to the restoration of his mother's surname. He understood the significance of the Targaryen name all too well. Do not become overly elated. I am not yet the heir to the Iron Throne. Whether I can successfully ascend remains uncertain, Aegon remarked with a smile. You, your highness, are the true heir to the Iron Throne. History, tradition, and custom affirm this. I swear, I would offer anything to assist you in your rightful ascension. I accept your oath, Ser Harwin, and there is a matter that requires your personal attention. Chapter Central. Neutrality requires strength. Your highness, please give your orders. In due course, I may be bestowed the title of Count of the Stone Steps Archipelago, and war may be imminent. I shall provide you with 500 sets of armor and 50,000 gold dragons. You are to assemble a mercenary band and develop it as you see fit. I have but one request, at least 6 months hence. When I require your services, your force must exceed 2,500 men. Xiaofo, you are the only person I can truly trust by my side. Do not let me down. Can you accomplish this? Rest assured, your highness, I shall not fail. Xiufu felt profoundly moved, deeply grateful for Aegon's trust and generosity. Aegon displayed a smile of unwavering faith and laughed heartily. Excellent. The armor and gold dragons are already prepared for you at the harbor. You may depart at your convenience. As for Martha, Thayakar, and Machili, you need not worry. Even if I am indeed granted the title of Count of the Stone Steps Archipelago, I will take them with me. I would never allow them to remain in King's Landing, exposed to any potential threat. Thank you for your kindness and generosity, your highness. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiufu could find no words and knelt once more. You fight for me, and how could I disregard your family? It is my duty, do not dwell on it. Aegon stepped forward to assist Xiufu to his feet. He had been nurturing Xiufu comprehensively for 6 years, with the hope that one day he would independently command a force and lead it with capability. Although he could always call upon the Hightower family for troops and resources, ultimately, those would be the Hightower's forces. There is an old adage that says, having parents is not as good as having one as own. If he were bestowed the title of Count of the Stone Steps Archipelago and warred against foreign powers, the Hightower family would undoubtedly send support. Furthermore, the Lannister family would likely also dispatch aid, alongside various other nobles who supported him. Additionally, the Velaryon family could not be neglected. He must keep Corlys, that old fellow, engaged. After all, if the Stone Steps Archipelago stabilizes, the greatest beneficiary would be the Velaryons of Driftmark. With these families providing support, he could equip Xiufu's LED band with an abundance of resources and military supplies, achieving multiple objectives at once. 3 days swiftly passed. Time to leave, Stop looking. Leono patted his son's shoulder. A hint of despair flickered in Helwyn's eyes. Despite the deep-seated resentment in his heart, he felt utterly powerless. I am unwilling, father. Had I been the one to marry Rhaenyra, things would not have escalated to this point. Leono's expression darkened. He understood that Helwyn blamed him for not proposing to the crown at that time, yet he was all too aware of the brutal nature of royal contention. He had intended to avoid it at all costs, yet unexpectedly, his son had unwittingly found himself in the princess's bed. Hearing this, Leono immediately reprimanded Helwyn in a low voice. You are unwilling. You climbed into the princess's bed and made her bear 3 bastards for you. And you are still unwilling. Do you wish for death? Is it only upon death that one finds solace? Leonor appeared somewhat exasperated. If Harwyn were to perish, he would have to sire another son. It would be utterly unacceptable to bequeath Harrenhal to Loris, especially considering Loris's inherent lameness. Such a fate would bring disgrace upon House Strong. Although the Strong family has already been shamed, at least it has not been publicly acknowledged, allowing for a semblance of self-comfort, would it not? Please, cease your unrealistic musings. I have received word that Prince Daemon has recently grown close to Princess Rhaenyra. No matter your strength or prowess, and regardless of Harrenhal's vast wealth, can a mature dragon truly alter one's fate? Reflect on the dragons of the Greens, ponder the current influence of Aegon, and consider the tragic end of Sir Harwyn Strong. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? It would be prudent to return to managing Harrenhal. It may yet preserve your life. I shall escort you back. And this matter is not open for negotiation. With that, Leonor gestured for the stableman to set off immediately. Shortly after Leonor and Harwyn departed from King's Landing, Loris pursued them with a small contingent. Driven by an urgent desire to ensure his heir's safe return to Harrenhal, Leonor scarcely rested, reducing their travel time by a full third. The father and son, weary from their journey, returned to Harrenhal, only for tragedy to befall the riverside fortress on the very first day. The tower where Leonor and Harwyn slumbered was inexplicably engulfed in flames, claiming both their lives in the inferno. 5 days later, Loris returned to Harrenhal, where his uncle Simon Strong presided over the proceedings, organizing the funeral for Leonor and Harwyn. What brings you back? Simon inquired, astonished at Loris's presence. I bear a royal decree. Where is Alice Rivers? Loris asked. At his words, Simon's face darkened with displeasure. Your father and brother have just been taken by the stranger. You should mourn, not inquire after an inconsequential bastard. Loris turned to the charred remains of his father and brother, now contained within an urn, his hand trembling slightly upon his cane. I grieve for them, dear uncle. But there are far too many layers to this matter. I shall avenge my father and brother. Loris's voice quivered faintly. He could have intervened when he learned that his father intended to escort Harwyn back to Harrenhal, yet he refrained. He recognized that his ambition had already corrupted his will. However, following the calamity, he did not lament his decision, instead channeling his lingering guilt into a burgeoning hatred for Viserys, Daemon, and Rhaenyra. What do you mean by that? Simon's brow furrowed. Though it was a question, Simon had already formed a suspicion, given that certain rumors had circulated widely throughout the 7 kingdoms. Yet, he could not comprehend why Viserys would spare no one, not even Leonor. After all, Leonor was undoubtedly one of Viserys' most favored hand. Not only distinguished by his remarkable abilities, but also known for his unwavering adherence to propriety. If Leonor were to perish, whom could Viserys rely upon? Wouldn't Otto then have the opportunity to return to King's Landing? I cannot elaborate further, as this pertains to the internal strife of the royal family, Loris murmured. Furthermore, with my father and elder brother deceased, according to the law, I shall inherit Harrenhal and summon all to pledge their loyalty to me. Are you not being a tad too hasty? Simon furrowed his brow. No one wishes to contest your claim to Harrenhal. It is not my haste, but rather the urgency of the situation. Loris replied earnestly. You are unaware of how fierce the power struggles are in King's Landing. And what of you? Which side do you intend to align with? I have long made my choice. Prince Aegon is the true master of the Iron Throne. Princess Rhaenyra is the king's designated heir. Do you wish to commit treason? Simon's expression darkened. His stance was not in favor of the blacks. He merely perceived the peril inherent in such matters. In his view, the wisest course was to withdraw from King's Landing and distance himself from the power struggle. Loris, however, discerned Simon's thoughts with clarity. You wish to remain neutral. A sardonic smile graced Loris's lips. What grounds does House Strong possess to claim neutrality? Neutrality requires strength. One day, when the great dragon descends upon you, Tell me, what will you will to maintain your neutrality? Harrenhal is the premier master point for armies in the Seven Kingdoms. Do you believe the Greens will relent? Or do you think the Blacks will allow you to choose neutrality? Chapter 32. The Seed. Simon remained silent. A realization dawning upon him that he had indeed overlooked the peculiarities of Harrenburg. Larus cast a sidelong glance at his uncle Simon Strong, who appeared to possess strong convictions yet was, in truth, an opportunist. To put it simply, he was a fence-sitter, intent on reaping benefits from both sides while treating others as fools. I shall not linger in Harrenburg for long. Once I depart, the restoration of Harrenburg shall be entrusted to you. Larus's words left Simon momentarily stunned. Did I hear you correctly? You intend to restore Harrenburg? Indeed. I plan to restore Harrenburg. Prince Aegon requires a fortified stronghold, not a dilapidated and somber ruin. Is it truly necessary? Simon queried, perplexed. How many years have we even resided in Harrenburg? What relevance does that hold? It holds great relevance. We lack the funds to undertake such repairs, Simon replied, spreading his hands in exasperation. Do you presume I am oblivious to everything? I am aware that there are a few copper coins in the storeroom. Larus retorted with a scoff. Money that remains unspent is merely a heap of worthless metal. I will arrange for regular inspections. You will do well to refrain from rash actions, otherwise, next time, it shall be Prince Aemond riding on Vhagar to seek you out. Simon's expression shifted dramatically. Vhagar, regarded as the closest entity to the Black Death itself, was a 171-year-old dragon, with flames capable of melting stone and steel. After warning Simon, Larus took over the proceedings of the funeral. Following the tragedy at Harrenburg, Viserys was in a furious uproar. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Rhaenyra would decide on a whim to personally escort Harwin back home. Damn it, this is truly damned, Viserys exclaimed, shattering the goblet in his grasp. Daemon, wearing a look of resignation, replied, I had everything arranged, yet none foresaw Rhaenyra's choice to accompany him home. There was nothing to be done. Daemon felt little sorrow over Rhaenyra's demise. His heart remained untroubled. Viserys, observing Daemon's indifferent demeanor, felt a surge of anger. Do you truly think Rhaenyra's death has no bearing on you or Rhaenyra? Daemon remained silent, yet his expression was unmistakably one of indifference. What significance could it possibly hold? Humph, after the news of Rhaenyra's death arrived, do you know what the small council has been deliberating? Viserys inquired with a stern visage. I am not one of your counselors. How could I possibly know? At the mention of the small council, Daemon's discomfort became evident. To this day, he remained resentful and regretful over Viserys' refusal to appoint him as the hand of the king, even if Viserys believed that matter had long been settled. Currently, the council was discussing reinstating Otto as hand, with only Lyman opposing the motion. And so what? Daemon scoffed, you are the king, as long as you command. What can that greedy lot of leeches do? If everything hinges on your decree, you wouldn't even be able to return to King's Landing. Viserys snorted in displeasure. In his view, Daemon was merely speaking from a position of comfort, wholly unbothered by the realities of the situation. In the entire city of King's Landing, more than half of the officials chose to stand behind Alicent, while the Greens still possessed 4 dragons, disregarding his commands. Should he refuse the proposal of the council, the Greens could immediately bring King's Landing to a standstill, unless he were to sever ties completely and eradicate the influence of the Greens, which would inevitably plunge the once peaceful and prosperous kingdom into civil war, a civil war involving dragons. If such a conflict were to erupt, what meaning would his current efforts hold? Your commands are futile because you lack the necessary assertiveness. I do not believe the Greens would dare to rebel. And Alicent lacks the resolve for such action. As Daemon spoke, his confidence waned, and a fleeting image of Aegon crossed his mind. Perhaps Alicent truly lacked the fortitude to insurrect, but that did not imply Aegon did. Throughout King's Landing, only Viserys remained steadfast in his belief that Aegon harbored no ulterior motives, just as he firmly believed that the 3 Velaryon brothers were not bastards. However, one must acknowledge that had it not been for Viserys' character, he would have faced execution countless times by now. You may be right, Alicent lacks that resolve. But even the slightest possibility of a civil war among the Dragon King is something I would never allow to transpire. A light chuckle escaped Daemon's lips, even now. Viserys clung to the illusion of peace. What is so amusing? It is nothing, merely a sudden recollection of joyful thoughts. Daemon turned away, avoiding Viserys' gaze. Phew! Viserys waved his hand, signaling Daemon to depart. Observing this, Daemon rose. By the way, you need not go to the stepstones. I have other plans. Viserys stated. Most willingly. Daemon replied with a smirk. In any case, he had grown weary of the conflict at the Stepstones. It was better he did not go, allowing that young Aegon to bear the burden of it. Chapter 33, Tempestuous Waves. In the year 120 AC, on the 7th day of the 3rd month, 43-year-old Viserys found himself not only physically indulgent, having lost the vigor of his youth, but also beset by afflictions such as gout, joint pain, backaches, and troubling shortness of breath. The latter, particularly erratic in its onset, often left Viserys flushed and gasping. The immense responsibilities of governing the realm necessitated that he appoint a capable chancellor to share the burdens. He contemplated Rhaenyra, yet found her abilities lacking, and feared that her arrival in King's Landing would reignite tensions with Alicent. Apart from Rhaenyra, Viserys even considered Daemon and Aegon. However, he was wary of Daemon's impulsiveness, knowing he would inevitably have to clean up after him. As for Aegon, Viserys quickly dismissed the notion not out of concern for the 13-year-old's capabilities, but rather due to the fear that Aegon's prowess could be too formidable. Should Aegon be appointed as hand of the king, it would not be long before the Red Keep was overrun with supporters of the Greens, further exacerbating the situation. In his deliberation, Viserys surprisingly concluded that Otto was the most suitable candidate. Yet, it was imperative to remove Aegon from King's Landing to prevent a formidable alliance that might completely undermine his authority as king. However, since the Greens sought Otto's return to the Red Keep, he could seize this opportunity to bestow the title of Duke of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones upon Aegon. The next day, Viserys summoned his ministers to court. Clutching the Valyrian steel sword Blackfire, he sat upon the Iron Throne. Today, he had 2 proclamations to make. My eldest son, Aegon Targaryen, has reached the age of 13, soon to be 14. I shall decree him as the Duke of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones, tasked with safeguarding the Stepstones and ensuring the stability of our maritime trade. Furthermore, I am prepared to recall Sir Otto Hightower and reappoint him as my hand of the king, my principal advisor. As Viserys concluded his announcement, a profound silence enveloped the throne room. The courtiers momentarily struggled to comprehend the gravity of what had just transpired. Aegon was to be granted the title of Duke of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones, responsible for the kingdom's maritime trade. Was this not tantamount to sending the 13-year-old prince to the front lines of battle? This was utterly preposterous. I cannot agree to it. Alicent, who had been standing beside Viserys, swiftly expressed her disapproval. You would send our son to safeguard the Stepstones. Are you not aware of what lies there? Viserys remained impassive, resolutely proclaiming. I am indeed aware of what the Stepstones entail, but what of it? He carries the blood of the true dragon, the fire and blood surge within him. As the king's son, he is destined to fight for the protection of the realm. Moreover, I shall not leave him unsupported. I can provide ships, men, and gold. Lowering his voice, Viserys added, Return to your place, Alicent, or else Otto shall not return, and Aegon shall still proceed to the Stepstones. Alicent's expression faltered, and she could not help but glance down at Aegon, only to find him composed, as if he had long anticipated his forthcoming elevation to Duke of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones. Viserys followed Alicent's gaze, his expression reflecting a similar surprise. He had prepared himself for a negotiation with Aegon, yet Aegon remained remarkably composed. As the attention of many fell upon him, Aegon cleared his throat. I believe the king speaks the truth. I am indeed the son of the dragon and should not hide away like an ostrich. He added, Of course. My words are not directed at anyone in particular. I harbor no intention of targeting anyone. I merely feel that it is my duty, as one of true Valyrian blood, to shoulder this responsibility. As Aegon's words resonated, Tyland immediately led the applause. The ministers supporting the Greens followed suit, and soon, a fervent applause enveloped the throne room. Viserys surveyed the scene, his heart a tumult of pride and ire, his countenance a tapestry of emotions. He felt gratified by Aegon's awareness, yet infuriated that 2/3 of the assembly were applauding. Many familiar faces had vanished, replaced by an array of both strange and familiar visages. Upon reflection, he realized that these individuals were predominantly from House Hightower. It was astonishing how deeply the Hightower family had infiltrated his court. As the council concluded, Aegon was reassigned from King's Landing, and Otto returned to the Red Keep. Following the assembly, Viserys felt a swell of relief. With Rhaenyra on Dragonstone, Aegon at the Stepstones, and Alicent and Otto in King's Landing, he finally found a moment of peace. Moreover, he need not worry about Aegon amplifying his personal influence or jeopardizing Rhaenyra's reputation. However, He remained wary of Otto's continuing attempts to undermine his authority. Yet before addressing that concern, he intended to indulge in some leisure, immersing himself in assembling his model of the Valyrian freehold fortress. Meanwhile, Alicent sought out Aegon and, upon meeting him, promptly tugged at his ear. Has Viserys lost his mind? Have you as well? Alicent hissed through clenched teeth. Do you have any idea how deep the waters are around the stepstones? Do you understand the magnitude of the storms there? That is a battlefield at the stepstones. It involves not only the Triarchy but also the Dorne, Braavos, Pentos, and Volantis factions. Aegon pried Alicent's hand away, rubbing his reddened ear. Of course. I am well aware of the depths of the waters at the stepstones and the ferocity of the storms. But even the fishermen of King's Landing know that the greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. I care not for your fishing metaphors. Do you grasp the implications of your actions? If misfortune were to befall you, would you have Aemon take your place? That scoundrel lacks even a fraction of your capability. Do not fret. When have I ever engaged in endeavors without assurance? Aegon grasped Alicent's hand, soothingly replying, You would do better to write to my grandfather, urging him to secure more resources for me. Alicent, exasperated, shook off Aegon's hand and stormed away in a huff. Aegon chuckled to himself, knowing she would undoubtedly write to Otto, requesting that he bring ample supplies and troops upon his arrival. Joking aside, to be frank, Yen has never harbored any concerns regarding the support from the Highter family. Chapter 34, A high-stakes gamble after parting ways with Alicent. Aegon summoned Tywin Lannister to his private study in Maeder's Holdfast. Tywin sat up straight, acutely aware that this was the first time Aegon had called him privately, which filled him with a sense of being acknowledged as Aegon's confidant. Duke Tywin Lannister supported your majesty at the Grand Council in 101 AC. For which I express my gratitude, Aegon said, gesturing for a maid to pour wine. He lifted his cup, and Tywin quickly raised his in a toast. Your Highness need not be so formal. The Lannister family adheres to tradition, as do I and my brother. Though Tywin's words were veiled, they conveyed a clear message. Just as our father once supported Viserys, so too shall we support you now. I have faith in you. The Lannister family has always been a pillar of the realm, Aegon replied. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. The Lannister family is honored. Tywin beamed with a radiant smile. What is your perspective on His Majesty's arrangements? Having exchanged pleasantries, Aegon steered the conversation towards serious matters. I believe the king is being obstinate, Tywin remarked, taking a sip of wine while gauging Aegon's reaction. Noticing Aegon's demeanor remained unchanged, he continued. It is evident that the king wishes to distance you from King's Landing to pave the way for Rhaenyra. However, I do not comprehend why you appear utterly unfazed, Your Highness. Have you known this all along? I certainly do. I even know how many pieces of bread the king had for breakfast and how much milk he drank. Aegon chuckled lightly. Tywin's eyelids fluttered. Wait, you know that? No wonder Viserys wants to keep you away from King's Landing. Your grasp on the city must be more formidable than Viserys. Tywin discreetly swallowed, feigning thirst as he took another sip of wine to mask his tension. What, then, is your perspective? He inquired, his thumb rubbing nervously against his finger. I perceive this as an opportunity, a rare chance presented to us, Aegon stated earnestly, but I require support. I must eliminate the external influences on the stepstones. Tywin's expression shifted to one of understanding. Rest assured, Your Highness, I have already written to my brother regarding this matter. Upon my return, I shall send an additional letter. And I am confident that my brother will provide the necessary assistance shortly. Excellent, Aegon said, patting Tywin firmly on the shoulder. Once I have cleared the stepstones of foreign forces, I will abolish the Lannister family's toll for 3 years. This toll, in essence, was merely a fee for passage. Once Aegon ascended as the Duke of the Stepstones, he would undoubtedly impose substantial tolls. He would at least wait until after the Dance of the Dragons to consider any reduction in these fees. However, Tywin displayed no sign of emotional turbulence. For the Lannister family, the toll was of little consequence. What they valued more was the political resources that Aegon's successful ascension would yield. 3 days later, in the rich Old Town, I have read Alicent's letter and prepared some supplies for Aegon, uncle. Mount Hightower, accompanied by Otto, surveyed the bustling harbor of Old Town, perhaps feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Mount gestured towards the 20 merchant vessels and explained, This is merely the first shipment, for additional consignments will subsequently arrive at the Stepstone Islands. Included are 5,000 sets of armor, 200,000 golden dragons, 1,000 sailors, and a plethora of war supplies. Moreover, considering the need to construct fortifications on the Stepstone Islands, I have summoned dozens of various craftsmen. Is that so many? Otto inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his demeanor. Although Old Town is the wealthiest city in Westeros, with a population not dissimilar to that of King's Landing, Mount's allocation seemed rather excessive. Not at all, Mount replied. If Aegon can secure the Stepstone Islands, it will be advantageous for Old Town. Furthermore, Aegon must not encounter any misfortunes. The situation in the Stepstone Islands is fraught with peril and constant strife. Old Town's maritime trade is exceptionally advanced, rendering it the second most significant port in Westeros. The harbor accommodates vessels from various regions of Westeros, the 9 major trading city-states, merchant ships from the Summer Isles, and frequent trade with cars. In truth, Old Town is not less affected by the war in the Stepstone Islands than is Driftmark. It is merely that the Hightower family possesses vast tracts of land, which tempers their urgency unlike that of the Velaryon family. Born in 102 AC, Mount Hightower is Otto's nephew and inherited Old Town at a tender age. During Otto's years away from Old Town, he imparted much wisdom to Mount, earning the latter's deep respect. Now, with Aegon seeking assistance, Mount is naturally generous. After all, Aegon represents a significant hope for the further advancement of the Hightower lineage. To be stingy at this juncture would be akin to walking a tightrope. Uncle, you need only set forth with the fleet. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Also, take young Rhaenyra with you. He has reached the age to begin his training as a cupbearer, and it would be beneficial for him to learn under your guidance for a few years. Rhaenyra Hightower, born in 115 AC, is Mount's son with his first wife, who tragically passed away a year prior during childbirth. He has 2 younger brothers, Martin and Daemon, and a sister named Baeshana. I understand, Rhaenyra is a splendid young man and certainly deserves proper cultivation. Otto nodded in agreement. I have heard from Alicent that Aegon is quite formidable in King's Landing. Is that true? Mount suddenly inquired. Otto's brow furrowed slightly. Alicent had indeed mentioned this. However, he remained skeptical. Could a mere 13 or 14-year-old possess such formidable capabilities? Alicent did say so, but the truth of the matter must be witnessed firsthand, he replied. Mount nodded pensively, recognizing the importance of witnessing events with his own eyes. In the west, at Lannisport, my lord, as per your request, we have prepared a total of 20 large ships, 1,500 men, 150,000 golden dragons, and a substantial amount of supplies, the Maester reported, counting off on his fingers. Is that not rather insufficient? A flicker of hesitation crossed Jason Lannister's eyes. In comparison to our needs in the west, this is indeed not much. You may want to reconsider, the Maester suggested. Very well, let us prepare 2 additional contingents at this scale. Jason gritted his teeth, preparing to stake everything on Aegon. Oh, Aegon, I hope you truly possess abilities that surpass even those of the Conqueror, for otherwise, I shall face ruin. Choosing a side in the power struggle for the throne is inherently a gamble, particularly in the case of individuals like Aegon and Rhaenyra. Should the heir I support ascend to power, the political rewards will be unparalleled. With this thought in mind, Jason took a deep breath and resolved to go all in. Convey my orders. Let Lauren and Tybalt lead 15 warships to the Stepstones to support Prince Aegon. Warships and merchant vessels are entirely different entities. The former's worth is several times greater than the latter, and what is even more invaluable are the soldiers aboard the warships. Professional naval soldiers and sailors are also distinct concepts. A competent navy requires years of rigorous training, while sailors can be trained in large numbers within a short span of time. Chapter 35, Departure. The news of Aegon being bestowed the title of Duke of the Stepstones spread like wildfire across the 7 kingdoms. Many nobles, upon hearing this announcement, could hardly conceal their astonishment. Typically, a royal bloodline granted such honors would receive a princely title rather than that of a duke. The intricate nuances of this situation caused many nobles, who were distant from King's Landing and supported the Greens, to waver in their convictions. The intentions of Viserys had become remarkably clear. He aimed to diminish Aegon's influence while bolstering Rhaenyra, paving the way for her ascendance. In King's Landing, within the Red Keep, Aegon should have departed a fortnight ago, yet he persistently concocted various excuses to delay his departure, adopting a rather ungracious demeanor, reluctant to leave the capital. Haven't you prepared sufficiently? Alicent inquired as she placed a small cake into Aegon's mouth. Aegon grimaced, chewing, feeling overwhelmed by the sweetness. Ever since that pivotal council meeting which determined Aegon's journey to the Stepstones, Alicent had been by his side daily, even feeding him during meals. I never said I wouldn't go, Aegon replied, taking a sip of water and gesturing dismissively at the sweet pastry being offered. Alicent rolled her eyes. Your father has urged you multiple times. What do you say to that? Trust me, he is running out of patience. I certainly need to gather ample supplies and personnel for the stepstones. Viserys has provided 20 longships, 200,000 golden dragons, and 2,000 men. Yet he expects me to head to the stepstones. Is he jesting? He even claims that further support will be available once I arrive there, truly underestimating my intelligence. Consequently, each time Viserys pressed Aegon to depart from King's Landing, Aegon would feign a lack of preparation, citing insufficient manpower and vessels as reasons to remain. After all, it was Viserys who would be anxious about Aegon's departure, and he was determined to see Viserys lose sleep over it. Knock, knock, knock. Your Grace, the Queen. His Majesty has arrived, announced a guard. No sooner had he spoken than Viserys strode into the room, breathless. Aegon, Alicent, you are both here, excellent. He gasped. Alicent promptly rose to assist Viserys, helping him regain his composure. What brings you here? Alicent inquired. I am here to find Aegon. After deliberation in the council, it has become evident that 20 longships are indeed insufficient. Therefore, I have requisitioned an additional 30 warships and 500,000 golden dragons. Furthermore, there will be an extra 3,000 naval personnel, 800 sailors, and 50 various craftsmen accompanying the merchant vessels. Additional gold support will follow. You may proceed with peace of mind. As he spoke, Viserys maintained his gaze on Aegon, determined that this time, Aegon would embark for the stepstones. Aegon's eyes narrowed. A council meeting had been convened without his knowledge. When had this occurred? Alicent, taken aback, looked up at Aegon, realizing he had been waiting for Viserys all along. Very well, I shall set forth for the stepstones tomorrow. With 30 warships and His Majesty's promise, I am confident in maintaining the stability of the Stepstone Islands. A radiant smile graced Viserys' face at these words. I believe you can certainly achieve this, he exclaimed with great joy. In his view, Sunfire had grown sufficiently and was fully capable of combat. At that time, Aegon would inevitably find himself entangled with the people of the Triarchy and the Dornish, diverting much of the Green's focus. Consequently, he could gradually support the Blacks and expand Rhaenyra's influence at court. Aegon, too, was in high spirits. With the 30 warships supported by Viserys, along with the forthcoming assistance from House Hightower and House Lannister, as well as some superfluous aid from various earls and barons, Aegon now possessed a formidable force. It was time to set sail for the Stepstone Islands. Viserys, beaming, returned to his chambers. Meanwhile, in Aegon's quarters, Alicent clung to him with reluctance. She was deeply apprehensive about his departure to the Stepstone Islands. The danger was too great. Aegon gently extricated himself from her grasp and retrieved a list from beneath his desk, handing it to Alicent. I am not entirely sure who has supported me. There are simply too many. However, I am acutely aware of those who have not. This is a list of nobles who profess their support yet have provided no assistance. When my grandfather arrives, you may present this list to him. He will know what to do. Very well, Alicent accepted the list with gravity. With this document, the Greens would discern their true allies from those who were unreliable fence-sitters. The following day, as the morning mist lingered, a formidable fleet consisting of 30 warships and 20 merchant vessels departed from Dragonstone, plunging into the dense fog of the sea. A resounding roar echoed through the morning air of Dragonstone. Sunfire emerged from the mist, its golden dragon scales shimmering brilliantly. Soon after, Dreamfire, Vhagar, and Tessarion appeared in succession, circling above the fleet. The roars of the 4 dragons harmonized, and for a moment, all work ceased in Dragonstone as the onlookers marveled at this grand spectacle. Under the Green's intentional promotion, they understood that Prince Aegon was departing to defend the kingdom as territories and the interests of its people. Prince Aegon would surely prevail. Unbeknownst to many, someone in the crowd shouted the first cheer, and the lurking Torgo raised his arms high, rallying the oblivious bystanders to join in the chant. Prince Aegon shall prevail. Prince Aegon shall prevail. Prince Aegon shall prevail. The crowd echoed the cries, although many were unaware of the details. They felt it prudent to join the chorus of those around them. Upon hearing the enthusiastic voices, Aegon circled back over Dragonstone, riding Sunfire for 3 triumphant laps. With one final roar, Sunfire spread its wings, and its golden form gradually vanished into the clouds above. Chapter 36, The Stepstone Islands. A show of strength legend has it that the Stepstone Islands were once a part of Dorne's arm, connecting Westeros to the Essos continent. When the first men invaded Westeros via the land bridge, the children of the forest, wielding formidable magic, shattered Dorne's arm, thus creating the Stepstone Islands. Consequently, these islands lie between the Cape of Broken Arm and the disputed lands. Of the archipelago, only 2 islands bear official names, Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island. Bloodstone Island, the largest among the Stepstones, is situated in the northwest corner of the archipelago, north of Grey Gallows Island. More significantly, Bloodstone Island has been under the dominion of House Velaryon since the year 106 post-conquest. The grand vessel, the Free Trade, sliced through the waves and gradually docked at the temporary harbor of Bloodstone Island. Formerly known as the Balerion, it stands as the largest warship aided by Viserys, measuring an impressive 57 meters in length. Clad in a white robe, Alec disembarked first, accompanied by 2 guards. Waiting at the temporary harbor for a considerable time was Waymond, who had already received correspondence from the Red Keep. Upon seeing Alec, he approached eagerly. "Long time no see, Sir Alec," he greeted, casting a glance towards the deck. "Where is His Highness? I have prepared a welcome feast and await His Grace's arrival at any moment." Waymond, the eldest of the 6 nephews of Corlys, is among the few in House Velaryon who lean towards the Greens. He harbors disdain for the 3 bastards. Yet one of them is destined to become the Earl of Driftmark, which disgusts him greatly. "The prince should be arriving shortly," Alec replied. And no sooner had he spoken than a series of roars echoed through the clouds. Following this, Sunfire, Dreamfire, Vhagar, and Tessarion descended, piercing the sky in a flurry. The 4 dragons did not land but circled above the fleet before flapping their powerful wings and soaring eastward. As Waymond watched the dragons depart, a thought struck him. Was His Highness planning a direct assault on Tyrosh? Alec shook his head. "I do not know. The prince only instructed me to take charge of Bloodstone Island." Waymond nodded thoughtfully, praying that Aegon would head to Tyrosh to teach the increasingly arrogant Tyroshi a lesson. Tyrosh is a port city situated on an island directly north of the Stepstone Islands. Excluding the lands occupied across the disputed lands, Tyrosh is relatively small. However, its limited size enables the construction of a wall to protect its interior. The contention surrounding the Stepstone Islands seemed to have little impact on Tyrosh, as the docks remained bustling with activity. "Have you heard? It seems the Stepstone Islands have been granted to a mere whelp by that foolish king from the west." "Ho ho ho!" A slender man with green-dyed hair and pink beard laughed heartily. Another Tyroshi with similarly green hair joined in the mockery, his face adorned with derision. "Even the likes of Daemon and Velaryon are no match for us. How could that fool possibly expect a child to defeat us?" "Ha ha ha!" The man's words provoked uproarious laughter from the surrounding Tyrosians, completely oblivious to the tumultuous clouds gathering ominously in the sky. A deafening roar erupted as the Sun Dragon tore through the clouds. On the docks, 2 green-hatted men, caught in fits of laughter, were suddenly jolted into terror as they looked up. At that moment, Aegon on the dragon's back had already issued his command. "Dragon fire!" The blazing golden flames rained down upon the 2 green-haired men, sweeping across the ground and carving a gaping scar over 10 meters long. "It's a dragon! Run!" The once boisterous dogs plunged into chaos, filled with screams, curses, and cries of despair. Merchants, freemen, slaves regardless of their former status, they all became pitiful wretches beneath the onslaught of dragon fire. Yet, the Sun Dragon's fury was merely beginning. After the first wave of flames subsided, Vhagar descended like a thunderous storm, roaring as she plummeted towards Tyros. Vhagar, the largest living dragon, could unleash flames hot enough to melt stone walls. Vhagar, dragon fire! Aegon could hardly contain his excitement, his gaze bloodthirsty and cruel, his body trembling with exhilaration. "Die, you wretched insects!" The searing flames erupted forth, instantly shattering the walls under the intense heat. Vhagar wreaked havoc upon the walls and towers, while the Sun Dragon veered towards the heart of Tyros. Upon reaching the center, Helena revealed herself, guiding Dreamfire to Aegon and the Sun Dragon's side. The 2 dragons danced through the air, graceful and formidable. Soon, Aegon, through the Sun Dragon's perspective, glimpsed one of their targets. The Sun Dragon dove first, with Dreamfire following closely behind. The 2 dragons, one golden and one blue, one small and one large, surged towards the palace of the 3 daughters below. The Tri-City Alliance was governed by the Supreme Council, established in Tyros. The council consisted of 33 governors, with each of Lys, Myr, and Tyros appointing 11, all stationed at the palace of the 3 daughters. Destroying this palace would serve as a powerful statement from Aegon to the Tri-City Alliance, heralding his arrival. Boom! The golden and pale blue dragon fires descended simultaneously, transforming the once resplendent palace into a sea of flames. Unlike Dreamfire's blaze, the Sun Dragon's golden flames took on a semi-liquid form, not only raising the temperature limit but also greatly amplifying the impact of its fire. Buildings collapsed, and screams echoed throughout Tyros. The self-proclaimed proud Tyrosians now resembled nothing more than a pack of pitiful, wretched strays, fleeing in terror. Aegon, from atop the dragon's back, observed the Tyrosians' plight with cold indifference. His heart devoid of sympathy, only mockery. In his past life, there was a saying, "Those who lag behind will be beaten." Now, this saying still applied, but with a slight modification: those without dragons will be beaten. In Yen's perspective, the first and second Stone Steps Island wars were akin to mere child's play. Yen would not engage in guerrilla warfare games with the Tri-City Alliance on the Stone Steps Islands, unless the Tyrosians completely withdraw to the hinterland of the disputed territory. They should brace themselves for intermittent aerial assaults. Chapter 37, The schemes of Sandro Roga. 3 colossal dragons wreak havoc in the skies above Tyros. After an initial bout of chaos, Tyros finally began to respond, launching counterattacks with ballistae. However, the ballistae stationed on the city walls had been nearly obliterated by Vaghorl, forcing the retrieval of those concealed within the city. Yet, these ballistae, designed for sufficient range and power to slay dragons, were not only massive and cumbersome but also presented significant challenges for transport. Doem, who had been overseeing the entire city, soon discerned the sluggish movement of the ballistae within. With a sharp cry, Targaryen emitted 2 urgent roars. Prompted by Doem's warning, Aegon hesitated not a moment and commanded the Sunflower to ascend. Dreamfire and Vaghorl swiftly followed, disappearing into the clouds. Above the clouds, the Sunflower hovered majestically as Aegon signaled Helena and the others to retreat. The 4 dragons pivoted direction, soaring towards Mil, soon arriving above the tranquil expanse of Mil Bay. Mil was a vast and serene harbor, perpetually safeguarding the city within. Before long, Mil came into Aegon's view. Renowned as one of the most advanced free city-states, it was celebrated for its artistry and scholarship. Its craftsmanship thrived, famed for intricate and meticulously detailed exports, including a variety of products such as carpets, lace, exquisite lenses and telescopes, as well as screens, mirrors, and glass panes that fetched prices comparable to Eastern spices. Their paintings and miniatures garnered high praise, characterized by their vivid style. Mil also produced elegant high-heeled shoes and specialized crossbows capable of firing 3 bolts in succession. Mil's agriculture featured unique offerings, such as pale green mead, fire water, and the medicinal Mil powder herb for treating wounds. With a thunderous roar, the Sunflower announced its arrival over Mil. The crowd erupted in a frantic scatter. A mere dragon's roar shattered the city's previous peace and prosperity. However, the Sunflower refrained from unleashing its fiery breath. Instead, alongside Vaghorl, Dreamfire, and Targaryen, it circled thrice above Mil before departing. Aegon sought to create a disparity, for only through such a contrast would Tyros believe the forthcoming rumors. Otherwise, why was it only he who bore the brunt of the dragon's flames while Mil remained unscathed? Upon leaving Mil, Aegon and his companions sought a mountain peak for the dragons to rest before continuing their flight towards Rhys. Like Tyros, Rhys was a city-state built upon an island, controlling a third of the disputed lands. Notably, the alchemists of Rhys were widely renowned, working within the city and famed for concocting poisons, one of which was the notorious Strangler. A typical Rhysian possessed blue eyes, platinum curls, and smooth, fair skin, a testament to the robust lineage of the ancient Valyria freehold. As the Sunflower, Dreamfire, Vaghorl, and Targaryen appeared above Rhys, the regions were momentarily taken aback, only to scatter in haste moments later. Evidently, after years of conflict on the Stony Steppes archipelago, it was the first time that swarms of colossal dragons appeared over the skies of Rhys. Notably, the sight of a green dragon, whose terrifying size was discernible even from the heavens, was astonishing. Riding on the back of the Sunfire, Aegon circled above Rhys, only to be taken aback by the realization that not even a single dragon-slaying crossbow had been prepared. It was worth noting that during his previous flights over Tarasi and Mire, he had clearly observed the dragon-slaying crossbows positioned atop their walls, particularly in Tarasi. These weapons were densely arranged. In stark contrast, Rhys's walls were devoid of dedicated dragon-slaying crossbows, let alone ordinary ballistae. Only scattered patrols were visible. Was the situation so lax? Aegon pondered in surprise. Entering the consciousness of Sunfire, he uneasily surveyed the city walls once more, yet still found no trace of dragon-slaying crossbows. Having confirmed the absence of danger, Aegon gestured to Dallon beside him. Dallon immediately commanded Targaryen to dive, unleashing cobalt-blue dragonfire upon the city walls. At 24 years of age, Targaryen's firepower was rather limited, capable only of inflicting casualties without causing significant damage to the walls. Nonetheless, the ability to slay was sufficient. Aegon, Helena, and Aemon provided aerial protection for Dallon as Tessarion unleashed its fiery breath unabated. Soon, the northern gate of Rhys transformed into a veritable inferno, with hundreds perishing beneath Tessarion's flames. Observing the onlookers from afar, Aegon felt it was time to retreat. Prompting Sunfire to roar before the four riders and their dragons sped past the royal bank, ultimately vanishing into the clouds above. On the top floor of the bank, Laura Rogo watched the retreating figures of the four dragons, her face etched with fear. That blue dragon was terrifying, continuously spewing fire. Beside her, the head of the Roga family, Lysandro Roga, wore a grim expression, silently fixated on the direction from which the dragons had departed. A profound sense of unease enveloped him. Just days earlier, he had learned that the Iron Throne had newly appointed a duke of royal lineage from the Stony Steppes archipelago, and today, he was met with a display of power from the very individual. Rhys was no longer safe, Lysandro murmured. With that thought, he gently patted Lyra's small head and turned to leave the upper floor. Summon Lysandro and Drazak to my study, telling them it is urgent and cannot be delayed. He instructed his attendant. Yes. The attendant hurried away. Lysandro paced back and forth in his study, his brow furrowed, lost in contemplation. Lysandro and Drazak did not keep him waiting long, and soon they arrived at his study. Brother, what has happened? Drazak gasped lightly. Has the bank been attacked by a dragon? Indeed, father. What is the matter? Why the urgency? Lysandro echoed, equally perplexed. After all, the bank hardly appeared to be in distress. Just because it is safe now, does not guarantee it will remain so in the future. Lysandro replied, frowning. I intend to divide the family fortune into 3 portions. One will be stored in the Iron Vault of Braavos, with Lysandro overseeing this matter. Draziko took 1 share to Dawn, leaving the final share in Lys for contingency. Was such caution truly necessary? Lysandro furrowed his brow, questioning whether it would cost much to surround the bank with crossbows. He was unwilling to deposit his funds into the Iron Bank of Braavos. After all, in recent years, their family's Roger Bank had grown to rival the Iron Bank itself. If word of his deposit spread, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. Draziko also frowned, stating, taking 1 share to Dorne is certainly acceptable, but storing another in the Iron Bank seems rather rash, does it not? We are currently the Iron Bank's fiercest competitor. Yet we would entrust our wealth to them. If this were to become public knowledge, it could significantly undermine our Roger Bank. Upon hearing this, Lysandro's expression faltered, clearly having overlooked this consideration. Then what shall we do? Draziko pondered for a moment before proposing his plan. How about this? I will take 1 share to Dawn, and Lysandro can take another to our family's secluded estate deep within the disputed lands. As for the remaining share, let us utilize it to procure supplies, which will be transported to the estate for safekeeping. Finally, we shall send someone to Astapor to acquire a contingent of Unsullied to protect the estate. The secluded estate, nestled within the depths of the disputed territory, served as a fortified stronghold rather than merely a residence, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. This idea is sound, Lysandro admitted. But I am somewhat concerned that such actions may lead to a surge in prices in Lys. And what of it? Draziko retorted with a cold smile. As long as we are secure, let those who cannot afford food face their fate. Chapter 38, Governor Lys, a stray dog. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Lysandro relinquished the remnants of his conscience. Draziko was correct. As long as the Roga family thrived, one must never exhibit undue compassion in critical moments. After acknowledging Draziko's statement, both Lysandro and Draziko departed. Left alone in the study, Lysandro sank heavily into the leather chair, his mind inundated with visions of 4 colossal dragons circling above Rhys. Father? Laura peeked from the doorway, revealing half of her small face. Lysandro waved her in, and she dashed into his embrace. As he stroked his daughter's silk and silver gold tresses, a sense of discontent welled within him. The blood of the Guvalia still coursed through their veins. They possessed the same silver gold hair and violet eyes. Deep within their family crypt lay a collection of dragon skulls. Although history had faded into obscurity, Lysandro steadfastly believed that the ancestors of the Roga family also possessed the bloodline of dragon kings, capable of commanding dragons. Alas, he sighed in resignation. If only the Roga family had dragon riders, they would not have to scurry about like mice fleeing from a cat. Unfortunately, reality offers no alternatives. The absence of dragons signifies the absence of dragons. In his youth, Lysandro had traversed the land and witnessed the fierce confrontations between fleets and dragons. Fully aware of the dragon's might, rather than remain in Rhys, gambling on an uncertain future, he would be wiser to relocate his assets and seek refuge in the vast, disputed territories, waiting for the opportune moment. Moreover, judging by the actions of the dragons, this encounter appeared to be merely a straightforward warning. Otherwise, only the smaller blue dragon would not have been the sole firebreather. Lysandro must prepare in advance. Who could predict when the adversaries would next arrive in Rhys? And with what intent? Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Enter. Upon receiving Lysandro's permission, a maid stepped inside. My lord, envoys from Governor Mills and Governor Bambaro have come to invite you to a council. What do you say? Lysandro's gaze flickered momentarily as he commanded. Inform them that I shall be there shortly. Ask Governor Mills to wait. Once the maid departed, Lysandro adjusted his attire. He had just realized that the impending field war of the Stone Steppes Islands might present him with an opportunity. A splendid chance to unseat Bambaro Bazan. Ever since Bambaro was appointed governor, he had been a source of constant trouble for Lysandro. However, the Roga family now possessed wealth rivaling nations. They maintained a favorable rapport with Mills, one of the 3 governors, and controlled numerous bureaucrats, thus feeling little fear of Bambaro. Yet, a lack of fear does not equate to indifference. If possible, he wished to directly overthrow Bambaro and seize all of his wealth. Upon arriving at the governor's hall, Lysandro discovered he was the last to arrive. What is this? I seem to have arrived at my usual pace. How did I become the last? A broad smile adorned Lysandro's face, betraying none of his previous worries. As expected of Mr. Lysandro, even with the flames of urgency licking at his heels, he can still wear such a cheerful smile. Johanna spoke with a slight breathiness, as if she were perpetually sighing. And what of Governor Yulo? Lysandro cast her a glance and remarked, Don't tell me he is ill once more. Johanna shot a flirtatious look at Lysandro and, in a coy tone, replied, The winds have been strong lately, causing him to cough incessantly. Thus, he sent me in his stead. Upon hearing this, Lysandra's expression darkened immediately. With a cold scoff, she turned her back on Johanna and made her way directly to Mills, taking a seat beside him. Mills wore a smile, attempting to ease the tension. The purpose of this assembly was primarily to deliberate on the course of action moving forward. 4 dragons were present, yet only the smallest had launched an attack. It was evidently merely a warning. At this moment, Johanna also set aside her pretentious demeanor, adopting a serious countenance. I have just received the latest news. The individual bestowed with the title of Duke of the Stepstones is Aegon Targaryen, the eldest son of Viserys I Targaryen. According to unreliable sources, it appears Aegon has suffered defeat in the court intrigues, which is why Viserys conferred upon him the title of Duke of the Stepstones, without even achieving the rank of prince. A hearty laugh escaped Bambaro, tinged with disdain. So, he is but a hound of a fallen house, inferior even to Daemon Targaryen. I expected something far more significant. A hound expelled from the center of power is indeed a trifling concern. Lysandra narrowed her eyes. Yet she did not believe that a mere hound could command 4 dragons. If even a hound could summon 4 dragons, the Targaryen lineage would be nothing short of terrifying. As far as he knew, when the Targaryens first arrived on the continent of Westeros, they had only possessed 5 dragons. Chapter 39, Division of Interests. Regardless of his status as a stray dog, our discussion revolves around whether to continue the war, Mills remarked. The northern city gate has transformed into a raging inferno. It is evident that Aegon Targaryen is unlike Daemon Targaryen. He will attack our homeland without regard for the identities of those who perish in the dragon's flames. Which dragon does he ride? Lysandra suddenly inquired. The blue one. That blue dragon should belong to Aegon Targaryen's brother, Daeron Targaryen. Aegon Targaryen rides a golden dragon. Incidentally, Daeron Targaryen is merely 6 years old this year, while his mount is approximately 20. Intriguingly, Aegon Targaryen's dragon, although not yet 20, is 2 to 3 times the size of dragons of its generation. Though specific details remain unknown, Lysandra, still squinting, extracted crucial information from the intelligence provided by Johanna in an instant. Daeron Targaryen, 6 years old, and his daughter, Lala Roga, is 5. Although Lysandra squinted, Johanna discerned the flicker of his violet eyes, heightening her vigilance. Among those present, Lysandra was the only one who instilled in her a sense of caution, while the most foolish was Bambaro. Does Mr. Lysandra have any thoughts? Johanna probed. I am merely a banker. What thoughts could I possibly have? Lysandra replied with a smile. What could Lysandra possibly say? Moments ago, he was contemplating how to betray Lys in exchange for an opportunity to forge a union with the Targaryen family. This was certainly not something he could disclose. Moreover, the current situation remains unclear. An alliance with the Targaryens is merely one of his options, not the sole one. A competent merchant must learn to analyze the market and be ready to seize favorable opportunities. It is merely 4 dragons. We possess the blueprints for dragon-slaying crossbows. So what is there to fear? Bombaro scoffed, producing a list from within his garments. I have long prepared a plan to counter the dragons. This outlines the materials needed to construct 390 dragon-slaying crossbows. As long as we have sufficient crossbows, should dragons attack Lys again, we shall once more become dragon slayers. Lys, founded by affluent merchants and nobles, serves as a trading colony of Valyria. Due to its climate, Lys swiftly became a favored retreat for the ancient Valyrian dragon kings. Some dragon kings of Lys survived the cataclysm that befell Valyria, yet the local populace exterminated the dragons and their dragon riders. Bombaro's family also boasts a long history. However, unlike Lysandra, who has always aspired to ride dragons, Bombaro firmly believes that dragon-slaying crossbows can easily vanquish great dragons and yearns to be a dragon slayer rather than a dragon rider. Lysandra exchanged glances with Mills and took the list to peruse it. After a brief scan, Lysandra could not suppress a chuckle. Ha! It takes materials worth 3,000 golden dragons for a single dragon-slaying crossbow. Lysandra looked at Bombaro, not accounting for the assorted labor and maintenance costs. Upon hearing Lysandra's words, Johanna also rolled her eyes. You might as well directly express your desire to empty the treasury of Rhys. The cost of a dragon-slaying crossbow is approximately 300 gold dragons, which, when converted to Rhys coins, amounts to around 700. The list provided by Bombaro indicates that a single dragon-slaying crossbow is priced at 3,000 gold dragons, clearly suggesting he intends to pocket a substantial kickback. Given the current inflation, this price is already quite reasonable. If you all agree, I can procure 400 dragon-slaying crossbows within half a month to secure Rhys. Upon hearing this, Lysandro and the others exhibited understanding expressions. It was evident that Bombaro had pre-manufactured the crossbows, merely awaiting an opportunity to sell them at inflated prices. However, Bombaro's assumptions may be a tad presumptuous. The recent assault on Rhys by Aegon Targaryen was evidently a mere warning, as long as Rhys refrains from provoking him. There remains ample time to fabricate dragon-slaying crossbows. Therefore, there is no necessity for Rhys to purchase the finished products from Bombaro at exorbitant rates, regardless of their quality. The price itself poses a significant issue. How about this? Each of us will be responsible for 135 dragon-slaying crossbows. With the treasury subsidizing 1,000 Rhys coins for each crossbow, proposed Mills. Johanna and Lysandro immediately nodded in agreement. Mills' proposal was equitable. With each person managing 135 crossbows, and the subsequent maintenance would certainly be the treasury's responsibility, ensuring a handsome profit for everyone involved. Very well. We shall each be accountable for 135 crossbows. Within 7 days, I will present 135 dragon-slaying crossbows to be deployed throughout the eastern part of the city. The remaining areas shall be your responsibility. Surprisingly, there was no hint of disappointment on Bombaro's face. Rather, he appeared to be on the verge of laughter. He originally possessed 500 dragon-slaying crossbows, of which 110 had been sold at a premium to Mills. Among the remaining 390, 200 had been relocated to his estate in the disputed territory. For Bombaro, if the governor's council consents to purchase the crossbows he possesses, he stands to make a substantial profit. Conversely, if they decline, he can deploy the remaining crossbows within his estate in the disputed territory. In any case, he stands to gain, even profiting from the treasury as subsidy, thus reaping the rewards of war. Chapter 40, Shawmay's Intelligence. Thus, Mills and I were responsible for the southern and western districts, while Johanna took charge of the northern region. Johanna rapped her fingers against the table, exclaiming, "The war has dragged on for far too long. We must contemplate ways to bring it to an end." Who wouldn't desire an end to the war? Bombaro scoffed. To cease hostilities, one must relinquish the Stepstone Islands, and soon enough, traversing the islands will come at a cost. Do you still aspire to retain your gubernatorial power? Their positions as governors were elected by commoners, merchants, and civil officials, with numerous affluent businessmen and nobles coveting their seats, advocating for the surrender of the Stepstone Islands. Have you lost your mind? What are you so anxious about? Johanna rolled her eyes. When did I ever suggest surrendering the Stepstone Islands? Then what do you mean? Bambaro retorted, a smirk forming on his lips. Are you planning to seduce Aegon Targaryen in your nightgown? Johanna flashed an alluring smile. If matters could be resolved merely by sharing a bed, I wouldn't be standing here deliberating with a fool like you. What I propose is to unite our forces using Aegon Targaryen's 4 dragons, forge an alliance with Volantis, and assemble an invincible naval fleet. Once we have thoroughly cleared the Stepstone Islands, we can easily concoct an excuse to settle scores with Volantis. Bambaro, insulted by Johanna's remark, wore a displeased expression and huffed disdainfully. How convenient for you to say that. Volantis is no fool. It remains to be seen who will ultimately settle scores with whom. I merely offered a suggestion. I never insisted that we follow through with it, you imbecile. Johanna spat, rising to leave. Observing this, Lysandro also stood up, nodding slightly. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. After departing from the governor's hall, Lysandro did not return to the bank immediately, but instead made his way to Lee Street. After a series of twists and turns, he arrived at the door of a small tavern and pushed it open. I am looking for your boss. As he spoke, Lysandro placed a gold coin on the counter. Once the serving maid confirmed the authenticity of the coin, she nodded. Follow me. Lysandro trailed behind the maid through a narrow corridor, ultimately arriving at an office. Long time no see, Mr. Lysandro, a sultry voice, equal in allure to Johanna's, greeted him. Indeed, it has been a while, Madame Chalmé, Lysandro replied with a smile, though his eyes betrayed an undeniable weariness. Dressed in a long hooded robe of black velvet adorned with blood-red silk, Marcelia poured a drink for Lysandro. This marks your 5th visit. Do relax. Marcelia handed the goblet to Lysandro. He accepted it but refrained from tasting the exquisite wine. Instead, getting straight to the point of his visit. I seek detailed intelligence on Aegon Targaryen, including the reasons behind his elevation to the Stepstone Islands and his standing within the courts of the 7 kingdoms. That can be arranged. But the price is steep. 3,000 risk coins. 3,000 risk coins. Lysandro furrowed his brow. A young, healthy, and robust common slave is worth no more than 10 silver coins. Although 3,000 gold coins may seem insignificant to Lysander, he is reluctant to be taken for a fool. Mysaria took a sip of her wine. It is likely that Aegon Targaryen possesses a formidable intelligence chief. Gathering information on him will not be a simple task. However, I still advise you to purchase a report first, and after reviewing the intelligence on Aegon Targaryen, you can then decide whether to make him your enemy. Mysaria's smile held a deeper meaning. Lysander, rubbing the jade ring on his thumb, hesitated for a moment before saying, I hope your words ring true. I do not wish for my 3,000 gold coins to be squandered. Rest assured, it absolutely will not, I guarantee it. Mysaria replied with a confident smile. As the sunset and nightfall enveloped the land, a chorus of roars echoed over Bloodstone Island. The Sunfire emerged first from beneath the clouds, followed by 4 dragons landing successively near the camp. Notably, Vaegar's descent shook the ground beneath the entire camp. The camp remained brightly lit, with numerous soldiers busily transporting supplies and setting up their encampment. Your Highness, Alec approached. Waymond followed closely behind. Prince, you have finally returned. The banquet can commence at any moment, please come. A banquet? Aegon raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, Sir Waymond has prepared a welcome feast for us, Alec explained. That cannot be. Aegon's expression darkened. As the Duke of the Stepstone Islands, how can I allow Sir Waymond to host a banquet? Alec, arrange for a few men to bring down the finest wine from the ship, and have 10 woolly sheep and 20 white pigs slaughtered. Very well. I shall take care of it immediately. Alec turned to leave and organize the wine. Then I thank you, Your Highness, Waymond said, beaming with joy. He had stationed 1,000 men on Bloodstone Island to ensure the stability of its trade routes, but the supply of resources from Corlys was rather meager. After all, for the Velaryon family, the Stepstone Islands were not a fief, but a battlefield, and conditions on the battlefield are naturally limited. Supplies of wine, fruits, vegetables, and livestock were rationed. Most soldiers subsisted on preserved goods and black bread. Fortunately, Bloodstone Island boasted a small river, and there were plenty of wild vegetables nearby. By boiling the nearly rock-hard black bread and preserved goods in a wild vegetable soup, it became the soldiers' sustenance for the day. It was precisely for this reason that Waymond felt such elation upon hearing that Aegon intended to slaughter sheep and pigs, and invite him and his soldiers to partake in the wine. Chapter 41. The gathering. The banquet commenced. Aegon repeatedly asserted his claim to the stone steps aisles before Waymond. However, Aegon soon realized that Waymond seemed utterly disconnected from the discourse, not merely feigning ignorance, but genuinely lacking insight. After a few hearty drinks, Waymond became somewhat unsteady. Speaking without thought, my uncle has truly lost his wits, allowing that little wretch, Lucerys, to become his heir, when even Benilla's lineage is more untainted. He is an unwavering bloodline purist. History will remember not just surnames but also bloodlines. Valyrian has never had a brown-haired, brown-eyed heir. Tread carefully, Sir Waymond, Aegon cautioned gravely. While we all know the truth, a lowly voice carries little weight, and one must be wary of inviting peril. Aegon's seemingly comforting words were, in fact, designed to provoke Waymond, who did not disappoint him in response. That wretched woman always refers to herself as the future queen. Yet she has never possessed the regal demeanor of one. Even should she bear a silver-haired progeny, the rumors would be vanquished without effort, and I harbor no grievances. Two silver-haired dragon riders uniting, and yet producing three brown-haired, brown-eyed offspring, is akin to trampling the reputations of two ancient families underfoot. As he spoke, Waymond ground his teeth, as if he could already hear the derisive laughter of the nobles from the Seven Kingdoms. And indeed, the reality corroborated this. The heirs of two venerable and noble Valyrian houses producing three brown-haired, brown-eyed children is laughable. The crux of the matter remains, what can you do about it? You possess no lands, no army, no claim to inheritance. Aegon chuckled as he poured another glass. Without territory and forces, you are destined to lack any voice in these matters, ultimately relegated to guarding Bloodstone Island, enduring the elements day after day. This hardly seems equitable, does it? Waymond's expression faltered, and he gloomily took a swig of his drink. Count Cohen Valyrian had three sons, the eldest, Corlys, while Waymond's father was the second son of the Count. According to the laws of Westeros, even in the event of both Lano and Leno's demise, the inheritance of Driftwood Isle would still not fall to him. Moreover, Corlys was adamant about establishing Lucerys as the heir to Driftwood Isle. In Waymond's eyes, this was less favorable than appointing Leno's eldest daughter, Benilla. At least her bloodline is pure, devoid of the lowly strong lineage. Though I am the firstborn, my father is the second son, and the claim to Driftwood Isle will forever elude me. Waymond's expression was one of discontent. Yet, it is not entirely devoid of hope, Aegon murmured. What hope? Waymond dismissed Aegon's words. We all understand that bastards lack inheritance rights. And both Benilla and Rhaenyra bear the Targaryen name. So what? Even if everyone knows those three little wretches are bastards, even if their inheritance rights are strict, my uncle will still decree Benilla as the heir to Driftwood Isle. What if there is a royal edict? Aegon's lips curled into a smile. Waymond paused, gazing intently at Aegon, and suddenly, it seemed he had struck upon an idea, his face alight with uncontainable surprise. In principle, even a king has no authority to interfere in the domestic affairs of a vassal's family. However, solutions often outnumber difficulties. And considering that Rhaenyra and Rhaenyra both bear the Targaryen name, they are, strictly speaking, members of the royal family. Once Aegon ascends the throne and wields power, Waymond shall become the legitimate heir to Driftmark. Yet, in a rare moment of wisdom, Waymond lifted his goblet in toast to Aegon. Your Highness Aegon, I sincerely appreciate your kindness. Allow me to toast to you. However, the future remains uncertain, does it not? 3 days ago, Lord Corlys ordered my immediate departure from Bloodstone Island. Yet I believe that I cannot leave until your arrival, for that would be tantamount to surrendering without a fight. Is that so? Thank you. Aegon raised his cup in return. What are your plans upon returning? I am uncertain. Perhaps a few days of rest, Waymond replied, taking a swig of his drink. Would you be interested in aiding me in battle? Aegon chuckled, extending an olive branch. If he could successfully win Waymond over, even if it did not pose a tangible threat to the Black faction, it would certainly serve to unsettle them. If there is nothing else, I shall certainly assist your highness in dealing with the realm of the Three Horse and those savage Dornish. Excellent. If you can aid me, I believe the realm of the Three Horse and the Dornish will prove inconsequential. Aegon's smile was radiant, yet he inwardly cursed Corlys for his foolishness. Just 5 days prior, he had penned a letter to Corlys discussing their joint military expedition to the Stepstones. Yet this old fool had turned around and ordered Waymond to withdraw his forces, an utterly despicable maneuver. How distasteful! Once the Stepstones are cleared, while others pay a mere 10% in passage tax, the Velaryon family shall be burdened with a staggering 30%. Chapter 42. The night raid. What began as a splendid welcoming banquet was ultimately transformed by Aegon into a farewell feast. Aegon and Waymond engaged in spirited toasts, offering both consolation and praise for Waymond's exceptional abilities. In a state of inebriation, Waymond, believing he had finally encountered someone who comprehended him, poured forth his grievances without restraint. He first lamented the injustice of the Seven Gods, then criticized Corlys for his advancing age and declining faculties, and ultimately even cast blame upon Viserys. He reproached him for not marrying Lena, which had led to Rhaenyra's confusion regarding the ancient and noble Valyrian lineage. Aegon could hardly suppress a grimace at Waymond's audacity. He spoke with an unfiltered candor that was striking. However, Aegon mused that even if Viserys had wed Lena, Corlys would still endeavor to see Lena marry Rhaenyra. Naturally, whether Viserys would consent was another matter entirely, but Corlys would undoubtedly make the attempt. And should Lena bear a firstborn son for Viserys, Aegon was certain that Corlys would pursue the matter of succession with an urgency that surpassed even that of Otto Hightower, employing far more ruthless tactics. Regrettably, reality does not entertain what-ifs. Corlys aspired to elevate the Valyrian family, successfully arranging for Rhaenyra, the heir to the Iron Throne, to wed his son Laenor. Yet, an unforeseen complication arose. His son had yet to father even a single child. Fortunately, there remained a glimmer of hope. His nominal grandson, Joffrey, was declared the heir to the Iron Throne. As long as Rhaenyra married Joffrey, the Valyrian bloodline would ultimately be entwined with the throne. Furthermore, Rhaenyra's union with Viserys would ensure that the noble blood of the Seahorse lineage continued to grace the Iron Throne. Perhaps Lena would never comprehend that her daughter would be left to clean up Rhaenyra's messes. Or perhaps Lena was fully aware of everything yet chose to remain silent. Regardless of the outcome, Lena was now deceased. As the night deepened, the once generous moon, which had previously cast its silvery light, remained shrouded behind dark clouds. After the conclusion of the feast, Aegon sought out the sulking Aemond. "What is this, little rascal? Still sulking?" Aegon chuckled. "I'm 10 years old. And you still want to let me drink?" Aemond pouted, turning his head away, refusing to meet Aegon's gaze. At this, Aegon sighed with a smile and playfully tapped Aemond on the head. "You little scamp, do you have any idea how much I value you? My reluctance to let you drink is not merely due to your age. I have an exceedingly important task to entrust to you." An exceedingly important task. For me. Aemond's pain was momentarily forgotten, replaced by excitement. Recently, Helena and Daemon had frequently been assigned tasks by Aegon, such as delivering messages or conveying oral instructions. While Aemond had been left out, he had approached Aegon, pleading for a task of his own, even if it meant merely guarding his sister or Daemon. He was eager to be of service to Aegon. However, at that time, Aegon had been engaged in undermining the Black faction, intimidating and enticing those nobles who had previously supported them. The success rate of his subterfuge was rather low. Should one encounter certain obstinate nobles who regard their oaths as paramount, Aegon is bound to endure a few jests. Helena and Dallin remain composed and astute. Yet Aemond is a different story, impulsive and irritable since childhood. If a dragon were to decimate an entire family, it would spell a catastrophic blow to the Green Party's reputation. Indeed, I shall accompany you on this momentous task, but I fear that intoxication may impede our efforts. Remember, drinking can lead to folly. I understand. What is this significant task? Aemond is eager to showcase his prowess, wholly uninterested in Aegon's admonitions. To Aemond, Aegon's nagging is even more dreadful than Alicent's, inducing an overwhelming desire to slumber. Riding dragons, a nocturnal raid on Tyros. Aemond's eyes instantly sparkled with exhilaration. Just the two of us. He glanced outside the tent, wondering about his sister and Dallin. Helena and Dallin have already succumbed to slumber. It is now just you and me, a clandestine mission between brothers. Are you confident? Tonight, Vegharl will make the avaricious Tyrosians pay a bloody price. Aemond eagerly thumped his chest in assurance. What are you waiting for? Aegon beckoned, stepping outside first. Let us remind them of the wrath of the Dragon King. In the pitch-black night, Sunflower and Vegharl vanished into the sky with utmost stealth. The cold wind howled as they surged forward, swiftly reaching the skies above Tyros. At this moment, Tyros was ablaze with light, from afar. It appeared untouched by the ravages of the dragon. Aegon was somewhat taken aback. Were the Tyrosians truly this optimistic? Just earlier in the day, they had been attacked by dragons, and now they were reveling in debauchery. Yet, as Sunflower closed the distance, Aegon finally discerned the scene within Tyros. This is hardly revelry or indulgence. It is the overseer brandishing a torch, wielding a whip, urging the slaves to hastily repair the city walls. Those wretched slave masters. Still exploiting the enslaved even as midnight approaches, Aegon scoffed. Chapter 43. High Delph Hydri with a resounding crack. High Delph Hydri felt the sting of a whip against his back as he labored under the weight of stones. Bowing his head, he gasped for breath. His heart filled with resentment. After toiling all day, he had hoped to find respite in the evening, only to be summoned by the overseer to repair the city walls. Most infuriating was the overseer's utter refusal to provide even a morsel of dinner for the slaves, let alone grant them a moment's rest. You wretched beast, move faster. If the section under my charge is not completed tonight, I shall flay your skin. The overseer's threat hung in the air. And when he saw High Delph frozen in place, he lashed out again. Crack! A new wound marred High Delph's already battered back. In that moment, the last vestige of restraint shattered within him. He discarded his burden, seized a stone, and charged at the overseer. Caught off guard, the overseer could only watch helplessly as the stone hurtled toward him. A chilling scream pierced the night. I shall kill you, High Delph cried, relentlessly striking with the stone until the overseer's skull lay shattered. Staggering to his feet, High Delph turned to the surrounding slaves and bellowed, if this continues, we shall all perish from exhaustion. If death is our fate, why not die in the pursuit of freedom? With that, disregarding the thoughts of those around him, he grasped a shovel and rushed toward the gathering soldiers. To battle! High Delph roared, charging forth alone. Let us fight. Indeed, if we are to die, let it be in the struggle for our freedom. In that instant, the older slaves hesitated, while the younger ones, seizing any weapon at hand, followed High Delph into the fray against the fully armed soldiers. As High Delph's shovel clashed with the soldiers' pikes, a monumental era began to unfold. Chaos erupted, spreading like wildfire. Some slaves took advantage of the confusion to flee, while many others joined the fray, shouting for freedom. Yet the hesitation of the older slaves was not without reason. High Delph led those who chose to follow him in an assault on the docks, though they were fierce and unyielding. The soldiers clad in armor and wielding long spears proved formidable adversaries. Especially with reinforcements continually arriving from the slave owners, their endurance would soon be tested. As the ranks of the slave owners swelled, the thousands of rebellious slaves, including High Delph, found themselves encircled. If this continued, the grand uprising would vanish like a stone cast into the sea, leaving no ripple behind. High Delph understood that they could not persist in this manner, otherwise, they would eventually be worn down by the slave masters. We must unite and break through the encirclement. Safety lies beyond the city walls, High Delph thundered. Upon hearing his words, the spirits of the crowd surged once more, and with a roar, they charged toward the weakest point of the encirclement. The commander of the Targaryen regular army naturally discerned the intentions of the group of slaves and immediately issued a cold command. Shields! The frontline soldiers quickly erected a wall of shields, the sharp tips of their spears thrusting out from behind the protective barrier. The sound of steel-piercing flash echoed incessantly, resembling the wails of demons reverberating in High Delph's ears. As those around him fell one after another, High Delph began to feel a rising sense of urgency. He blindly charged with his men 3 times, each attempt culminating in failure. Calm, remain composed. High Delph forced himself to steady his nerves, standing atop the pile of corpses in search of a way to break the deadlock. Unfortunately, he found no solution. Instead, he spotted archers arriving in the distance for reinforcement. Once the archers were positioned, hope would be utterly extinguished. Reluctantly, High Delph led his men in several more attempts, yet they still could not penetrate the enemy's encirclement. Callum sneered, directing the regular army to progressively tighten the noose. A bunch of fools, having served as the commander of the Targaryen regular army for 20 years. He had quelled slave revolts 16 times. The largest rebellion had nearly involved 10,000 slaves, yet he had deftly manipulated their demise. A cluster of slaves, fueled by impulsive fervor, may initiate an uprising, but even if they managed to escape the city, what would it matter? With no supplies, no reinforcements, and dwindling numbers, it was only a matter of time before they were completely eradicated. The encirclement began to constrict gradually, and the archers were soon to reach the battlefield. Despair began to spread among the ranks. However, all were acutely aware that whether or not they surrendered, the slave masters would execute them as a warning to the others to refrain from rebellious thoughts. Thus, no one was prepared to surrender, least of all High Delph and those behind him. Just as High Delph resolved to fight to the bitter end, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A piercing cry rang out. Chapter 44. A sudden turn of events. A resounding roar echoed from above. The golden scales of the sunlit dragon shimmered brilliantly in the glow of the flames. The crimson and gold dragonfire descended like a pillar of celestial fire, instantly shattering the formation of the Talisi regular army. The once formidable shield wall, which had forced the slaves into retreat, melted away like a flake of snow dropped into boiling water when confronted with the dragon's flames. "Dragon! Scatter!" Callum exclaimed in shock and fury. Even before he could issue the command, the assembled regulars began to disperse. No one could maintain their composure in the face of a diving dragon. "Archers! Archers!" Callum commanded, directing 600 archers into 5 formations, striving to lock onto the slow-flying sunlit dragon. Aegon, noticing this, couldn't help but smirk, deliberately slowing his descent. Believing he had seized an opportunity, Callum immediately commanded, "Loose." The arrows whistled through the air towards the sunlit dragon. Prepared for the onslaught, the dragon swiftly angled its body, evading the majority of the arrows. With only a few striking its breastplate, all deflected by the dragon scales. The archers, now in a state of panic, hurriedly knocked their arrows. The sunlit dragon suddenly accelerated, its crimson and gold flames seemingly endless, relentlessly sweeping over the archers below. Simultaneously, a deep roar resonated above the three-headed god temple of Talisi. The sound was richer, reminiscent of a venerable yet still formidable gladiator proclaiming his might. The thick, black-green dragonfire illuminated the sky above the temple, transforming the sacred edifice, a symbol of Talisian faith, into a sea of flames and ruins in an instant. The colossal statue of the three-headed god at the entrance melted away in vigorous dragonfire, seemingly heralding the misfortunes of the night. Having destroyed the temple, Vader pressed onward towards the palace of the Talisian sovereign. The ruler of Talisi is known as the Grand Duke. The election of the Grand Duke is rife with threats and bribery, a practice the Talisians deem legitimate. A candidate who would not engage in bribery is deemed unworthy of ruling their city. However, the question of worthiness is trivial, for after this night, Talisi will undoubtedly descend into a purgatory beneath the dragon's flames. Aegon had not anticipated such an unexpected delight tonight. He had intended to launch a surprise attack on Talisi but stumbled upon the slave uprising instead. Nevertheless, since fate had aligned, Aegon would not forfeit the opportunity to deal a devastating blow to Talisi, though the strategic impact of supporting the slave uprising was far less than that of Meal. It nonetheless advanced Aegon towards his ultimate strategic objective. Plans are often outpaced by unforeseen developments. Adaptability is paramount. With Aegon's current mental fortitude and the synergy he shared with the sunlit dragon, the bond between man and dragon had reached a pinnacle of unity. Callum, now lost in the crowd, fled in a state of disarray, entirely stripped of the arrogance he had displayed while besieging the slaves. His reactions had been swift. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, he had immediately begun directing the infantry to disperse and the archers to form new positions. "Damn you, Rhaenyra! I will never trust you again." Callum cursed as he scurried away. Rhaenyra once advised him to disperse immediately once the dragon began its descent, and then retaliate with arrows, crossbows, and ballistae. He followed this counsel, scattering and firing his arrows in return, only to find himself pursued and beset. Callum always sensed that this golden dragon was unlike any other. It was more agile, more intelligent, and far more cunning, even deceiving them into wasting their arrows. While cursing and fleeing, Callum was blissfully unaware that he had been targeted. Suddenly, a heavy hoe struck violently against the back of his head. "He is here!" shouted the slave who had brought Callum down. In an instant, the surrounding slaves converged upon him. Within mere breaths, Callum lay unconscious, a mere puddle of flesh. The sunfire evaded the rebels, pursuing the fleeing Tylosian regulars with ruthless efficiency. The golden dragon's flames swept over Hedorf, instantly obliterating more than 20 Tylosian soldiers, without even a cry of agony escaping their lips. Yet Hedorf did not feel fear. Rather, he gazed intently at the soaring golden dragon in the night sky. The dragon's flames deliberately spared the rebel slaves, targeting solely the Tylosian forces, clearly aiding their cause. With the dragon's assistance overhead, Hedorf ceased his frantic escape from Tylos and began to sweep through the city with the rebels. He liberated the slaves by severing their collars, incorporating them into the rebel army. The forces, originally confined near the Tower of Weeping Blood, began to expand throughout the city. The rebellion grew at a terrifying pace, swelling in numbers. Countless freed slaves ignited chaos within the city, burning, killing, looting, and unleashing their pent-up fury and desires. The remnants of statues from across the world, standing by the streets and rivers, gazed vacantly upon the hellscape that was Tylos. The rising flames illuminated the ugliness of human hearts, After enduring prolonged oppression and exploitation, they had finally unleashed the most terrifying backlash. Through the lens of the Sunfire, Aegon beheld all that transpired within the city. As the architect of it all, he felt no trace of compassion, even harboring thoughts of exterminating all the slave masters in a single night. The Stone Steps Archipelago and the contested lands were among the most critical strongholds in Aegon's bid for the throne. Given sufficient time, he would not mind gradually dismantling the alliance of slave masters. However, the pressing issue was that Aegon had little time at his disposal. He likely had only a decade to prepare for civil war. In comparison, it seemed far more expedient to eliminate these slave masters decisively, minimizing the time costs involved. Chapter 45. A day of transformation dawn often symbolizes hope and love. However, the people of Tyros do not share this sentiment. As the first rays of sunlight bathe the Stairs Islands, the landscape reveals a scene of desolation, littered with crumbled walls and severed limbs. The horrific events of the previous night continue to haunt the surviving Tyrosians, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Within the depths of the great lord's palace, Rhaenyra's countenance darkens, his hands trembling. "We were careless," he utters in a low voice. "The dragon is far more terrifying and agile than we ever anticipated." Throughout his 17 years as the great lord of Tyros, since the onset of the Stairs Islands War, he had contemplated the possibility of a dragon assaulting their homeland. In preparation, he had stationed nearly 200 ballistae along the city walls. Yet, he could never have foreseen such a sudden, swift, and horrifying attack. "Our war with Demon Targaryen has deceived us. The dragon does not linger on the battlefield, nor does it join the fray only after the fighting begins," Alvo Totto remarked, taking a swig from his flask. As the chief executive of Tyros, he bore the primary responsibility for the recent slave uprising, having proposed that the slaves, who had toiled throughout the day, work through the night to repair the walls. Nonetheless, Rhaenyra did not assign blame to him. After all, no one could have predicted that the uprising would coincide with the surprise assault led by Aegon Targaryen. Had Aegon not attacked Tyros under the cover of night, the slave rebellion would have been a mere triviality and would not have inflicted such catastrophic losses upon Tyros. This is not the time for regret. We must make a decision immediately should we retreat to the disputed lands, or remain within the city and resist to the last breath. Ferial Douglas pounded the table twice, his expression fraught with agitation. As the wealthiest individual in Tyros, commanding thousands of slaves, he had suffered grievously overnight, with many dead or fled, leaving him on the brink of despair. "I have yet to lament. It seems you two have already begun to wallow in sorrow." Ferial spat. Returning to the matter at hand, Rhaenyra composed his demeanor. "I believe we must retreat to the disputed lands. Remaining in Tyros would render us mere targets, as exemplified by last night's events." Alvo furrowed his brow. "If we had sufficient ballistae, I believe Tyros could withstand the onslaught. And retreat is not as simple as it sounds." Alvo's remarks were devoid of exaggeration. Retreat was not a matter of mere lip service. Many Tyrosians had their livelihoods tied to the city. If they were to abandon it, where would they reside? What means would they have for sustenance? "I too believe we must retreat, but it must not be overt," Ferial stated. "What do you mean by that?" Rhaenyra inquired, his brow furrowing. "Are we to sneak away?" To speak of retreat sounds noble, yet it ultimately entails packing up and fleeing. Running away is inherently not a dignified act, and to do so in secrecy would be utterly disgraceful. "Not us, but you and Alvo shall remain," Ferial replied with a smile. "I do not comprehend your meaning." Alvo's eyes twitched with confusion. "Firstly, we may consider retreat. However, a considerable number of individuals are either unable or unwilling to depart. Secondly, once we abandon the city of Tyrosh, reclaiming it would prove exceedingly arduous. Aegon Targaryen is exceedingly cunning, and he will undoubtedly lend his support to those slaves who stand against us. Thirdly, we must not allow morale to falter. We must retaliate, demonstrating to outsiders that the Lord of Rhaenyra remains unvanquished and has not surrendered. Subsequently, Rhaenyra and Rhys shall engage in guerrilla warfare around the Stepstone Islands, gradually wearing him down. Thus, both of you must remain. I shall journey eastward to garner further support for you. Volantis, Astapor, Karth, Myr, Newguise, and Volantis are all potential allies." Rhaenyra pressed his lips together. "Setting aside Volantis for now, will Myr and Rhys still send troops? I harbor concerns that once they learn of Tyrosh's near devastation overnight, they may lack the courage to confront Aegon Targaryen." Upon hearing this, Fenrir smiled with confidence. "Fear not. Tyrosh has been attacked, and they cannot escape. Indeed, Since Aegon Targaryen seeks war, he will seize every opportunity to weaken the forces of Tyrosh, Myr, and Rhys. Elvir wholeheartedly concurred with Fenrir's assessment. In his view, given the prolonged conflict in the Stepstone Islands, outsiders would have long regarded Tyrosh, Myr, and Rhys as a unified entity. The so-called Tri-City Alliance. Furthermore, among the Navy led by the fearsome Rhaenyra, 2/3 of the ships belong to Myr and Rhys. Therefore, Aegon would not limit his assault solely to Tyrosh. Even if Tyrosh suffers the greatest losses, Myr and Rhys would not be so foolish as to stand idly by while Tyrosh is crushed by Aegon Targaryen. Otherwise, once Aegon has dealt with Tyrosh, Myr and Rhys will find no respite either. Mycania furrowed his brow, biting the chapped skin on his lip, his eyes narrowing slightly. For some reason, he harbored an unsettling premonition. Chapter 46. Something awry, although a sense of foreboding lingered in Mycania's heart. Fenrir's suggestion appeared to be the most prudent course of action at present. Very well, let it be so. Mycania nodded. Fenrir, when you journey east, declare that the Targaryens intend to resurrect Valyria. Let that instill fear in them. Fenrir smirked coldly. I am aware that the Targaryens not only seek to restore the Valyrian Empire but also aim to abolish the system of slavery on the continent of Essos. To enlist the help of the city-states of Volantis against the Targaryens, intimidation and persuasion were paramount. They may not believe the Targaryens' intentions to revive Valyria. Yet, should Aegon Targaryen dare to support a slave uprising, he would undoubtedly be seen as a thorn in the sides of the slave-holding cities such as Volantis. Conversely, if Aegon refrains from aiding the slaves, Mycania could swiftly quash the seemingly formidable but ultimately hopeless insurgent forces. I trust you. When shall you depart? Mycania inquired. We depart at once. Time is of the essence, and we must act immediately. Fenrir rose, nodded to Mycania, and departed the underground chamber with 2 guards. Once Fenrir had left, Mycania commenced his own preparations. Ervo, take a team to assess the losses, tally the traitorous and deceased slaves, as well as those who remained. Gather all surviving soldiers and oversee the collection of resources within the city for centralized management. Additionally, spread the word to rally the Tyroshi people, proclaiming that Lord Mycania stands with them, pledging to resist the invasion and massacre by the dragons with unwavering resolve. Moreover, urgently contact Lys and Myr to request support. Simultaneously, instruct Lekarion to lead the fleet back to Tyrosh, remaining vigilant against the insurgent elements on the island. Understood, I shall attend to it at once. As Mycania's trusted right hand, Ervo was known for his decisive actions and promptly departed the underground chamber upon receiving his orders. Mycania rubbed his temples, forcibly suppressing the unease that gripped him, as he began to mentally sift through the potential sources of his disquiet. What had he overlooked? Mycania murmured to himself. After an indeterminate span of time, a possible revelation struck Mycania. If he were Aegon Targaryen, wielding 4 dragons, he would undoubtedly divide them into 2 groups. This strategy would enable constant surveillance of Tyrosh, effectively cutting off its external supplies. Meanwhile, he would support the insurgents in counterattacking Tyrosh, or even encroaching into its contested territories. One must bear in mind that Tyrosh is a city built upon an island. Should it lose access to external resources, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, considering the inherent greed of the Tyroshi, a breach in supply would inevitably lead to internal collapse. Realizing he had grasped a crucial insight, Mycania immediately summoned his assistant. Bring me paper and ink. Upon receiving the materials, Mycania swiftly penned 2 letters and entrusted them to his assistant. You personally deliver these 2 letters to the governor's councils of Myr and Rhys. Inform them that the situation in Tyros is far more dire than they can imagine, urging them to expedite their support. Additionally, it is imperative to convey that even cargo ships must be equipped with ballistae, for Aegon Targaryen is highly likely to attempt to blockade the waterways. Understood. After the assistant secured the letters, he took his leave. Mycania leaned back in his seat, feeling a significant alleviation of the unease within him. His letters contained not merely pleas for aid and warnings, but also threats. He explicitly stated to the governor's councils of Myr and Rhys that should Tyros fall, he would lead all Tyrosians to seek refuge in Myr and Rhys. At that juncture, we would all coexist, and I would aspire to vie for the governorship of Myr and Rhys. Should you dare to refuse our entry or participation in the elections, we shall turn to piracy, specifically targeting your merchant vessels. The Tyrosians are adept at plundering. Furthermore, we shall form mercenary bands to raid your estates in disputed territories and seize your fertile lands therein. After all, the Tyrosians have already lost their homes. What more do we have to lose? Since the expulsion of Volantis from the disputed territories and the establishment of the Tri-City Alliance, internal power struggles have been incessant. Without a threat, Mil and Rhys would undoubtedly procrastinate, allowing Tyros to be gradually consumed and weakened. Necania understood Mil and Rhys all too well. For if the roles were reversed, he too would make the same calculations and choices. Tyros, Mil, and Rhys are not a loving family but rather rivals eager to devour one another. Absent external pressure, the so-called Tri-City Alliance is nothing more than a farce. Bloodstone Isle. Under the dawn's glow, the sun's rays pierced the clouds, descending upon the island alongside Vecchoro. The golden scales of the sun shimmered in the morning light. As Aemon dismounted from the dragon's back, his initial exhilaration visibly waned, and Vecchoro, too, collapsed wearily onto the ground. The fierce battle fought by a 10-year-old boy and a 170-year-old dragon throughout the night was indeed a formidable challenge for this unlikely duo. Aemon gazed at the snoring Vecchoro, feeling a sense of melancholy. Perhaps if Vecchoro were to regain 30 years of youth, his overall combat prowess would surely surpass what it is now. Dragons do not cease to grow, thus, the older and larger a dragon becomes, the stronger it is. Yet, age inevitably brings decline. Their stamina can never match that of their youth. In Aemon's view, a dragon's prime should be between 100 and 150 years. Dragons in this age range are not only vigorous but also maintain a comparable size. For instance, during the era of the Blood Dragon's rampage, Vormesor was over 80 years younger than Vecchoro, yet his size was only about 1/5 smaller. Moreover, Wormsoul is swifter, more agile, and more enduring. The size and growth rate of dragons are intrinsically linked to their innate talents, yet, in a broader perspective, younger dragons exhibit a remarkably accelerated growth rate. As the mighty dragon ages, its growth rate gradually diminishes. It is said that in the final years of his life, the fearsome vigor ceased to grow altogether. Contemplating this, Aegon cast his gaze upon Songfire. To this day, he remains perplexed by the astonishing rate at which Songfire matures. Furthermore, as his mental fortitude has intensified, he finds himself uncontrollably entering the dragon spirit state, at times even drifting into the depths of Songfire's soul during slumber. This is decidedly amiss. One would expect that with an increase in his mental prowess, he should possess greater control over the dragon spirit state. To unravel this mystery, he has scoured numerous ancient tomes and magical texts, even procuring various works from the era of Old Valyria, yet he has still found no leads. Once the turmoil of the Black Party is quelled, perhaps he might venture to the Valyrian ruins and the Shadowlands located at the 14 Flames. Both the Valyrian ruins at the 14 Flames and the Shadowlands to the east of Asthai are among the most enigmatic regions of Essos. In the tales of the Freehold, dragons are said to have originated from the Valyrian Peninsula, while Asthai asserts that dragons were birthed from the Shadowlands. Asthai posits that it was the ancient peoples of the Shadowlands who tamed the dragons and mastered the arts of raising and training these colossal beasts. These ancient tribes, emerging from the Shadowlands, expanded their influence before ultimately establishing the Freehold with Valyria as its capital. Yet, irrespective of the historical veracity, Aegon must return to rest. His mental state is not significantly superior to that of Aemon. Having spent an entire night in a dragon spirit state, he feels utterly exhausted. Upon returning to the tent, Aegon summoned Alex Cargill. Last night, Aemon and I taught Tyros a lesson. During my rest, you are to refrain from any action, merely maintain vigilance along the coastline. And we shall discuss matters upon my awakening. Do you understand? Alex displayed no surprise whatsoever. Prior to the commencement of the banquet yesterday, he had meticulously arranged a highly vigilant patrol. Not only would he be aware of 2 dragons, but even if 2 pigs were to escape, he would be the first to know. Chapter 47. You see, you are impatient. As the morning mist dissipated, Waymond arose with the intention of visiting Egan. The previous night, he had indulged excessively, forgetting many details, yet distinctly recalling Egan's understanding and solace. I am sorry, but you cannot enter. His Highness Egan is resting. A guard interjected, halting Waymonda's advance. Is His Highness still asleep? Waymonda inquired with surprise, as Egan did not strike him as someone prone to languid slumbers. His Highness returned at dawn after reprimanding Tyroaxi last night, and he requests that you do not disturb his rest, the guard replied in a hushed tone. Very well. When His Highness awakens, please convey my regards, Waymonda responded. The guard nodded in acknowledgement. Reluctantly departing, Waymonda sought out Alec, who was currently overseeing the construction of a storage facility. A substantial amount of supplies needed to be stored, with forthcoming aid from the Hightower and Lannister families. Without the warehouse completed, there would be no place to store the incoming provisions. Sir Waymonda. Alec noticed him. Good morning, Sir Alec. I am preparing to withdraw. I shall leave behind some war-torn weapons and armor for you to dispose of. Alec squinted slightly, grasping the implications of Waymonda's words. Is that advisable? What if Count Collis holds us accountable? Alec cautioned. It is entirely normal to lose some weapons and armor in warfare. Otherwise, how could one justify the expenses of war? Waymonda waved his hand dismissively, embodying a demeanor of taking responsibility. Very well, I shall ensure it is taken care of. With your assurance, I feel at ease. I shall take my leave then. Allow me to accompany you, Alec insisted. No need, you have your tasks, Waymonda replied. However, Alec remained steadfast in his desire to see him off. Under Alec's watchful gaze, the remaining 17 warships of House Velaryon slowly vanished into the distant sea, illuminated by the morning sun. Soon, the Stepstone Archipelago would become the ultimate battleground for the Seven Kingdoms and the Free Cities alliance against the Dorne forces. As the sun traversed the sky, evening arrived, with a fiery sunset casting its glow upon the mountains. Brother. Aegon abruptly opened his eyes to find Daeon, his cherubic yet handsome visage before him. Little Daeon, what do you want? Aegon pushed Daemon's face away gently. You've been asleep for an entire day. I thought you had perished. Daeon exclaimed joyfully as he seated himself on the bed. It is splendid that you are alive. Aegon opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, before silently reaching for his shoes. If I do not properly discipline this young rascal today, it would indeed be an upheaval. In the original narrative, Daeon had grown up in the shadow of his elder brother. However, after their journey through time, Aegon provided ample affection to his younger siblings. For Aemon and Daeon, Aegon truly embodied the role of a fatherly elder brother. Consequently, they acknowledged Aegon as their true leader, disregarding Viserys altogether. At that fateful banquet, Aemon had unreservedly threatened Daemon and the others, showing complete disregard for Viserys' authority. However, just as Aegon was prepared to admonish Daemon, Helena entered the room. Now, Aegon. Daemon is genuinely concerned for you. He means no harm, Helena spoke softly. Since the engagement of the two, Helena had begun to address Aegon by his name. To be fair, Aegon found great pleasure in Helena's character and the gentle tone in which she spoke. Perhaps once Helena reached adulthood, he could impart to her some less savory knowledge. Yet, he wondered if she would still heed his words by then. Daemon, please step outside, Helena instructed. Oh, Daemon pouted, wishing to inquire if Aemon had been boasting, wondering if Vhagar truly possessed such might. After Daemon departed, Helena settled beside Aegon. Aegon. I have begun my first moon as cycle. Aegon looked at Helena, his lips twitching. When your cycle begins, you must take care to rest, drink plenty of warm water. And for a few days, refrain from riding dragons, do you understand? Then may I rest with you tonight? Helena blinked. Mother insists I hasten to bear you a son. Claiming only thus will your position be further secured. Upon hearing this, Aegon helplessly cradled Helena's flushed face. They say the birthing bed is a battlefield for women. And I do not wish for your body to enter the fray before it is ready. I cannot lose you, Helena. You are my blood and fire, my sun, my moon, my beacon. I yearn to gaze upon your gentle eyes, which seem to hold the essence of countless stars, each day. And thus I cannot allow my sun and moon to encounter any misfortune. Aegon's eyes brimmed with love and tenderness, leaving Helena in a daze, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Daemon and Aemon suddenly peeked into the tent. Brother, what am I to you? Aemon asked, his face alight with pride. I must surely be your right hand, is that not so? I am the left hand, and you are the right, Daemon replied to Aemon, then turned to Aegon. Is that not true, brother? The unexpected entrance of Aemon and Daemon left Helena blushing with mortification. All that talk of blood and fire, suns, moons, and beacons had surely been overheard by her two brothers. She felt as though she might perish from embarrassment, and Aegon, too, had spoken so freely in broad daylight. Helena's face was nearly aflame. Yet, Aegon boldly affirmed, you both are also my blood and fire, my left hand and right. Upon hearing this, Daemon immediately rushed into the tent, standing tall and thumping his chest. Indeed, indeed. Rest assured, brother, when I grow up, I shall ride Vhagar to rid you of that wretched woman, Rhaenyra. Daemon declared with confidence, certain that Vhagar was the mightiest among the 4 dragons. However, the oblivious Daemon did not notice Aegon had quietly picked up his shoe, nor did he realize that Aemon had already vanished from sight. I find solace in this. My dear brother, Yet prior to that, I feel compelled to rectify your unfortunate penchant for eavesdropping. What? Dallin was taken aback, perplexed. Ha! Aegon chuckled coldly. Dallin, observing his sister shyly covering her face, suddenly grasped the implication. A small tuft of silvery gold hair stood erect upon his head. Alas, you see. You are once again too hasty. Chapter 48. Alas, you have truly brought me to despair. Dallin vowed never to forget this sorrowful day, nor the heartless abandonment by Aemond, nor the terrifying strength wielded by Aegon. Within the military tent, Aegon summoned Alec, the fleet's commander, along with the captains and first mates of the 30 warships. I am immensely grateful for your steadfast support, and I trust you are all aware of the circumstances surrounding the Stairway Isles. However, there is no cause for concern. We possess ample reinforcements. In addition to our assistance, we have 4 colossal dragons. Should you find the time, do visit them. Westeros stands as one of the 3 legendary founding dragons still living. His Majesty has bestowed upon me the title of Duke of the Stairway Isles. And thus I am indeed the Duke of the Stairway Isles. It is my duty and obligation to protect the kingdom's territories. Given the current situation of the Stairway Isles, are we not also expanding our kingdom's frontiers? This is an unparalleled honor. In the future, ballads will echo throughout the 7 kingdoms, immortalizing your deeds for generations to come. You shall be etched into the annals of history, your accomplishments celebrated. Aegon raised his goblet and declared with a hearty laugh, let us toast to ourselves. To glory. To our own selves. To glory. The crowd surged with fervor, envisioning the moment their legacies would be sung by future generations. The atmosphere in the military tent was electrifying, while the makeshift port was equally tumultuous. Helena, in her capacity as Aegon's betrothed, summoned all soldiers 2,700 in total. Remembering Aegon's instructions, Helena exhaled softly and spoke gently. I am Helena Targaryen, and you are all aware of my lineage. This gathering is primarily to express my gratitude. You all understand what it means to come to the Stairway Isles. It signifies injury, disappearance, or even death. Yet you have come, undaunted by the specter of death. You are the valiant, fearless warriors of the Navy, expanding the kingdom's borders. But you are not merely soldiers, you are sons, husbands, and fathers. You are the pillars of your families. Prince Aegon has never forgotten this, and for that reason, he wishes to ensure your peace of mind. With that, Helena waved her hand, and 20 large chests were brought forth before the assembly. She stepped forward and personally opened the wooden boxes one by one. Gleaming golden dragons were presented to the eager crowd. Heavy breaths echoed as everyone fixated on Helena. Her earlier words had indeed stirred their blood and moved their hearts. After all, in times of war, politicians seldom concern themselves with the lives of frontline soldiers. Yet, they could hardly fathom that Prince Aegon not only cared for them but also offered tangible rewards. Your Highness! A soldier suddenly called out. Helena turned to him, her face breaking into a smile. I am here. What is your name? Your Highness, I am Newgalter. Taking a deep breath, Newgalter continued, I wish to ask, if we bravely engage the enemy, will these golden dragons truly be distributed among us? In that moment, all eyes, including those of Newgalter, were fixed upon Helena. Particularly Newgalter, whose wife had just given birth to triplets 3 boys. Yet, fate had dealt him a cruel hand, as he was hastily conscripted into military service, burdened with resentment and dread. He feared for his wife's future, concerned that she would be left without support should he perish. He had witnessed too many families torn apart, women, bereft of their husbands, became targets for exploitation, and some even found themselves driven to the brothels. The summons to war was an irrevocable fate. However, if he could leverage his prior military experiences to earn a reward, it might alleviate some of the burden on his wife, who would be left to care for their 3 sons alone. The others shared a similar mindset, yearning for a monetary reward. Yet, they all harbored a common apprehension, would this promised bounty truly reach their hands? Moreover, if the money were to serve as posthumous compensation, would it be fully bestowed upon their families? Little did they realize the generosity that Aegon extended to his soldiers. Without further ado, Helena instructed her attendants to distribute the funds. This was not a reward for valor on the battlefield, but rather a relocation stipend 5 gold dragons for each individual, with additional rewards for those who distinguished themselves in combat. This sum could be utilized as they saw fit or sent home to their families. Furthermore, those willing to relocate their families to Blackstone Island or Grey Gallows Island would receive additional subsidies, regardless of age or gender. Each person would receive 5 gold dragons and 3 acres of land, along with a 10 gold dragon fund for housing construction. All present were momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Even before the war had begun, they were being given money. It wasn't until the 5 gold dragons fell into Newgater's palm that he realized the gravity of the situation. Staring blankly at the coins, 5 gold dragons, had they truly come so easily? A gust of sea wind roused him from his stupor, and he turned to look at Helena. Her silvery hair danced in the breeze, and in that instant, Newgater grasped the 5 gold dragons tightly. Aegon was the true king. He raised his right hand, clenched around the gold dragons, and shouted with fervor. Witnessing this, others followed suit, raising their own hands adorned with the coins. Aegon is the true king. Aegon is the true king. Aegon is the true king. The chorus of voices reverberated, reaching even into the military tents. Inside, the revelers, engaged in their merriment, were momentarily stunned. Soon, a sharp-eyed captain with a small mustache was the first to react, quickly raising his goblet and proclaiming, Aegon is the true king. Do not speak in folly. There is but one king in Westeros. Aegon interjected hastily. Who says so? Our eyes are wide open. The mustached captain retorted loudly. Let us raise our goblets. Aegon is the true king. Aegon is the true king. The crowd, goblets in hand, echoed the chant with fervor. Oh dear, you truly are causing me distress. Aegon exclaimed, though his hands, in earnest, lifted the goblet to join the others in a toast, draining its contents in one swift motion. Chapter 49, The True Monarch. Aegon. The banquet concluded splendidly, and Aegon emerged as the true monarch. Led by Captain Littlebeard. The captains hailed him as the true monarch Aegon. To be fair, this title is undoubtedly comparable to that of the young king, even rivaling that of the conqueror. Upon returning to his tent, Alex followed closely behind. Your Highness, Alex said, his face marked by hesitation. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. There is no need for formality, Aegon replied, pouring 2 cups of water and handing one to Alex while he drank the other in one gulp. After sipping the cool water, Aegon felt significantly rejuvenated. Your Highness, I believe you have been rather generous, Alex murmured. Generous? Are you referring to the money given to the soldiers? Aegon asked with amusement. Alex blinked his small eyes, puzzled by what was humorous, yet continued to advise, yes. It is excessive. You may not fully grasp the purchasing power of a golden dragon. He thought Aegon, coming from royalty, might be unaware of the significance of the golden dragon. Your Highness, it only takes 15 golden dragons to fully arm a knight. Your reward of 5 golden dragons per soldier is already substantial. Moreover, there are additional funds for housing construction. It is too much. What do you propose I do? Aegon asked, straightening slightly in his seat, eager to test Alex's political acumen. Simply exchange the golden dragons for silver stacks. This would win the hearts of the people without incurring excessive costs. Even if they relocate to the Stepstone Islands, the silver stacks would suffice for their expenses until their land begins to yield. Aegon nodded thoughtfully. Alex's suggestion was indeed reasonable. Such political savvy could serve him well in the current 7 kingdoms, perhaps warranting further cultivation. You are correct. Substituting with silver stacks would indeed cover their expenses until they could harvest from the land. But have you considered one thing? What? Alex did not perceive any oversight on his part. Aegon popped a green grape into his mouth and spoke leisurely. You are now a member of the King's Guard. Yet the Sea Lord of Braavos has taken an interest in you, offering you the same privileges to protect him in Braavos. If His Majesty allows you to choose, would you go to Braavos? Absolutely not. Setting aside the fact that they offer me the same privileges, I could never relinquish the honor of being a King's Guard. Besides, I am not familiar with Braavos. Even if I were to resign from the King's Guard, I would not go there. Staying in Westeros is far better. As soon as Alex finished speaking, Aegon gave him a knowing look. By the same logic, our warriors are all commoners from the Crownlands. If they are not offered substantial rewards, why would their families abandon the peace and prosperity of the Crownlands to settle on my Stepstone Islands? You may think I am unaware of the value of a golden dragon, but I also believe you do not comprehend the difficulties of migration, nor the fears commoners have regarding it. I desire people. I want those warriors who fight for me to bring their families to the Stepstone Islands to cultivate the land for me. To cultivate new land, one must procure farming tools. To sow grains, seeds are essential, and to construct shelters, timber, stone, and implements are required, are they not? Furthermore, prior to the harvest of the first crops, provisions for sustenance and other necessities must be purchased as well. In addition to these expenditures, there lies the threat of marauders from nearby waters. You see, if I were to invite their entire family to settle on the Stone Steps Islands, I must demonstrate sincerity and assume responsibility for their welfare. If I lack even this modicum of accountability, what right do I have to claim the title of Duke of the Stone Steps Islands or to vie for the Iron Throne? Aegon spoke with righteous conviction. Elric was rendered speechless, his visage betraying shame. I apologize, Your Highness. I did not realize you had considered so many factors. There is no need for apologies. It is not your fault, but rather the barren nature of the Stone Steps Islands. Aegon waved dismissively, indicating that Elric need not dwell on it. Yet, in truth, Aegon found himself in a predicament. The land was indeed too desolate. Were he able to summon soldiers at his discretion, he would not be burdened with such convoluted matters. Moreover, if the families of these soldiers were not relocated to the Stone Steps Islands, Viserys could, to some extent, maintain control over this army from afar. This was an eventuality Aegon could not tolerate. Only by fully commanding this fleet could Aegon proceed with his next course of action. By the way, summon Nyx for me. Tell him I have matters to discuss. Nyx was the captain with a mustache who had first raised his cup in a toast at the banquet. Very well. I shall fetch him at once. Elric turned and departed, swiftly returning with Nyx in tow. Your Highness, you summoned me? Nyx's voice was somewhat hoarse, and his gaze was bleary. Pour him a glass of water, Aegon instructed the maid. After a sip of water, Nyx felt considerably better. You are a talent, Nyx. Aegon praised. Nyx hesitated. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. I am nowhere near your level. Uncertain of Aegon's intentions, Nyx merely echoed his sentiments. Seeking to curry favor. Ha! Sir Nyx, your awareness could use some improvement, Aegon chuckled, pointing at him. With limited personal energy, to achieve great things, one must unite and exert effort in a singular direction. I understand. Please command me, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Aegon displayed a thoroughly satisfied smile. I intend to promote you to the position of Vice Commander of the fleet, leading 10 warships to station at Great Gallows Island, south of Bloodstone Island. Do you have confidence in this task? Upon learning of Aegon's intention to elevate him to commander and lead 10 warships, Nyx's eyes widened in astonishment. Simultaneously, a sigh of relief escaped him internally. Had he known this was merely a promotion and an opportunity for him to be of greater service, he would not have been so apprehensive amidst all the preamble. Chapter 50. Family interests above all. Some are elated, while others are disheartened. Sigh. Within a military tent, Anne Staunton wore a gloomy expression, sighing heavily. As the brother of the Earl of Ravenswatch, he had been appointed as the fleet commander for this expedition by his brother. Both Viserys and his elder sibling firmly believed him to be a loyal and capable individual, capable of both monitoring Prince Aegon for his majesty and skillfully leading Aegon into the quagmire of war. Yet, it was all of a sod. He possessed no true abilities, and his brother had been misled by his drunken boasts, even recommending him to his majesty. Until the banquet tonight, he had believed that everything would be manageable. Despite the impending battle at Stepstones, he had 4 dragons on his side. He merely needed to feign competence and ride the coattails of success. However, he never anticipated that after the banquet, the captains and soldiers would no longer heed his commands. Should Viserys discover that he had been sidelined on the very next day after arriving at Stepstones, he would surely have his head. And fervently raked his fingers through his hair, sensing that his mind was on the verge of slipping away from him. What to do, what to do? Cursed mind, move faster! And exclaimed in frustration. Ah! Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. Why not directly align himself with His Highness Aegon? But in the next moment, his expression darkened. How foolish of me! I am merely a second son, lacking true merit and inheritance rights. What if His Highness Aegon does not want me? Just as Anne found himself in a quandary, footsteps echoed from outside the tent. Moments later, Alex entered. Good evening. Sir Ant. His Highness requests your presence. He has urgent matters to discuss with you, Alex stated with an impassive expression. His Highness is calling for me. A sense of dread gripped Ant's heart. Given his current sidelining, Aegon would not be contemplating throwing him to the fishes, would he? This was no mere figment of his imagination. The Stepstones were in chaos. If Aegon wished to eliminate him, he could concoct 100 plausible ways to do so. Indeed. His Highness summons you. Please hurry, Alex urged. Very well, I shall go at once. Although reluctant, Ant felt he could not refuse the personal summons from Alex. Following him, and soon arrived at Aegon's military tent. Upon entering, he saw Nyx seated opposite Aegon, and his expression shifted ominously. This is truly dire. Aegon had already found someone to replace him. Come, sit, Aegon beckoned, and forced a smile and took a seat beside Nyx. Just as he was about to take a sip of water, Aegon suddenly glanced up at him, raising an eyebrow. You seem quite tense, Aegon stated, tilting his head slightly with a bemused expression. Did you? And stammered, feeling increasingly uneasy under Aegon's scrutinizing gaze. What do you think? Aegon replied, somewhat exasperated. To speak frankly, Aegon holds a rather favorable impression of Enter. Lacking genuine skill and independent thought, he is a person easily maneuvered. Enough of such musings. I intend to dispatch Nyx with 10 warships to Greyjoy Island and promote him to the position of deputy commander of the fleet. As the supreme commander of the fleet, I have summoned you to seek your counsel regarding any challenges we may need to address collaboratively. Enter's lips twitched, silently cursing. If he were to refuse, he would find himself sinking to the depths by dawn. Aegon could have simply given the order without this charade. Yet he insisted on dragging him into this performance, seemingly without regard for the inconvenience. Nevertheless, despite his inner grievances, Enter dared not exhibit his discontent. Such trivial matters could be resolved with your direct command. Though I am the fleet's commander, you are indeed the ultimate authority over this armada, Enter said with utmost deference. It is settled then. Nyx shall depart tomorrow, equipped with provisions for half a month. Aegon allotted Nyx just half a month's worth of supplies, primarily to maintain control over his logistics, while also reserving some resources for potential contingencies. Should any escaped slaves from Tyrosh prove worthy of support, he would not hesitate to send them additional provisions. However, if these slaves were merely a disorganized mob, devoid of any value for assistance, he saw no reason to squander his resources. The aid from the Hightower and Lannister families would not arrive for at least another fortnight, and thus, the supplies at his disposal would be prioritized for the temporary port at Bloodstone Island. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. News of Tyrosh's devastation at the hands of dragons swept through the western Essos like a tempest, with Pentos on the western coast being among the first to receive the tidings. Braavos, Myr, Lys, and Volantis soon followed suit. The most bewildered city-state, without a doubt, was Myr. Following the revelation of Tyrosh's dire fate, news of the dragon's assault on Lys reached them swiftly, leaving Myr in a state of utter confusion. The rallying cries against the dragons from Tyrosh and Lys echoed loudly, yet Myr's resolve seemed notably fragile. That day, all had witnessed the arrival of 4 dragons. Yet none had unleashed their fiery breath. In the governor's hall of Myr, governance was collectively held by a council of governors, primarily composed of local wealthy merchants and nobles. What shall we do? Reuben Polk fervently rifled through the letters in his hands, particularly one penned by Nicaria. I oppose the declaration of war. The interests of the Stepstone Islands have predominantly benefited Tyrosh. When it came to the division of interests, we were overlooked, yet now, as we stand on the brink of conflict with 4 dragons, we suddenly find ourselves considered. Moreover, are you not aware of Tyrosh's plight? Must we be driven to the same ghastly fate as Tyrosh before you are satisfied? Vasily Cox exclaimed, visibly agitated. Calm yourself, are we not merely deliberating? Reuben Polk responded. Exasperated. Am I agitated? He retorted. Very well, you are not agitated. Reuben then turned to another figure, Governor Felix. What is your opinion? Felix Bowers, the most influential among the 3 governors of Myr, remained poised as he contemplated the dire situation. The Bowers family, long before the fall of Valyria, had already established themselves as the eminent aristocrats of Meereen. I believe we must offer assistance, while we need not directly dispatch individuals. We must certainly provide material support to ensure that Tyrosh does not succumb entirely. As that old curmudgeon from Mecania stated, if Tyrosh falls, we too shall suffer dire consequences. Felix, possessing significant influence, spoke, and Vasily's gaze visibly cleared with remarkable speed. Moreover, Felix's assertions were sound, even if they were reluctant. They could not stand idly by as Tyrosh was overtaken. However, I harbor a grave concern. Why has Aegon Targaryen not yet launched an attack against us? Felix furrowed his brow. At that moment, 4 dragons circled ominously above Meereen, and chaos had already erupted within the city. Logically, this should have been the optimal moment for an assault. Do you suppose it is possible that Aegon Targaryen seeks to sow discord among us? Reuben interjected suddenly. He is. Felix inhaled sharply. If Meereen remained unscathed, The nature of those Tyrosians might lead them to believe we are secretly colluding with Aegon Targaryen. What then? Vasili's countenance darkened. Are we truly to send envoys directly into battle? If Aegon Targaryen is solely targeting Tyrosh, then our direct involvement in the conflict would only invite calamity. The assault suffered by Lys was not severe, merely resulting in the destruction of some merchant vessels and buildings, while Tyrosh bore the brunt of the devastation. Reuben and Vasily shared similar sentiments, both reluctant to engage directly in combat. Felix, wise beyond his years, disowned this reluctance and could not help but sigh inwardly. Lamenting Aegon Targaryen's cunning stratagem, the adversary had thoroughly perceived the intricacies of human nature and the dynamics of their Tri-City alliance. Even though it was highly probable that this was indeed Aegon Targaryen's ploy to create division, the temptation to gamble on that slight chance remained irresistible. Not just Reuben and Vasily, but even Felix felt the same. After all, Meereen had not sustained even the slightest injury. Should their misjudgment lead to Meereen suffering significant harm, their tenure as governors would be irrevocably compromised. Throughout their years in governance, they had certainly offended numerous individuals, particularly the Bowers family, which had been embroiled in fierce conflict with the Huston family in recent years. If his miscalculation were to provoke a dragon attack on Meereen, the exhausted Huston family would undoubtedly risk everything to drag him down with them. He was on the verge of overcoming the Huston family, and he would not permit any unforeseen circumstances to thwart him, even if Aegon Targaryen truly intended to create discord among them. Such matters would have to wait until he had decisively vanquished the Huston family. The interests of Meereen pale in comparison to those of the Bowers family. Moreover, did he not fight his way through the gubernatorial campaign for the benefit of the Bowers family? Family interests supersede all else. Chapter 5: The opportunity arises. Bloodstone Island. Aegon personally oversees the reconstruction of the port on site. The temporary harbor constructed by the Velaryon family, despite its advantageous geographic location, is a disarray. It merely meets the basic requirements for mooring vessels. Your Highness, the temporary harbor has a deep draft, and the land is extensive, fully possessing the potential for the construction of a grand port. The craftsmen hold their incomprehensible blueprints in hand. Aegon cast a glance at the drawings, clicking his tongue in disapproval, unable to decipher them. I do not concern myself with the process, I solely focus on the outcome. The trade of Bloodstone Island will rely on this port, along with a considerable fleet of warships that need to dock here. You are the chief engineer. It is best that you grasp the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, let me make it clear, I shall provide the funds, and you shall undertake the construction. If I am not satisfied with the final result, I will not let you off the hook. Of course, should the port be built commendably, I will also grant rewards to everyone involved. Money is the least valuable asset in my possession. Aegon, unable to comprehend the blueprints, deemed it unnecessary to do so. His focus remained solely on the eventual outcome. Rest assured, Your Highness, I have constructed ports for 30 years without a single issue. The craftsman assured, thumping his chest. Very well, exercise caution in all matters. We must expedite the construction. Aegon waved his hand. Meanwhile, 100 miles north of the Staircase Isles, a colossal fleet, stretching beyond the horizon, surged forward with the wind, various banners fluttering triumphantly. My lord, we are no less than 100 miles from the Staircase Isles, and the number of pirates trailing us has significantly increased. They are nearing the brink of impatience. Krakenheiter nodded, calmly issuing orders. Increase speed. Pay no heed to that band of pirates. They cannot stir much trouble, even if our men are not adept at naval combat. We are more than capable of crushing any adversary. Their fleet comprised dozens of nobles, both large and small. Besides the conscripted sailors, many were younger sons of noble families. These younger sons had no claim to inheritance. The titles and wealth passed down through generations were beyond their reach. Without special opportunities, they would remain impoverished wandering knights or mercenaries for their entire lives. However, fortune smiled upon them. Aegon had been appointed Duke of the Staircase Isles, and he had yet to bestow titles upon vassals. Although the Staircase Isles were barren, they were not entirely devoid of cultivable land, and there were opportunities to collect tolls from passing merchant vessels. Presently, the Staircase Isles could be regarded as a land of immense opportunities. Countless impoverished knights sought to prove their worth and establish an illustrious lineage. Not only the pirates were restless, the impoverished knights aboard the ships were equally eager, itching to make their move. It is worth noting that the supplies on board were all intended as support for Aegon. Who would not wish to present the severed heads of a few pirates to impress Aegon? Yet, The pirates tailing the fleet remained oblivious to these aspirations. As the number of pirates grew, one could no longer contain themselves, and a frenzy ensued. With one leading the charge, the remaining pirates descended into chaos, each yearning to partake in the impending revelry. From above the clouds, the scene resembled a pack of wolves closing in on their prey. Yet true hunters often disguise themselves as their prey. At the moment the pirates launched their assault, the fleet swiftly altered its formation, with the warship housing the Proletarian Knights retreating to the outermost perimeter. The raucous pirates surged forward in their longships, quickly closing in on the outer cargo vessels. The knights aboard could discern the exhilarated, savage grins on the pirates' faces, and a similar expression of fervor crept onto their own. Come on, the more the merrier," one knight exclaimed eagerly, his grimace more fearsome than that of the pirates. A horde of longships, varying in size and manned by hundreds of pirates, crashed into the fleet, throwing grappling hooks onto the ship's railings. "Brothers, a chance for fortune has arrived. Seize this vessel, and wealth and women shall be ours. Brothers, an opportunity for glory is at hand. Slay these pirates, and accolades and rank shall be ours." The pirates, with malicious grins, eagerly scrambled aboard. Upon closer inspection, they were met with a group of fully armored knights, equally exhilarated. The first pirate to ascend the deck felt his heart drop as he realized the dire situation. "This is bad. Run, run." The roving pirates were well aware of the formidable combat prowess of the Knights of Westeros. The seemingly cumbersome plate armor was not only remarkably agile but also offered far superior protection compared to ordinary armor. With their dilapidated weapons, they could hardly leave a mark on the plate, let alone penetrate it. However, the pirates behind him paid no heed to his frantic warnings, rushing onto the deck, only to be left dumbfounded. Shouldn't the cargo ship be manned by panicked sailors? Instead, they found themselves facing a battalion of fully armed knights from the Seven Kingdoms. "Enough! Everyone, aboard!" The elder knight at the forefront unsheathed his long sword and charged at the bewildered pirates. In an instant, the deck was awash with blood, the slaughter tipping rapidly in favor of the knights. The first pirates to board sought to flee, while those yet to board desperately clamored to join the fray. The deck transformed into a slaughterhouse, where the armored and well-trained knights dispatched the pirates with the same ease as one might slay a chicken. As time ticked by, the expendable pirates were gradually eliminated, revealing a more formidable threat. Dozens of large pirate ships approached the cargo vessels with blinding speed. Bang! 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 The sides of the pirate vessels drew near, and the better-equipped pirates leaped aboard, unafraid of the heavy armored knights. Blood began to stain the azure sea, while countless shadows stirred beneath the surface. The pirates sought to plunder the ship's goods and gold, while the Proletarian Knights aimed to protect those treasures, all the while hoping to claim the pirates' heads for titles and lands. The battle erupted into a fierce frenzy the moment contact was made. With a swift slash, Balcon cleaved a pirate in two. A true knight can fell 3 ordinary soldiers in 10 breaths, understand? "I see. I believe I will soon be capable of that." Balcus gasped, panting. Balcon and Balcus were once wandering knights of the Lord's domain. In the absence of conflict among the 7 nations, their existence relied upon assisting the great nobles in managing the villages. Although their lives were relatively comfortable, they ultimately toiled for the benefit of others' lands. Upon hearing of the circumstances surrounding the Stone Steps archipelago, the two brothers resolved to venture forth in search of fortune. Should they secure a thief, or even attain the titles of Baron or Count, it would be a tremendous windfall. Just as Balkan was about to utter something, his expression suddenly shifted, and he lunged to tackle his brother. As bars fell, a crossbow bolt whizzed perilously close to his right arm. "Be cautious, this is not the time for idle chatter. We must first eliminate these reckless pirates." The brothers stood back to back, wielding their longswords, fiercely engaging in combat. As the battlefield grew increasingly tense, a dragon's roar suddenly resonated through the air above. With a piercing screech, Syrian tore through the clouds, commencing its descent. Chapter 52, The Rangel Highlands. Undoubtedly, Tessarion is a most exquisite azure she-dragon. As she tore through the clouds, her descent was met with a cacophony of gasps and cheers. "It is the dragon! Run! It is Prince Dallon! The prince rides a dragon to our aid! Strike them down!" The pirates, once emboldened by their numbers, instantly lost their will to fight. They possessed no precious heavy weaponry like crossbows. "Dragon fire!" Dallon's cherubic visage was etched with seriousness. Upon issuing the command, Tessarion unleashed her cobalt flames, effortlessly shredding a pirate ship to splinters. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the fiery onslaught screamed as they plunged into the sea. The flames extinguishing only to be dragged into the depths by a shadow, witnessed by horrified comrades. After obliterating a pirate vessel, Targaryen ascended to greater heights, preparing for her next dive. Upon her back, Dallin meticulously surveyed the pirate ships below. After much pleading with Aegon, he had finally been assigned a patrol mission over the surrounding waters. Initially believing it to be yet another tedious assignment, he was taken by surprise when he encountered a fleet under pirate attack, en route to support the Stairs Islands. Brother, this is not an impulsive act. I fear the supplies meant for your support may fall into the hands of pirates. With this excuse in mind, Dallin felt a wave of relief wash over him, soon followed by a surge of adrenaline as he steered Targaryen into her second dive. However, Dallin was no fool. He deliberately chose a direction where the sun blazed directly, using its blinding light as a veil. Dragon fire! With his second command, Dallin's nerves steadied as he calmly directed Targaryen to unleash flames while deftly evading the arrows that rained down upon them. With the dragon now engaged in battle, the makeshift encirclement formed by the pirates had turned into a harbinger of doom. Some pirate crews, armed with ballistae, foolishly aspired to slay the dragon. Yet, their meager artillery posed no threat to the swiftly soaring dragon, which swiftly targeted and obliterated them instead. Fortunately, Dallin did not linger in the fray. Once the distance between the pirates and the fleet widened, he chose not to pursue them further. Targaryen, with her agile form, hovered above the grand cargo vessel, the lighthouse, her wings stirring a tempest that rocked the ship. Dallin called out a greeting, to which Kraken waved back, signaling for Dallin to proceed. With that, Dallin executed a smooth turn atop Targaryen and soared southward toward Bloodstone Island. Meanwhile, Aegon remained oblivious to the naval battle unfolding to the north, engrossed in discussions with Alec regarding support for the rebel forces. Unless the rebels pledge their loyalty to you, I do not support bolstering their strength. Who knows if they may threaten you once they grow in power. Alec was not convinced that aiding the rebels was a prudent idea. While such support could indeed deplete Thalassi's resources, they were not incapable of overcoming Thalassi. If the rebels were to gain strength, would it not be akin to nurturing a tiger at one's door? Aegon shook his head. Should they swear fealty to me, they would no longer be a slave rebellion, thus losing their value and instead becoming an excuse and a tool for the slave city-states to unite against me. What Aegon desires is the reputation of the slave uprising. By leveraging the hands of the insurgents to eliminate the majority of slave owners, he not only saves effort and trouble but also avoids being besieged by the remaining slave cities on the continent of Essos. Upon hearing this, Alec ceased his discourse. He understood that he would eternally lag behind Aegon's strategic thinking and could only offer insights and experiences on specific tactics. Have you examined the map of the island where Tolosai resides? Aegon inquired. Looking over the entire Stone Steppes archipelago, Bloodstone Island boasts the largest area, exceeding 30,000 square kilometers. Following it is Grey Scourge Island, which is nearly 30,000 square kilometers in size. Next in line is the island where Tolosai is located, with an area comparable to Grey Scourge Island. Indeed, Alec nodded. At that time, the slaves fled to the northwest. Where do you think they will ultimately halt? During this period, Aegon had been preoccupied with planning for Bloodstone Island and had not paid attention to those slaves. Thus he was unaware of their final destination. Alec meticulously recalled the map of Tolosai Island in his mind. I believe they might head to the Rhaegal Highlands. That place is elevated, with only one decent road, making it relatively easy to defend and hard to attack. Rhaegal Highlands? Aegon queried in surprise. While it is indeed easy to defend, there are also numerous estates established there. One must first seize them to even discuss defense, right? The youngest estates on Rhaegal Highlands are over 10 years old. Over the years, no slave uprising has ever conquered the Rhaegal Highlands. You are correct. One must first seize them to qualify for defense. Without external assistance, I doubt the insurgents could breach the Rhaegal Highlands, Aegon stated earnestly. Your Highness, that was in the past. The situation is different now. Alec shook his head. The previous insurgents could not take Rhaegal Highlands because Tolosai City trapped them both inside and outside. An insurgent force without supplies would collapse within days. But does Tolosai possess the resources and energy to jointly suppress the insurgents alongside Rhaegal Highlands now? As he spoke, enlightenment dawned upon Aegon. It seemed that Tolosai was likely still in the process of rebuilding strongholds amidst the ruins, lacking the capacity to pursue the insurgents. The insurgents feared being hunted by Tolosai, while Tolosai equally feared the insurgents might seize the opportunity to counterattack the city. If Tolosi cannot exert sufficient external pressure, even if Rhaegal Highlands is easy to defend, it would certainly succumb to the onslaught of a human wave tactic. Then, if the insurgents possess sufficient resolve and capture Rhaegal Highlands, would Tolosi be in serious trouble? Aegon's lips involuntarily curled upwards. Once the insurgents secure Rhaegal Highlands, the issues of food and water would be fundamentally resolved. Rhaegal Highlands not only has a lake but also ample arable land. 1/10 of Tolosi's food supply comes from Rhaegal Highlands. I can assure you, Your Highness, if the insurgents truly take Rhaegal Highlands, it will undoubtedly give Tolosi a considerable headache for some time. Alec asserted confidently. Just for some time. It is merely a matter of time, Your Highness. The insurgents are unlikely to achieve ultimate victory unless they manage to relocate to the disputed territories. However, even if they were to make such a move, it would only serve to delay their inevitable defeat, for they will ultimately be besieged and eradicated. Unless they receive support from non-slave-holding city-states, such as Braavos and Pentos. As for Pentos, let us not entertain that notion, although Braavos has forcibly abolished slavery. The class of slave owners still persists, merely a change of facade rather than substance. Aegon rhythmically tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. And after a brief moment, he suddenly rose. I must venture to the Isle of Tylos to ascertain the location of the insurgents. Should they indeed be assaulting the Langa Heights, I shall lend them my assistance and concurrently seize control of the water supply. Chapter 53. A greeting from Aegon. Aegon mounted the Sunfire and departed, while Theon returned to the Stone Steps Isles. Tyrion landed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Where is my brother? I have splendid news to share with him, Theon remarked to Alec. Alec glanced at Theon with a hint of surprise. His Highness has gone to Tylos Island. Do you have any instructions? Alec inquired respectfully. Nothing of great consequence. The support fleet is approaching, less than 100 miles away. Alec's face lit up with astonishment. Is it the Lannister family or the Hightower family? Bloodstone Island is in dire need of manpower. We barely have over 4,000 soldiers and sailors combined. Even if the soldiers were willing to relocate their families to Bloodstone Island, it would take about 2 months. A joint fleet, mostly comprised of Hightower ships, along with vessels from House Redwyne and House Peak. I estimate at least 50 cargo ships. Theon indicated with a hand gesture. At least 50. Alec exclaimed joyfully. Wonderful! I can finally breathe a little easier. During this period, Alec had been under immense pressure. Aegon had always issued orders without regard for how Alec executed them. Constructing warehouses required manpower, building ports required manpower, and patrolling the surrounding seas demanded manpower. 4,000 individuals felt woefully insufficient. Moreover, with Aegon now bestowed the title of Duke of the Stone Steps Isles, there was a need for a proper castle, was there not? Yet currently, they had not even a stone fortress, let alone a house to dwell in. Living in tents was hardly befitting. The clouds churned, and the Sunfire burst through, its golden scales gleaming in the sunlight. Faster, Sunfire! Roar! The Sunfire let out a mighty roar and began to accelerate. As the ship sped forth, Aegon soon caught sight of Tylos Island. Before seeking out the rebels, Aegon steered the Sunfire directly towards Tylos. Although locating the rebels was the priority, it did not preclude Aegon from taking a moment to vex Tylos. After all, he had come all this way and wished to greet the Tylosians whom he had missed dearly. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber, Nymeria suddenly widened his eyes. He faintly heard the roar of the dragon. Again. Nymeria's expression darkened. The Sunfire, without diving, maintained a height of several meters above the ground, unleashing its dragon fire upon all in sight. Bang, 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 a series of muffled sounds. A volley of crossbow bolts, each a meter long and forged from fine iron, whistled through the air from the shadows of the ruins. However, the connection between the Sunfire and Aegon was unwavering. The moment the bolts were aimed at the Sunfire, Aegon felt a prickling sensation all over his body and executed a sharp turn, evading all the bolts. Cunning beast, learning to employ ambush tactics. Aegon cursed under his breath. Although it was likely that the Sunfire could have evaded the attack even without his timely warning, the risk of being struck was ever present. In the absence of ground forces to coordinate with, low-altitude fire breathing was not as secure as a series of dives. Aegon, without further hesitation, harnessed the Sunfire and swiftly ascended, gradually fading from the sight of the Tyroshi, leaving behind a multitude of lifeless bodies. His objective of greeting had been accomplished, and he departed with unwavering resolve, leaving the Tyroshi seething in frustration. Following the map of Tyroshi Island etched in his memory, Aegon soon arrived near the Rhaegal Heights. Viewed from above, the Wrangel Heights resembled a flat expanse thrust upwards, flanked by the sea, with but a single passable road, while the remaining directions were beset by steep peaks. At this moment, a multitude of slaves surged forward along the only available path. The slave owners, capitalizing on their advantageous terrain, commanded their enslaved soldiers to resist valiantly. "Come on, comrades, as an insurrectionist army, can't you even sway the loyalty of the slave soldiers?" Aegon mused, his eyes widening slightly in disbelief. However, the rebels demonstrated some cunning, recognizing the necessity of taking the Wrangel Heights, which proved their continued value in the struggle. Adjusting his posture, Aegon directed the Sunfire to dive, heading straight for the enslaved forces atop the heights. Uninterested in inciting panic, the Sunfire remained silent as it descended. The enslaved soldiers were still engaged in combat under the command of their masters when the dragon flame suddenly descended upon them. Those struck by the dragon's fire were reduced to charred remains before they could even register a moment of agony. Yet, those merely grazed by the dragon's flame suffered greatly, writhing in anguish upon the ground, unable to extinguish the inferno consuming them. Dragon! The slave owners were filled with a mix of anger and fear, realizing they had no dragon crossbows at their disposal. Aegon, likewise, observed no signs of such weaponry, as the Sunfire began to unleash dragon flames indiscriminately from low altitude. In an instant, the line that the slave owners had painstakingly stabilized was rent asunder. Ordinary arrows posed no threat to the gargantuan Sunfire, which had now surpassed 50 meters in length. Unless aimed at the eyes, they were but a farce, incapable of penetrating even its membranous wings. As the line formed by the enslaved soldiers was torn apart, the rebels, their eyes ablaze with crimson fervor, charged up the heights with wild cries. Their minds were singularly focused on one goal: to eradicate the slave owners and their lackeys, and to seize all that the masters possessed. A brutal melee ensued between the enslaved and the insurrectionists, but due to the sudden onslaught of the dragon, the already demoralized slave soldiers began to display signs of collapse. Rather than pursuing the advantage, Aegon made straight for the estate of the slave owners, commencing a widespread conflagration of the granaries and crops within the estate. Chapter 54. The Panic of Hedolf. Though the Wrangel Heights are modest in size, they are adorned with numerous prosperous estates due to their fertile land. Aegon, wielding the power of the scorching sun, methodically annihilated the granaries and crops within these estates. Supporting the rebel forces is not merely a matter of providing financial aid or weapons. Aegon must ensure that the insurgents remain sufficiently armed while simultaneously keeping them under his control. Thus, his optimal strategy is to supply weaponry while also decisively managing the internal affairs of the uprising. By controlling the rebel sources of food and fresh water, Aegon could manipulate them at will. As the sun began its descent, Hedolf had led the insurgents in a complete takeover of the Wrangel Mountain Road. After leaving 1,000 men to guard their position, Hedolf marched forward with 5,000 able-bodied men into the heart of the Wrangel Heights. The rebels' food reserves were nearly depleted. If they failed to procure sustenance within 2 days, not only would morale plummet, but infighting could ensue, leading to their eventual systematic extermination. Let us strive harder. Once we seize the estates, we shall have ample wine and meat, Hedolf proclaimed with fervor. However, upon reaching the first estate, Hedolf was taken aback. Before him lay a scene of chaos, engulfed in flames, with slaves rampaging, committing acts of violence and theft. The estate owner and his guards had been torn to shreds by the frantic slaves, the granaries were ablaze, while the storerooms overflowed with slaves scrambling for coins. Fools! A bunch of fools! Hedolf shouted in anger. Quickly, extinguish the flames. We must not let the food be consumed. His voice jolted the crowd, prompting a group of insurgents to discard their wooden spears and rush into the burning granary to salvage the provisions. Spartacus, take some men to control these frenzied compatriots. Confiscate all seized goods and inquire about what transpired here, Hedolf commanded. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately, Spartacus replied, gesturing for several to follow him. A gladiator by origin, Spartacus led his squad of armored fighters, well-equipped and adept, quickly suppressing the riot. A few of the instigators were brought before Hedolf, bloodied and sneering, their faces contorted in defiance. Who are you? A bald man demanded, having just indulged himself with a woman. That woman had been the personal bed slave of his former master, and he had longed to experience such pleasures. Hedolf remained silent, casting a meaningful glance towards Spartacus. Understanding the unspoken command, Spartacus delivered a powerful blow to the bald man's abdomen. The man's eyes bulged as he expelled the golden wine he had recently consumed, mixed with remnants of partially digested food. Tell me, what transpired here? Hidolf's gaze turned icy as he addressed another of the ringleaders. Initially believing these individuals to be initiating a rebellion against their masters, it became evident that they lacked the capability for such defiance. Surely, some unforeseen calamity had occurred. It was a golden dragon, a colossal beast descending from the heavens, first ravaging the fields, then the granaries, and finally, the estate owner's residence. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness. The golden dragon appeared and vanished in the blink of an eye, merely the time it takes to savor a cup of wine. In the ensuing chaos, Johnny seized the opportunity to slay the guards and lead a plundering of the estate's storeroom. The diminutive figure, under the scrutinizing gaze of Sherdolf, trembled as he recounted the events in a rapid-fire manner. Upon finishing, Shedolf's expression darkened ominously. He advanced and seized the little man's collar. Incredulity etched upon his face as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the golden dragon deliberately destroyed the granaries and farmlands?" The small man, pale with fright, stammered in reply. "No, I cannot ascertain if the golden dragon acted with intent, but it certainly appears so." Sherdolf gritted his teeth, his lips quivering with suppressed rage. "Spartacus, swiftly rally the men and investigate the nearby estates." Spartacus, taken aback, complied and hurried forth with his companions towards the nearest estate. A disquieting premonition surged within him. He had discerned an unmistakable panic in Sherdolf's eyes, even during the days of being stranded on the Lango Mountain Road, when supplies were dwindling. He had never witnessed such fear in Shedolf's gaze. Spartacus's foreboding intuition was soon validated. Upon arriving at the nearest estate, the scene before him mirrored that of the first estate with disturbing precision. Flames engulfed the surroundings, and chaos reigned with pillagers rampaging about. Regaining his composure, Spartacus turned his gaze to the farmlands within the estate, and indeed, they were ablaze, with the granaries faring no better. Though Spartacus lacked Shedolf's astuteness, the gravity of the situation became clear to him, and he finally comprehended the reason behind Shedolf's palpable alarm. The golden dragon was purposefully depleting the provisions of the Lango Highlands. What could possibly motivate the dragon rider to act thus? They had previously aided them at critical junctures. Why now would they seek to annihilate the sustenance upon which the rebel forces relied? Spartacus grappled with these questions, unable to derive a satisfactory explanation, and proceeded to inspect several other nearby estates. The outcome was invariably the same: raging infernos, silhouettes of marauders, and farmlands and granaries reduced to ashes lay before him. Chapter 55. The list of grandparents and grandchildren. When Spartacus returned with the news to the estate, Hidolf collapsed onto the ground in despair. "You are our leader," Spartacus exclaimed, rushing forward to lift him up. "You do not understand." Hidolf pushed Spartacus away. "You do not comprehend that we shall never attain true freedom." Hidolf possessed a deeper insight than Spartacus, recognizing the sinister machinations behind the Golden Dragon Knight's destruction of their supplies. The Golden Dragon Knights aimed to control their logistics, thereby coercing them into a desperate struggle against their masters, ultimately reaping the benefits for themselves. Yet, they found themselves utterly powerless, forced to watch as the Golden Dragon set their provisions ablaze. This engendered in Hidolf a profound sense of despair and the helplessness inherent in being a slave at the mercy of others. Spartacus furrowed his brow. "Though you are our leader, you cannot bemoan our fate while displaying such despondency, as if all hope is lost. We follow you in the pursuit of freedom. We have fought our way to the heights of Longal. Yet now you tell us we shall forever be denied true liberty. If that is the case, then you might as well weep like a woman here, or return to plead for the mercy of our masters. I, however, will not relinquish my pursuit of freedom, nor will I abandon even the faintest glimmer of hope." With that, Spartacus turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. After a moment's hesitation, the majority followed in Spartacus's footsteps. They had tasted the blood and the essence of freedom. Even if, as Hidolf claimed, true freedom was eternally out of reach, they were willing to perish in the quest for it, with no thought of retreat. In the end, from 5,000, only 800 remained. Those who chose to stay resolutely believed that Hidolf would not falter. The leader who had led them out of Talos would not easily succumb. Hidolf remained silent for a moment, before suddenly raising his head. "I must speak with Aegon Targaryen. Spartacus is right. We cannot relinquish any hope." Hidolf had steeled himself. If Aegon Targaryen truly intended to wield the insurgents as weapons, he must at least secure sufficient material support for their cause. First, he would obtain the aid needed to stabilize the insurgents' logistics, and then seek a way to turn the tide. "No, we cannot lose you. You are the leader of the insurgents. You cannot go." Tenshman grasped Hidolf's arm tightly. What is there to fear? I am merely going to meet Aegon Targaryen. Not to court death. Spartacus can also be an excellent leader. Hedolf had made up his mind, regardless of the outcome, he would personally meet Aegon Targaryen. Even a worm, doomed to be crushed, would struggle. How much more so a leader of the insurgents, Hedolf Hadley. Tenchman, Andres, I shall take 10 men and depart. Once I am gone, you must lead the rest back to the camp and bring everyone to the heights of Longo. As you traverse the path, remember to keep an eye out for any edible provisions that may be scavenged. There exists but a single dragon. It is impossible to annihilate every consumable resource. Hildorf's resolve is unwavering, and neither Tenchman nor Andres offer any further resistance. The remaining 800 souls are divided in two, with Hildorf leading 10 individuals toward another direction, where he has previously hidden 2 longships. Initially intended as a precautionary measure, he never anticipated the urgent need for their use. Based on the information acquired from merchants along the way, Aegon Targaryen is expected to be stationed at Bloodstone Island, which is still quite distant from Tyrosh Island, requiring several days of travel. As evening descends upon Bloodstone Island, Aegon raises a toast with Kraken, his face alight with joy. As below them are the dispossessed knights and younger sons of nobles from the 7 kingdoms. You are indeed generous, offering free silver stacks for each head. If those pirates were aware of the worth of their own heads, they would be utterly thrilled. Aegon bursts into laughter, despite Kraken's hellish jest lacking genuine humor. Today is a day for merriment. Your arrival is most fortuitous, for I am in dire need of more hands. Kraken chuckles softly and replies, do not fret about the manpower, for we are not the last wave. To my knowledge, the Lannister, Reyes, Greyjoy, Stark, and Bracken families have likewise formed a united fleet. In addition to these prominent houses, there are several lesser families who, though lacking in wealth and ships, have also provided some manpower. We too have many from smaller families aboard the Hightower ships. They possess neither land nor assets, many having relocated their entire households, as you can well understand. Upon hearing this, Aegon instantly displays an expression of understanding. Noticing this, Kraken raises his cup once more to clink with Aegon's. The glasses collide, producing a crisp sound, and the two share a knowing smile. The fertile lands of the 7 kingdoms are finite, largely claimed by renowned noble houses. Ambitious lesser nobles, yearning for advancement, can only wait for the opportune moment. The scent of war has already wafted through the air, and speculators have begun betting fervently. Should the Hightower family merely suggest a need, countless discontented lesser nobles would eagerly offer up their populace. Years of prolonged summer, coupled with the internal conditions of peace and prosperity within the 7 kingdoms, have led to an unprecedented population boom. Freeholders with land manage to scrape by. Yet the lives of tenant farmers without land have deteriorated significantly. For them, tenants are expendable, as their fiefdoms are scant. An increase in population has become a burdensome instability. However, for Aegon, the presence of tenants is most desirable, as he possesses vast tracts of land in need of cultivation. By substituting tenants for the resources, gold dragons, and ships that should have aided him, he can alleviate internal pressures on their fiefdoms, while simultaneously winning Aegon's favor, truly a twofold advantage. Once the banquet concludes, please prepare a list for me, as I wish to know the surnames of their families and the number of tenants they will provide. Rest assured, Your Highness. The Prime Minister has long since instructed me to prepare such a list, which I shall present to you upon our meeting, Kraken replies with a smile. The Prime Minister, as referred to by Kraken, is none other than Otto Hightower, the maternal grandfather of Aegon. It is widely acknowledged that Otto is well-read and renowned for his vast knowledge. However, he is also excessively forthright, arrogant, and confrontational. Aegon was taken aback to discover that Otto had prepared a list for him in advance. The thought of the list he had asked Alicent to deliver to Otto made Aegon's lips twitch. Now, the 2 generations have settled their accounts. The distinction between true and false Green Party members, as well as those who seek to straddle the fence, is abundantly clear. Chapter 56, A Red Circle, 3-year Plan. 5-year expansion. The Hightower family has delivered 5,000 suits of armor, 200,000 golden dragons, 1,000 sailors, and a plethora of war supplies. Along with the tenants that have been sent, the population of Bloodstone Island has surged to 13,000. On the following morning, within the camp, Aegon meticulously examined the map of Bloodstone Island, ultimately encircling a red circle 100 miles east of the port. Indeed, Bloodstone Island lacked the easily defensible high ground akin to the Randall Highlands. Aegon could only select a location near a water source with flat terrain to establish a city. One inland city would focus on production, while a port city would facilitate trade. Together, these two cities would be sufficient to support the development of Bloodstone Island. Aegon retrieved a parchment bound in sheepskin, the first page inscribed with the words, 3-year plan, 5-year expansion. It was unmistakably a planning book. Development is never an instantaneous endeavor. It requires the sedimentation of time. For Aegon, 8 years is already a considerable duration. He must amass a substantial foundation within this time frame. Given the attitude of Viserys, he must also prepare for the possibility of armed conflict at any moment. Come forth, Aegon commanded. Summon Sir Alec, Sir Kraken, and Sir Ent. The three soon entered the tent. Your Highness, what is your command? Kraken inquired. Sir Alec, take all the tenants to this location. Aegon indicated the red circle on the map. It is near a water source and has flat terrain. I plan to construct an inner city here. To be named Dragon City, the city of the true dragon. As he spoke, Aegon presented a set of plans he had prepared in advance to Alec. I have outlined the design. I do not require you to build the city entirely, just to lay the groundwork. Do you understand? Kraken had brought 600 tenant families. And even counting women, children, and the elderly, they amounted to just over 2,000. Aegon had not yet become so delusional as to believe that 600 families could erect a city spanning 49 square kilometers. Inform the tenants that land will be distributed per capita, with each household receiving 3 acres of uncultivated land. This land will forever belong to them. But no private buying or leasing is permitted. Furthermore, within 3 months, we will provide food, tools, and seeds. Should the fields yield no crops after 3 months, they shall face dire consequences. Aegon eloquently articulated his plans, yet Alex seized upon a singular point. Your Highness, are you certain you wish to name it Dragon City? Alex's lips twitched. Why not? Aegon retorted with a cold smile. Not only shall I build Dragon City, but I also intend to rename Bloodstone Island as Dragon Island. Your Highness, you truly possess a flair for eloquence. Dragon Island is indeed a splendid name, and Dragon City, the city of the true dragon. Kraken clapped and laughed heartily, praising Aegon's literary prowess. Aegon shared a hearty laugh as well. In truth, he possessed no such literary grace. His intention was merely to assert his position while simultaneously vexing Rhaenyra. Once sufficient manpower is gathered, we shall commence the construction of the Dragonstone City. I envision it to be adorned with white marble, flanked by vibrant violets along the pathways. After all, it is common knowledge that the Targaryen lineage is characterized by their silver-white tresses and violet-hued eyes. Ha ha ha! Kraken discerned the subtle mockery in Aegon's words. I shall soon disseminate the news, extolling the beauty of Dragonstone City and narrating the origins of the white marble and violets. Ha ha! Splendid! This task shall be entrusted to you, to formally announce my arrival to the world. Fear not, for I am thoroughly prepared. Kraken's confident smile revealed he had long since made all necessary arrangements. Aegon nodded, casting a glance at Alec. What are you still dawdling for? Aegon inquired. If you have a better suggestion, feel free to voice it. Upon hearing this, Alec quickly shook his head. I have no objections, Your Highness. I merely worry about His Majesty's stance. Go ahead, do not fret. The island is home to 4 dragons. What trouble could there possibly be with Dragonstone and Dragonstone City? Aegon waved dismissively. As the Duke of the Stepstone Islands, what harm is there in renaming an island? Even if Viserys were to intervene, forbidding Aegon from renaming Bloodstone Island or constructing a castle under the name of Dragon, what could he truly accomplish? Setting aside whether Viserys holds such authority, Aegon remains unconcerned. Although it was Viserys who conferred upon Aegon the title of Duke of the Stepstone Islands, it was ultimately Aegon who would wage war to seize control from various factions. Given that he fought for this territory, why should he allow outsiders to dictate its fate? Observing Aegon's unwavering confidence, Alec ceased his persuasion and prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Aegon seemed to recall something and called out to Alec, who was about to depart. Wait a moment, there are 2 items I forgot to give you. Here, take these. Aegon retrieved 2 leather-bound tomes and tossed them to Alec. Titled The Distinction and Transformation of Civilians to Soldiers and Agriculture, a comprehensive guide to infrastructure. I spent 3 arduous days compiling this information. Be sure to adhere to its guidelines, or you shall answer to me. Aegon's expression turned serious, although the composition of these tomes took him but 3 days. The theories within had been validated over years of study. Having lived in King's Landing for 13 years, aside from reading, studying, and training, Aegon had dedicated substantial time to research. He now possessed numerous lucrative ventures, such as salt, sea cucumber powder, and soap. Prior to Year AC, when Aemon had not yet tamed Vhagar and while residing in King's Landing, Aegon had refrained from reckless endeavors. Yet, times have changed. The Greens, led by Aegon, have acquired the mightiest living dragon, Vhagar. Conversely, the Blacks, led by Rhaenyra, have lost Vhagar. With this exchange, the Greens have ascended to become the most formidable faction in the Seven Kingdoms. Moreover, with Aegon now distanced from King's Landing, methods far surpassing those of this era can finally emerge. Chapter 57, The Value of Dragons. Alec returned, and Aegon turned his gaze towards Kraken. Once the news is disseminated, immediately initiate the purging of the pirate-infested waters surrounding the Stone Steps Islands. You and Sir Enter shall set forth, each commanding 10 warships. I shall have Songfire accompany you. Upon hearing this, Kraken's brow furrowed. Your Highness, the battlefield is perilous. You ought to remain at True Dragon Island to oversee the overall strategy. Kraken was reluctant to allow Aegon to enter the fray, deeming it far too dangerous. If a Dragon Knight must be dispatched, it would be wiser to send Aemon to ride Vhagar. Vhagar, seasoned by countless battles, would serve well, and since Aemon is merely the second son, even should misfortune arise, the Green Party's foundation would remain unscathed. I did not suggest that I would personally engage in battle. Songfire is astute, yes, as clever as I am. So you need not worry about any inadvertent harm to our own. Kraken appeared momentarily taken aback, then replied, Your Highness, I am aware that dragons possess great intelligence. Yet I have never heard of a dragon discerning friend from foe without a rider. Pray forgive me, Your Highness, I do not intend to offend. If you remain uneasy, you may dispatch Prince Aemon to accompany the expedition. Very well, this will serve as excellent training for the troops. You too, make haste in your preparations. Aegon gestured for them to proceed swiftly. Your Highness. Kraken and Enter bowed before taking their leave. Throughout, Aegon did not solicit Enter's opinion. And despite the loss of command over 10 warships, Enter bore no resentment. After all, naval combat was not his forte, and with Kraken present, the burden was alleviated. He could easily devise an excuse to hand over command entirely to Kraken, avoiding blame while still garnering some credit. Perfect. After their departure, Aegon sought out Helaena, Aemond, and Dallon. The development of the islands has gained momentum, and I am prepared to cleanse the surrounding waters of pirates, formally asserting our sovereignty. As soon as Aegon finished speaking, Aemond seized upon the crux of the matter. Are we to take action against the pirates? He exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Let me join. Why the commotion? You shall not be excluded. Aegon shot him a glare. Unperturbed by Aegon's admonition, Aemond proudly turned to Dallon. Lately, Dallon had been rather boastful, regaling everyone with tales of how he vanquished a band of pirates. Aemond, competitive by nature, would have chased after the pirates long ago if not for Aegon's orders prohibiting independent action. What about Dallon and me? Helaena pursed her lips. Having spent the most time with Aegon, she understood him best. You and Dallon shall accompany us. Dallon will handle reconnaissance while you and Aemond engage in combat. Aegon absent-mindedly toyed with Helena's long hair. Wait, I want to fight too. I have already proven myself. Why must I be relegated to patrolling? Dallon immediately protested upon hearing he was assigned to a scouting role. In his view, he had already demonstrated his worth. Why should he be tasked with mere patrol duties? Ha ha! Aemond laughed heartily. Who told you to be merely 6 years old? Children must understand their place. Leave the fighting to us. Edmund's tone was laced with mockery. Darien's face flushed. 4 children are particularly sensitive about their pride, and he was no exception. Recently, he had been soaring high, only to find that Yorn would not permit him to engage in battle. Was this not an invitation for ridicule from others? He could scarcely imagine how Edmund would taunt him upon a victorious outcome. You are tasked with patrolling, not barred from combat. This was merely an opportunity for you to hone your skills. However, you must wait for Helaena and Edmund to confirm that the situation is devoid of danger before you can join the fray. Do you understand? Darien pursed his lips and nodded, saying, I understand. It's just a matter of concern over the dragon-slaying crossbow. To put it plainly, it is merely a specialized ballista. How could it possibly strike a flying dragon? Upon hearing this, Yorn promptly tapped Darien lightly on the forehead, reprimanding him. What do you know, you rascal? Do you think I am unaware of what a dragon-slaying crossbow is? The cost of a single crossbow is less than 20 gold dragons, and the bolts are even cheaper. Yet, we possess only 4 dragons. should any unforeseen incident arise, 1,000 or even 10,000 dragon-slaying crossbows would not suffice to compensate. Euron was acutely aware of what a dragon-slaying crossbow entailed. It is, in essence, an enhanced version of a ballista. He had instructed the craftsman to calculate the costs. And if one were to procure raw materials and craft it oneself, the expense would not exceed 20 gold dragons. If one were to purchase a finished or semi-finished product for assembly, the market price would range from 300 to 500 gold dragons. Regardless of how slim the chances of a dragon being struck while airborne might be, it was not a risk Euron was willing to have Darren undertake. Vhagar and Dreamfire were both adult dragons. Even if struck, as long as it was a fatal area like the eyes or neck, they would sustain no serious harm. However, Tessarion was a different matter. Even the thickest armor of Tessarion, if struck by a dragon-slaying crossbow, would likely result in a catastrophic fall. If Tessarion were to perish, Darren could still attempt to tame another dragon. But what of a 6-year-old dragon knight plummeting to the ground? Would the enemy show any mercy? Though Dreamfire's egg-laying frequency was low, the quality was exceptional, and moreover, Dragonstone Island was home to many unclaimed dragons. Thus, Euron's most pressing need was not for dragons, but rather for dragon riders. He had even contemplated having Show train a dragon, but certainly not within the dragon's lair. Viserys would never permit such an occurrence. It was common knowledge throughout the Seven Kingdoms that Show was a headstrong subordinate to Euron. Should Show succeed in taming an adult dragon, he would heed Euron's command and ride into battle against anyone. For both emotional and logical reasons, Viserys would never allow Show to tame a dragon. The Dragon Knights were firmly under Viserys' control, leaving Euron without even the opportunity to send Show to secretly train a dragon in the lair. Chapter 58, Shattering Bones. Pursued on that fateful day, two pieces of news swept through the narrow sea and the Stone Steps Islands like a tempest. The first announcement, Aegon Targaryen formally proclaimed his sovereignty over the Stone Steps Islands, warning all pirates in the surrounding waters to depart immediately or proceed to the island formerly known as Bloodstone, now renamed Dragonstone, to obtain identification and become part of the Stone Steps Islands. All merchant vessels traversing the Stone Steps Islands must adhere to the primary shipping lane and pay a toll of 1/10 of their cargo's value. Failure to comply would result in charges of smuggling, seizure of ships, and confiscation of goods. The second announcement, due to the benevolence of Duke Aegon Targaryen, the Tyroshi are permitted to continue residing on Tyrosh Island, historically part of the Seven Kingdoms territory within the Stone Steps archipelago. However, Tyrosh must undergo demilitarization, with troops stationed by Duke Aegon himself. Simultaneously, Duke Aegon has granted the Tyroshi autonomy, allowing them to form the Tyrosh Autonomous Region, with immediate withdrawal from the Tri-Cities Alliance. Should Tyrosh fail to comply with these demands, Duke Aegon shall declare war upon them. The news struck like a hurricane, leaving not only the Tyroshi in shock but also the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms and the numerous city-states along the western coast of the narrow sea. As all lamented Aegon as an arrogant madman, 20 warships had already departed from the docks of Dragonstone. Aegon stood on the quay, watching the fleet set sail, 3 dragons soaring above. Alas, Aegon sighed, wishing that those merchant vessels and sailors could remain. Aside from the 30 warships, the rest of the cargo ships were heading back, and Aegon urgently required a substantial fleet of his own for transporting supplies. Fortunately, when planning the new harbor, he had designated an area for constructing a shipyard. Aegon possessed both wealth and the expertise of seasoned shipbuilders. Provided he had sufficient manpower, it would not be long before he could construct his own vessels. However, a shipyard alone does not suffice for shipbuilding. A complete industrial chain is essential. Aegon intended to allocate land near the port for investing in factories, ironworks, stone quarries, lumber mills, and in the future, saltworks and soap factories all to be established in designated zones. He needed to expedite the process. Aegon stroked his chin, realizing he could not be encumbered by manpower issues indefinitely. Extraordinary times necessitate extraordinary measures. It is important to note that within Tyrosh City, over 300,000 individuals reside, including the disputed territories occupied by Tyrosh. The surrounding population nears 1 million, with 60% being slaves. Aegon as conditions demilitarization, troop presence, autonomy, and withdrawal from the Tri-Cities Alliance had never taken into account whether Tyrosh would consent. Not only would Tyrosh likely refuse, but even if they agreed, Aegon would find other justifications to instigate a full-scale war against them. After all, Tyrosh is unlike Meereen and Lys. Aegon intends to grant Meereen to Aemon and Lys to young Dirham, while Tyrosh and its occupied territories would fall directly under Aegon's jurisdiction. Aegon shall not cease his relentless pursuit until he has shattered every bone in Tyrose's body. Once the all-out war with Tyrose commences, he will amass a considerable number of slaves as spoils of war, transforming them into the populace of the Stairs Islands. This strategy neither contravenes the Seven Kingdoms laws prohibiting the slave trade nor exposes him to the black market scrutiny, while simultaneously averting the slave-holding city-states of Essos from forging a tight alliance out of fear and vested interests. Moreover, the uprising led by the insurgents, who brandish the banner of abolishing slavery and liberating the world's slaves, will serve to divert attention. Within 3 years, the might of the Stairs Islands shall undoubtedly soar under his command. Subsequently, with 5 additional years dedicated to expansion, he will completely engulf and assimilate the entire disputed territory. With a stronghold of millions to bolster his power, when Viserys meets his end and civil war erupts, Aegon will be better poised to confront the black market. He will also seize the opportunity to cleanse the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, redistributing wealth to fortify his royal authority. In a certain part of the Narrow Sea, a fleet of 5 small warships is engaged in the hunt for an enormous cargo vessel. The claws of the ships latch onto the hull, and Fu is the first to leap onto the deck of the cargo ship. Typically, such a colossal vessel would be guarded by mercenaries, as is the case with the Harpy's Call. The moment Fu sets foot on the deck, a volley of arrows rains down upon him. He raises his sword to shield his vital areas, deflecting the arrows with his massive blade and heavy armor. The mercenaries wielding bows are taken aback. How on earth did he scale the vessel clad in armor? The incredulity is palpable on their faces. How could a man, donning such heavy gear, ascend the claws without so much as a gasp? However, Fu pays no heed to their astonishment, charging forth with his sword in hand. The gigantic blade, 5 fingers wide, dances like a dragon in his grip, cleaving the 2 nearest bowmen into 4 pieces instantaneously. The sight leaves the mercenaries aboard the ship in a state of shock, while Fu as subordinates, accustomed to such displays, seize the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. Just then, an elderly man with gray hair and beard, adorned in lavish silks yet bearing a slave collar, makes his appearance. Eliminate this band of pirates. A bounty of 1 golden Myrish coin for each head. His voice carries authority, and the promise of a generous reward swiftly dispels the mercenaries' fear of Fu's terrifying prowess. With a disdainful glance, Fu dispatches a reckless mercenary with ease. For glory! For glory! Fu bellows, charging forth once more, and his comrades follow suit without hesitation, roaring in unison. The elderly man, adorned with a slave collar, furrows his brow, sensing something amiss in an instant. This warrior, my master, is the greatest real Daznak of Myr. If there has been any misunderstanding between us, we are willing to pay to make amends. Elton shouts, his instincts warning him that Fu and his band are no ordinary pirates or mercenaries. Fu turns to Elton, his blood-stained full helm obscuring his expression, leaving Elton to behold only the chilling gaze of his violet eyes. Elton swallowed hard, forcefully suppressing the fear that gripped his heart, preparing to elucidate to Fu the formidable prowess of his master. However, Fu swiftly picked up a long spear from the ground and hurled it at Elton with deadly precision. The tremendous force propelled Elton several meters away, impaling him violently against a pillar, the spear's tail quivering incessantly. Elton gazed intently at Fu's figure, consumed by regret, pondering why he had sought indulgence and parted ways with the merchant caravan to return home. As a personal slave, Elton was frequently tasked with traveling on assignments. Naturally, such excursions afforded him the opportunity for complimentary feasting and revelry. In a bid to extend his leisure, he would concoct various excuses to delay his departure by a few days. Previously, no significant mishaps had occurred, even when confronted by pirates. The ship was guarded by formidable mercenaries. Should the mercenaries find themselves at a disadvantage, he could always resort to monetary means to avert disaster. Regrettably, Fu had no intention of indulging his words, dispatching him with a single thrust. He had grown weary of those who believed they could purchase safety with gold. Such naivety was utterly foolish. A life lost, yet this colossal cargo ship remained firmly his. As Fu tended to the mercenaries aboard the Harpy, 2 dragon roars reverberated through the air, one laden with agitation and trepidation, the other laced with mockery and defiance. Fu raised his gaze, searching for the source of the commotion. Before him unfolded a scene of a black dragon in pursuit of a brown dragon. What folly was this? How could the glutton pursue the thief of sheep? Just as Fu marveled at the spectacle, the glutton surged forward with ferocity, seizing the thief of sheep by the tail, and in an instant, the 2 dragons were entwined in a fierce struggle aloft in the sky. Chapter 59. For over 5 years, Xiufu has accompanied Aegon and has gained a fair understanding of the existing dragons. The thieving ship is a fully grown dragon, its size lying between the Silverwing and Milius, likely the last of the second-generation dragons to have hatched. It is also possible that the thieving ship is a third-generation dragon, as wild dragons tend to be larger. While the age of the thieving ship remains uncertain, its size leads Xiufu to believe that the glutton will not actively hunt it down, given the thieving ship's cautious nature. Xiufu also doubts it would provoke the glutton. In the skies, the glutton savagely tore at the thieving ship's abdomen, its ghastly green eyes filled with a sense of vengeful exhilaration. At dawn that very day, the glutton had been feasting on a silver mother dragon's egg when the mighty dragon happened to pass by, carrying a sheep. The glutton, disinterested, paid no heed to the mighty dragon. However, upon noticing the glutton's presence, the mighty dragon foolishly called out, awakening the slumbering silver dragon and attracting the ire of a temperamental bronze dragon. Ultimately, the silver dragon abandoned the chase to guard its egg on Dragon Mountain, while the accursed bronze dragon pursued him all the way from Dragonstone Island to the frigid north. The bronze dragon was larger than the glutton, and the glutton had no confidence in defeating it. More importantly, it wished to avoid injury. Although it could not best the bronze or silver dragons, it could certainly confront the true instigator of its plight, the wretched mighty dragon. After shaking off the bronze dragon, the glutton took a moment to rest before immediately resuming its search for the mighty dragon. Fortune favored the determined dragon. Just after finishing its meal, the thieving ship, resting against a massive rock face, was caught off guard by the glutton. In a fit of rage, the glutton, having lost all interest in stealth, charged straight at the mighty dragon with a roar upon spotting it. In a panic, the mighty dragon unleashed a breath of dragon fire, further infuriating the glutton. Thus, a second relentless chase commenced. The glutton pursued the thieving ship across the narrow sea, showing no signs of relinquishing its pursuit. In a moment of desperation, the thieving ship was caught by the glutton's jaws around its neck, letting out a shrill and terrified roar. Yet, the thieving ship did not surrender. It fought fiercely, raking its claws against the glutton's chest, leaving several lacerations. However, that was all it could manage, as the glutton's hind claws firmly grasped the thieving ship's body, restricting its movements. At this juncture, the two dragons were merely a few dozen meters above sea level, and the glutton spotted a massive cargo ship below. The overwhelming scent of blood filled the glutton's nostrils, and with a fleeting glance, it flapped its wings in an attempt to create distance. Alas, the thieving ship continued to struggle, providing the glutton with little opportunity to tighten its grip around the thieving ship's neck. Thus, it abandoned the idea of gaining distance and focused instead on stabilizing its position. Slaying this mighty dragon would not only provide a sumptuous meal but also eliminate a threat and secure additional food resources. Xiufu narrowed his eyes, witnessing the thieving ship's struggles grow feeble, and a bold decision formed in his mind. Question: proceed with the plan as originally intended. After uttering those words, Xiufu promptly returned to his warship. Quick, prepare the ballista. Fire at that black dragon, he bellowed. Though he commanded merely 5 small warships, each was equipped with 2 ballistae, all pilfered from the region of Rhys. Under Xiufu's command, the iron hammer swiftly approached the direction of the glutton. He personally operated the ballista, aiming intently. So you fancy ambushing, your highness? As he spoke, Xiufu abruptly pulled the trigger, and a 1-meter-long steel bolt whistled through the air with a mournful cry. The sound of the bolt-piercing flash echoed, with a third of it embedded deeply in the junction of the glutton's neck and body. With a sharp roar, the glutton released the half-dead ship thief and charged directly at the iron hammer. Xiufu remained unflustered, seizing another ballista and once again aiming at the glutton. Prince Aegon and Princess Helena sent their regards. A smirk graced Xiufu's lips as he pulled the trigger once more. The familiar sound of rushing air filled the atmosphere, and the glutton quickly veered aside, narrowly avoiding the incoming bolt. Just as it prepared to unleash its fiery breath, several more bolts whistled through the air. It turned out that the 2 surrounding warships had seized the opportunity to attack as well. Enraged, the glutton flew straight towards the iron hammer, its trajectory anticipated, and was struck once again by a bolt to its side. Although the wounds inflicted were not severe, the second bolt effectively rekindled the glutton's reason. With a thunderous roar, the dark green dragonfire descended like a calamity, tearing apart the iron hammer just as Xiufu leapt from the ship. After obliterating the iron hammer, the remaining 4 warships closed in. The 2 ships that followed launched another volley of bolts. Now rational, the glutton effortlessly evaded 4 incoming bolts. After unleashing a torrent of dragonfire upon the thrashing ship thief in the sea, it turned and soared away without hesitation, confirming the glutton's departure. Xiu Fu emerged from the water, his armor conspicuously absent, a look of regret etched upon his face. Even if the ballista had struck the glutton, it would have been incapable of inflicting substantial harm upon such a mature dragon. If only I could have hit its eye, he sighed. Despite the ballista's might, as long as it did not strike a vital point, it was essentially akin to a mere scratch against a dragon of that stature. A bolt of inferior quality would be at risk of being dissolved by the dragon's blood upon piercing its flesh. Xiu Fu lingered on the surface for a while, ensuring the glutton had truly departed before returning to the harpy. At that moment, all armed forces aboard had been thoroughly subdued, and numerous ship slaves and sailors knelt on the deck, hands clasped over their heads. Guess what I found, Captain? A slender youth rushed to Xiu Fu's side, excitement radiating from his face. A bounty of gold? Exotic spices? Or an astonishing array of luxurious goods? Xiu Fu rarely allowed a smile to break through. Yet the boy's enthusiasm remained undiminished. None of those. It is a suit of armor, a magnificent set forged from Valyrian steel, accompanied by a pair of colossal swords. What did you say? Xiu Fu was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Are you certain it is crafted from Valyrian steel? Absolutely. The guard revealed this only after I severed 3 of his fingers, and the material is unmistakably extraordinary. It must be the armor of the Valyrian Dragon Lord. Excellent. 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 Xiu Fu could hardly contain his joy. With the astonishing defensive capabilities of Valyrian steel armor, His Highness will be considerably safer during battles on the Stone Steps Isles. Just as Xiu Fu was preparing to inspect it in person, a corpulent yet agile figure dashed over. Captain Hammer, come quickly. That mud yellow dragon appears to still be alive. Still alive? Xiu Fu exclaimed in astonishment. His attention had been solely on the devourer, and he had assumed the ship thief had been slain by its grip. It is neither dead nor sunk. It is still riding upon the surface of the sea, the rotund man remarked cryptically. What if we? He suggested, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. The value of a dragon's corpse is incalculable. If word gets out, that king of the 7 kingdoms in Westeros would undoubtedly offer a handsome price. Chapter 60. The fat man and the child. A living dragon is worth far more than a dead one, Xiu Fu said in a grave tone. Everyone, get moving. Throw out everything that needs to be discarded, and let us first drag this brown dragon onto the deck. At Xiu Fu's command, all sprang into action. The Eagle-winged harpy was a large vessel, yet the body of the ship-stealing dragon was even grander. It was not until the sun hung low in the sky that, with the dragon's cooperation, they managed to haul its massive form onto the deck. A considerable amount of cargo was discarded into the sea, yet even so, the ship's draft remained perilously deep. The dragon's wings and tail trailed in the water, and it appeared as though it might breathe its last at any moment. Captain, we cannot flaunt such a large dragon in public, the fat man said, his brow furrowed. What you say is true, Captain, he continued. The Targaryen family has returned to the Steppes Islands, and war is imminent. A dragon of this size would draw too much attention. The Steppes Islands had been granted to a Targaryen prince, and it was certain that the Targaryens would clash with the Tri-Cities alliance. A dying giant dragon was an immensely significant objective for both factions. The Targaryens would never permit such a sacred creature to fall into the hands of the Tri-Cities alliance. Conversely, the Tri-Cities alliance would find immense value in attempting to tame the gravely injured brown dragon, especially if one of their own, with Valyrian blood, could succeed. Should the Tri-Cities alliance manage to tame this brown dragon, the myth that only those of Targaryen blood could command dragons would be utterly shattered. This would deal a fundamental and fatal blow to the Targaryen family. Xiu Fu squinted, hesitating for a moment before slowly approaching the ship-stealing dragon. As he neared the dragon's head, its eyes, previously shut and barely breathing, suddenly opened wide. The cold, golden-slit pupils fixed intently on Xiu Fu. A palpable aura of menace surrounding it. Should he exhibit any sign of hostility, the dragon would not hesitate to unleash its fiery breath. Stay calm. Stay calm. Xiu Fu implored, his voice steady in High Valyrian. The dragon appeared momentarily taken aback. As the murderous intent dissipated, Xiu Fu cautiously advanced until he stood merely a step away from the dragon's colossal head. I mean you no harm. You can trust me. I can provide you with food. Xiu Fu reassured the dragon in High Valyrian, his hand gradually reaching out until it rested against the warm scales of the creature. The dragon regarded Xiu Fu's approaching hand, and the moment their hands met, she slowly closed her eyes, sensing an almost imperceptible connection between them. Xiu Fu finally relaxed the tension that had gripped his heart. Ah, from this moment on, we are brothers. Xiu Fu exclaimed, but the dragon abruptly opened her eyes. Seemingly displeased, and glared at him. This scene left everyone on the deck utterly astonished, as the fat man turned to the young boy beside him. His expression one of disbelief. "Child, slap me. Am I seeing things?" The youth, referred to as a child, suddenly exhaled a deep breath and grinned, saying, "Fatty, we are about to take off. Do you remember what I said when we were slaves on the ship?" "Of course," replied the fatty, scratching his head. "You said that with the right company, even a pig could take flight." The commander, fluent in High Valyrian, possessed silver-white hair and violet eyes. "When he took us in, there was only one warship, yet it held 500 suits of armor and tens of thousands of golden dragons." The child's expression was one of excitement, as if he could already envision a bright future. The fatty, speechless, clicked his tongue. "What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you speak plainly? The commander must have tamed that dragon, so we are invincible now. Wouldn't it be simpler to say it like that?" The child shot a disdainful glance at the fatty, his contempt unabashed. "Fool, I can't be bothered to explain it to you. Crestin, you, the child, and the fatty, go roast all the goats, quickly." Crestin twitched his mouth. "Commander, can we keep one?" "No, we will soon be ashore. Just bear with it. And I will treat everyone to 3 days and nights at the brothel." Shielfu directly rejected Crestin's suggestion to spare a goat, insisting that the priority now was to restore the strength of the goat thieves. Gently stroking the scales of the goat thief, Shielfu suddenly seemed to recall something. "Wait a moment, fatty, child, you two stay behind and ensure that all unrelated individuals are dealt with. The goat thief is in poor condition and needs a place to recuperate." "Understood, we will ensure the task is completed," the child nodded. It is well known that the fatty and the young boy are the best of partners, working in tandem. For each execution the young boy carried out, the fatty would lift the body and toss it into the sea to feed the fish. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At True Dragon Island, a thunderous crash resounded as Vegro descended from the sky, followed closely by Dreamfire and Syrian. Inside the camp, Aegon took a sip of water, his gaze fixed peculiarly upon the person before him. "So, you came to True Dragon Island solely to confront me?" Aegon never anticipated that after merely burning a portion of the granary and farmland, the leader of the insurgents would come knocking at his door. "You certainly have some nerve. After barely seizing the Wrangle Heights, you dare to come directly to me. Aren't you afraid of being killed and losing the position of the insurgent leader to someone else?" Hidalf met Aegon's gaze without fear. "I merely wish to know if you are willing to support us in our fight against the slave masters." He did not answer Aegon's question but instead turned the tables, directly inquiring whether Aegon wished to aid them against their oppressors. "To be honest, I do not believe the insurgents stand a chance against the slave master class, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Do you think the insurgents require support?" Just as Aegon finished speaking, Aemon burst in. "Brother, let me tell you, today I destroyed at least 20 pirate ships and killed hundreds. Hurry up and praise me." Before Aemon had fully entered, his voice had already arrived. "He is lying. He is lying." Dalen burst into the tent, exclaiming that it was I who discovered the enemy and had also destroyed several ships. Ignorance spread across Yegan's face. These two rascals truly were a disgrace. However, Hidolf felt no such embarrassment, only a profound awe for the Dragon Knights. It is worth noting that during the past 10 days, he had encountered a multitude of fortunate survivors among the pirates on his journey from Tylos Island to True Dragon Island. These fortunate survivors regretted not heeding the 2 messages released by Aegon Targaryen. Aegon Targaryen's campaign was nothing like they had imagined. They had envisioned a siege where the dragon would follow the naval fleet, aimlessly searching for their whereabouts like headless flies in the vast ocean. In reality, the dragon did not meander alongside the fleet. Instead, it utilized its superior vision to locate the pirate hideouts concealed on the islands. Upon discovering these hideouts, the fleet would anchor, and a regiment of impeccably disciplined naval soldiers, incomprehensible in their precision, would coordinate with the dragon to launch a surprise attack and conduct a thorough purge. The pirates, who had been hiding on the islands, had never encountered such a cunning and insidious strategy. In an instant, the pirate dens on the Stone Steps archipelago were swiftly eradicated, and many pirates fled in terror. All merchant vessels headed towards the first shipping lane, while the second and third shipping lanes were rendered impassable. Any ship daring to venture beyond the first shipping lane would be treated as a target for the dragon soaring above. Hidolf narrowly escaped being reduced to ashes by a pale blue dragon and only avoided further peril by steering towards the first shipping lane. This lane had now become the safest passage through the Stone Steps archipelago, although a 10% toll was required. It was far preferable to being plundered by pirates or drained by the Tri-City Alliance. At times, the Tri-City Alliance proved to be even more ruthless than the pirates, as most pirates merely sought gold and silver, refraining from enslaving individuals for sale. Just then, as Aemond was about to throttle Daelin, he suddenly caught sight of Hidolf. "Brother! Who is this?" "The leader of the insurgents, come to interrogate me," Aegon replied with a smile. "Interrogate you?" Aemond was momentarily taken aback. He then shouted outside, "Someone! Throw this fellow out for me, and feed him to Vegrel." Chapter 61. The struggle of the leader. With a command from Aemond, 2 guards entered and seized Hidolf, preparing to take him to feed Vegrel. "Release him," Aegon glared at Aemond, for he had yet to finish his words. Hidolf broke free from their grasp, casting a wary glance at Aemond. Though he feared not death, he was determined not to meet his end too recklessly. At the very least, he wished to converse earnestly with Aegon. "My brother is rather naive. Please do not take offense," Aegon remarked with a smile. "Someone, bring Hidolf. The leader a chair and some wine. I have always believed that fairness is the foundation of all matters. I have deliberately chosen to support the insurgents in their battle against Tylosai. However, it is not solely I who stands to gain from this conflict. The insurgents do as well. My assistance in your 2 escapes was merely to vex Tylosai. Do not overestimate your significance. In truth, the existence of the insurgents matters little to me. If you desire my support, to provide you with arms and provisions, you must offer me incentives that truly captivate my interest." Hidolf's expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly retorted, "If your highness truly believes in fairness, you would not have set ablaze the granaries and fields at Lango Heights." "How?" Aegon scoffed. "What business is it of yours that I burned the granaries and fields at Lango Heights? I possess dragons. I can incinerate whatever I please. You are truly amusing, making it sound as if I owe you insurgents something. Were those granaries and fields yours? Moreover, without me, could your insurgents have ever captured Lango Heights? Without me, could you have broken through Tylosai? Without me, could you have avoided the encirclement of the slavers?" Aegon's words left Hidolf speechless, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a response. Aegon was indeed correct. He had been so focused on securing benefits for the insurgents that he had overlooked their insignificance in Aegon's eyes. However, Hidolf quickly recalibrated his mindset. "Your highness, we can borrow. The enemy's enemy is a friend. This is what you said. If you lend us supplies, we shall surely repay you double once we are established." Hidolf shifted his approach. The method of negotiating for aid through conditions was evidently futile. Yet, he had surmised Aegon's stance, realizing he did not wish to see the insurgents fall. Thus, Hidolf proposed borrowing a batch of supplies, promising to repay double, while also seeking to gauge what Aegon truly desired. "Let me pose a few questions. Share your thoughts." Aegon abruptly changed the subject. What? Hidolf struggled to follow Aegon's train of thought. "Pardon me, may I ask, what is the purpose of your uprising?" Aegon swirled his wineglass. "Is it for freedom?" Hidolf frowned slightly. "Otherwise, what? Is not the uprising aimed at shattering chains and shackles in pursuit of freedom?" "Very well. Let us say it is for freedom. But what, then, is freedom?" "Freedom is freedom, unrestrained, devoid of chains and shackles, without collars or masters." Hidolf's response was devoid of hesitation. "Freedom is indeed freedom, which is commendable. However, having shed the shackles and collars, how do you intend to survive by resorting to theft?" "Certainly not. We can cultivate our own sustenance." "Cultivate your own sustenance? How many among you have ever tilled the soil? What farming tools and oxen do you possess?" Aegon inquired. Hidolf fell silent. Most slaves, prior to regaining their freedom, had their own occupations, and farming was not among them. Nevertheless, Hidolf was not particularly concerned about the cultivation of food. To him, sowing seeds into the earth seemed a simple task. What truly troubled him was how to endure the period leading up to the harvest. "Setting aside this matter, farming is the least of our concerns." Aegon waved his hand dismissively. "Let us pose another question. If a flock of sheep believes the fence confines their freedom and unites to topple it, would you deem this a blessing or a curse?" "Undoubtedly, it is a blessing. They are free to roam wherever they wish and graze upon any grass they desire. But what if outside the fence lurked a pack of ravenous wolves?" Aegon downed the crimson wine in his cup. "With the fence down, as the sheep revel in their newfound freedom, will not the wolves be anticipating a grand feast as well?" Hidolf fell into silence, and after a lengthy pause, he spoke somberly. "We are the sheep, yet the slave masters are not the wolves. Aegon nodded thoughtfully. The rebels are the sheep. And the slave masters are not the wolves, so where, then, are the wolves? Xaedoff remained silent, gazing intently at Aegon. After a moment of mutual silence, Aegon suddenly raised the corners of his mouth. The whereabouts of the wolves are of little consequence. What truly matters is that an exceptional opportunity lies before the rebels. Xaedoff took a deep breath. What opportunity? An opportunity to live a life of relative freedom, stability, peace, and prosperity. The following day, Xaedoff, with dark circles under his eyes, departed from Shenlong Island, tightly clutching a parchment bound in sheepskin. On the first page of the sheepskin manuscript were inscribed 5 bold characters: the struggle of the leader. Xaedoff's heart surged with excitement. He could hardly wait to return to the Lango Highlands. Chapter 60: The Insurgents. Refugees. Shortly after High Delpha's departure, a formidable fleet gradually approached the shore. Lord Loren disembarked, accompanied by a retinue of guards and knights. The banner of the Westlands roared in the sea breeze. Upon stepping ashore, a colossal cage was lowered by the sailors. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of the Westlands fleet's arrival, Aegon personally went to the dock to demonstrate his regard. However, upon his arrival, Aegon was taken aback as a massive cage draped in black cloth was being lowered. "Your Highness!" Upon seeing Aegon, Loren immediately greeted him. "You must be Sir Loren. What is this?" Aegon inquired, curiously inspecting the cage concealed beneath the black cloth. "This is a small gift from His Grace," said Loren, gesturing for the sailors to unveil the cloth. With a flourish, the black fabric was lifted, revealing a magnificent lion with a golden mane before Aegon's eyes. "This is one of the most majestic lions of the West, handsome boy, with a golden mane that is truly unparalleled." Aegon blinked. While the lion's mane was indeed beautiful and its stature imposing, his dragon was the resplendent Sunfire. Sunfire was the most magnificent and beautiful dragon in the history of House Targaryen and indeed the entire world. Nonetheless, Aegon's reflexes were regal. He swiftly surveyed the fleet's size and immediately donned a smile. "I have heard that Duke Jason possesses 2 lions of royal caliber, one with a black mane and the other with gold. Might this be one of them?" Upon hearing this, a radiant smile instantly graced Loren's face. "Indeed, Handsome Boy is one of them. His Grace believes that the golden mane of Handsome Boy complements you splendidly. The generosity of Duke Jason is truly remarkable. He has even arranged for 15 warships to assist. Your Highness, you are too kind. His Grace specifically instructed that the first batch of 20 large ships can be at your disposal for a year. The subsequent second and third batches are conscripted and will need to return to Lannisport promptly. I hope for your understanding." Aegon was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such substantial support from the Westlands. Every cargo ship has a lifespan, and Duke Jason granting him the use of 20 large vessels for a year was an immense boon. Aegon had been contemplating sending warships to Tyrosh for reinforcements. And to his surprise, support from the Westlands had arrived. "What are you saying? 20 warships are of paramount importance to me," Aegon chuckled. "To be frank, the Stone Steps Islands are currently in dire need of manpower, desperately so. Vast expanses of wasteland require cultivation, and I intend to procure labor from the Tri-City Alliance." "Procure from the Tri-City Alliance?" Loren exclaimed. "They are all merchants, greedy and cunning. Are you certain? Not their freemen, but slaves." "Slaves?" Loren was momentarily at a loss for words. "Your Highness, the trade of slaves is illegal. If discovered by the Black Party, matters could become exceedingly troublesome." "Ha! Who said I intend to purchase slaves?" Aegon chuckled. "I merely embrace the world's refugees." He recounted the events surrounding the uprising of the Tyroshi rebels, leaving Loren utterly speechless in astonishment. Though it seemed far-fetched, there was an inexplicable logic to it. When slaves rise in rebellion, they cease to be mere slaves. They become insurgents, or arguably, refugees. At that moment, dispatching ships to retrieve individuals, devoid of monetary transactions, could hardly be construed as the buying and selling of slaves. "I understand now, Your Highness. This maneuver is truly ingenious. The Lannister fleet shall heed your command." Loren's expression turned grave. "There is no rush. We shall set sail in 2 days. There is ample time. I will host a welcoming banquet for everyone, allowing for a day of rest," Aegon replied with a smile. The coalition fleet, spearheaded by House Lannister, had brought forth a multitude of tenants, along with a significant treasure of gold dragons, resources, and manpower. With the cargo ships at his disposal, Aegon could finally put the gold dragons to practical use. As evening fell, Aegon settled the newly arrived tenants. preparing for the welcoming banquet while also inventorying the available supplies. Your Highness, I bring the latest news, Kraken announced, presenting a letter. After glancing at the missive, Aegon could not help but laugh, though he patiently read it to the end. Upon finishing, he tossed the letter onto the table. It seems the Tri-Cities alliance is not entirely foolish, he remarked with a smirk. The contents of the letter were quite straightforward, primarily conveying 3 pieces of news. Just days prior, the Tri-Cities alliance publicly declared war on Aegon Targaryen. Aegon couldn't suppress a chuckle at this point. The alliance declared war on him, not the Seven Kingdoms, demonstrating a certain level of cunning. Had the alliance declared war on the Seven Kingdoms directly, he could only imagine the ensuing chaos within them. The other announcements from the Tri-Cities alliance were equally amusing. Aegon was portrayed as the vanguard of House Targaryen, intent on fulfilling the ambition of restoring the Valyrian Empire. Meanwhile, the Tri-Cities alliance cast itself as the fearless guardians of Essos, forming an anti-dragon league and inviting all free trading city-states to join. Ultimately, the root cause of the Tyroshi slave uprising was attributed to Aegon, with the Tri-Cities stating, Aegon Targaryen covertly supported the Tyroshi slave uprising, intending to abolish the institution of slavery across Essos and ultimately dominate all city-states to restore Valyria. In just 3 brief announcements, Aegon found himself adorned with 2 heavy labels. Although he harbored such intentions, he had never publicly declared them. Nevertheless, Aegon had anticipated such a response. If the Tri-Cities alliance could not master such minor tactics, it would not have ravaged the Stepstone Islands for so long, even extending its reach to Pentos. This information released by the Tri-Cities alliance is quite detrimental to us. Your Highness, Kraken advised. We must respond swiftly to avoid becoming a target of the coalition of free trading city-states. Should we become their focus, it would spell trouble. Especially in Valentis, where the slave trade flourishes, its power is certainly not inferior to that of any duke among the 7 kingdoms. Valentis is situated in the eastern part of the disputed lands, at the estuary of the Rhine River. It stands as the closest free trade city-state to Valyria. Renowned as the beloved daughter of Valyria, the queen of the Rhine, and the mistress of the Summer Sea. Sir Kraken, even if the free trade city-states were to unite, they still lack dragons, do they not? Lorraine remarked with a smile. Kraken turned to Lorraine and replied bravely, while possessing dragons can indeed secure victory in war, it does not guarantee lasting peace. Your Highness desires a peaceful, prosperous, and flourishing domain, rather than one plagued by the incessant harassment of slave soldiers. Upon hearing this, Lorraine ceased his rebuttal and nodded in agreement. In terms of warfare, having 4 mighty dragons would certainly prevent defeat. However, given the nature of the free trade city-states, they would undoubtedly dispatch a multitude of slave soldiers aboard ships equipped with catapults and crossbows to harass us at the Stepstone Islands. After all, slave masters have an abundance of slaves, and they would not mourn their losses even in times of war. In contrast, while Aegon has the support of dragons, what he lacks most is population. He simply cannot afford to sustain losses. Kraken is correct, yet the situation is not as dire as it seems. If all goes according to plan, the insurgents on Tyrosh will soon become my lifeblood. By then, the issue of manpower will be readily resolved, rendering the unity of the free trade city-states irrelevant. As long as there is sufficient manpower, Aegon will swiftly be able to muster an army capable of accompanying dragons to any battlefield. He possesses ample means to deal with those self-proclaimed powerful free trade city-states. Chapter 64, Safety First. On the 7th day of the 5th month of the 120th year of the AC era, Aegon once again disseminated a message, stating that his focus was solely on Tolosai. As long as other city-states did not provoke him, they would remain unharmed. However, should anyone dare to send troops to support Tolosai, Dragon Isle would unleash adult dragons to incinerate the heart of their cities and their docks. The message was straightforward, lacking any elaboration on the abolition of slavery. Yet, the mere emphasis on Tolosai and the threat of destruction was sufficient to prompt the other free trade cities to reflect deeply on their interests. At Dragonport, Aegon had dedicated nearly all of his artisans to the construction of the harbor. The sailors brought by Lorraine were also engaged in the endeavor. Yet their efforts were still inadequate. Perhaps I should depart today, in conjunction with the warships, Lorraine remarked, observing the bustling port. Dragon Isle currently lacked for nothing. The merchant vessels could prioritize the transportation of people. After a moment of contemplation, Aegon acquiesced to Lorraine's request. Presently, he had 45 warships at his disposal. Although this number was still inferior to that of Tolosai, it nonetheless endowed him with the capacity to exert comprehensive control over the 3 major trade routes. In the Stairway Isles, Only the 3 major routes could accommodate vessels exceeding 20 meters in length. Ships over 40 meters could only navigate the first route, lest they risk colliding with submerged islands or hidden reefs. Aegon arranged for 20 ships to blockade the second and third routes, compelling all vessels to traverse the first route, thus facilitating the collection of passage taxes. Consequently, Aegon retained 25 warships and 20 merchant vessels for use. You shall set sail with 20 warships to escort the merchant fleet. Bring fewer soldiers, and have some personnel aboard the warships as well. I will assign Aemon to accompany you. Thank you, Your Highness. Loren expressed his gratitude. With Vargahar providing escort, even an encounter with Tolosai's main fleet would pose no cause for concern. Loren wasted no time and promptly commanded the fleet to embark. Aegon then summoned Aemon. Aemon, you will depart with Loren's fleet to provide protection. This mission is critical to the construction progress of Dragon Isle. It must be taken seriously, understood? Rest assured, brother. When have I ever failed in a task? Aemon replied, giving a confident thumbs up. The recent campaign to eradicate pirates in the waters surrounding the Stairway Isles had instilled in Aemon a profound sense of self-assurance. Observing the radiant confidence emanating from his brother, Aegon smiled gently and ruffled Aemon's hair. I trust you. Stay safe, dear brother. Yes. Aemon mounted Vargahar and waved goodbye to Aegon. Vargahar, let us set forth. With a commanding shout, the mountain-like form of Vargahar began its run. The tattered dragon wings flapped, stirring up a gust of wind and sand as Vargahar, alongside Loren's fleet, headed directly for Tolosai Island. Unhindered by pirates, the Tri-City Alliance, or the Dornish, the journey from Dragon Isle to Tolosai Island would not take long. On the evening of the 9th day of May, beneath the ruins of the great palace of Tolosai, lay a hidden chamber. My lord, reported the scout. A fleet comprising 25 warships and 20 merchant vessels is sailing towards Tylos. Have any traces of the dragon been discovered? Nicaria furrowed his brow. None. Or perhaps it is concealing itself. If the dragon hides among the clouds, our scouts would be unable to detect it. Upon hearing this, Nicaria fell into contemplation, pondering the intentions of the fleet. The forces under Aegon were of little concern. In Tylos, he commanded nearly 100 ships, which could be easily converted into war vessels. Should he exercise the Lord's authority to summon the entirety of Tylos, he could even muster a fleet of several hundred warships. Alas! The outcome of the conflict with Aegon Targaryen was not solely determined by the number of ships. In the initial confrontation with Daemon Targaryen, the battlefield was confined to the Steppes Isles. Subsequently, Dorne joined the fray, and the two sides were able to contend equally with Daemon Targaryen and Corlys Velaryon. Ultimately, Daemon Targaryen fled, leaving only the Velaryon family to persist, though they were ultimately cornered on Bloodstone Isle, struggling for survival. Nicaria had initially thought Aegon to be a mere replica of Daemon, even possessing less martial experience. However, he later realized he had overestimated Daemon and underestimated Aegon. This young wretch was utterly unreasonable, launching a direct assault on the heart and port of Tylos with 4 dragons. Elvir, what do you believe is the fleet's objective? To seize Tylos? Elvir frowned, shaking his head after a moment. Impossible. He does not have sufficient forces. Attempting to occupy Tylos now would only lead to their gradual annihilation. They have recently gathered considerable intelligence regarding Aegon Targaryen, discerning where he is most vulnerable. Seizing Tylos is not merely a matter of marching an army into the city. With the aid of dragons, they could indeed breach Tylos with ease, but that would only mean capturing the city itself, not the entirety of Tylos. Once inside the city, it would be exceedingly simple for Nicaria to decimate Aegon's meager forces. Without an army, even with 4 dragons, Aegon Targaryen would pose little threat. Wait, could Aegon Targaryen's objective be those slaves on the Long Reach? Elvir's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 64, Interception and Suppression. Upon hearing the news, the countenance of Nicaria darkened. Aegon Targaryen was in dire need of manpower, while Tyros boasted an abundance of slave fodder, a distinct advantage. Whether he intended to recruit that group of slaves or not, the information had to be disseminated. Nicaria's expression turned grim. It was said that Aegon Targaryen aimed to abolish slavery and had already begun to take action. A fleet equipped with crossbows was to be assembled, and the city's defensive ballistae were to be dismantled and transported onto the warships, sparing no effort to intercept the opposing fleet. Additionally, a force of 20,000 slave soldiers was to be gathered, assigning each to the command of a member of the garrison, with each responsible for 10 slaves. The 2 armies would set forth simultaneously, instructing the garrison to spare no expense. They were to annihilate the insurgents with utmost expediency, including women and children. Rhaenyra would never permit Aegon to amass a sufficient following. Otherwise, Tyros' advantage would swiftly transform into a death knell for Tyros. There were tens of thousands of slaves, coupled with the serfs within the Rhaegal Highlands, amounting to no less than 100,000. Among these, the infirm and elderly had long since perished. The remaining 100,000 were predominantly able-bodied men. Arm these individuals with spears, and the slaves would metamorphose into soldiers, fueled by their animosity towards their masters, an utter catastrophe. Rhaenyra could tolerate Aegon Targaryen fostering the insurgents, but he could not abide Aegon recruiting them. Should Aegon manage to raise a formidable army, complemented by the landing of dragons upon Tyros, Rhaenyra's eye twitched as he bellowed, "Quick, hasten. You shall lead the army yourself." "Very well, I shall go at once," Elver responded promptly. Departing from the subterranean palace, Elver swiftly issued a decree, commencing the assembly of slaves. Under the oppressive weight of the garrison, whether the masters consented or not, the slaves were all requisitioned. Soon, 20,000 slaves along with 2,000 from the garrison were assembled, as Elver commanded. Each slave was provided with a leather jerkin and a spear, with a wooden shaft and iron tip. "The dragons were poised to invade our homeland. We must retaliate. If we do not rise in defiance, the dragon-ass flames will descend upon us all, including our wives, children, lands, and homes. Let us take up arms and drive away the dragons." Elver's impassioned pre-battle speech resonated fervently, yet the crowd remained largely unresponsive, not a single soul echoing his fervor. The slave soldiers possessed neither land nor homes, rendering them apathetic. The garrison had faced 4 dragons head-on, leaving them shadowed by trauma. And the sovereign, who had professed solidarity with them, had never revealed himself. The fervent oration did not yield the anticipated effect, leaving Elver in an awkward position. Fortunately, his resilience allowed him to endure the embarrassment as he bellowed for the entire army to heed his command and embark. Despite earning Rhaenyra's trust, Elver lacked the requisite military acumen. The 22,000 marched forth, hastening towards the Rhaegal Highlands. Gazing at the intricate tapestry of footprints and the remnants of a fire where meals had been prepared, Elvio raised his hand decisively, commanding the entire army to charge forth. "My lord, I believe it would be prudent to allow the soldiers a moment of respite. Our commotion has surely drawn the attention of the insurgents," Tyler suggested in a hushed tone. Elvio, already brimming with indignation over the pre-battle mobilization, felt Tyler's words strike a nerve. "Are you attempting to instruct me in my duties, Tyler?" Elvio glared at him, his tone sharp. "Let us not forget who elevated you to the position of commander of the Tyloside garrison." Feeling the weight of Elvio's ire, Tyler sighed inwardly. "My apologies, my lord. I will organize the charge immediately," he replied, striving to maintain a steady tone. "I shall lead the charge myself." "You need only observe," Elvio retorted with a cold smirk, his disdain for Tyler palpable. Seizing the reins of actual command, he issued the order, and the enslaved soldiers, under the pressure of the garrison, surged forward. Meanwhile, above the road, a contingent of 500 insurgents had completed their assembly. Armed with iron weaponry and clad in leather armor, with a select few exceptionally robust individuals donning iron mail, they clearly represented the elite of the uprising. "Brothers, Sam has returned with news. They have journeyed far and will surely need rest and to set up camp. We must remain vigilant." Cress reassured his comrades before commencing the deployment of defenses. 500 men took their stand along a path that measured no more than 10 meters at its widest. The challenge was not insurmountable. Provided that reinforcements arrived in a timely manner, even an opposing force numbering in the tens of thousands would prove futile. Had it not been for the golden dragon that descended from the heavens, breaching the slave master's defenses, they might still be unable to secure the self-sufficient Rhaegal Highlands. Cress divided the 500 into 10 groups, pairing them for cooperation and instituting regular rotations. As expected, they would be able to hold out until the main force arrived. However, as Cress was arranging the defenses, a sudden commotion erupted from below the high ground. Cress paused, turning sharply to investigate. A wave of enslaved soldiers had initiated their charge. Were these men out of their minds? Cress pondered in confusion. The ascent to the Rhaegal Highlands spanned over 100 meters, with a steep gradient. To charge without resting was madness. Nevertheless, with the enemy already in motion, Cress hesitated no longer, directing the first and second groups to form a defensive line. The clash between the insurgent slaves and the enslaved soldiers was imminent. Chapter 65. Wrath and fury. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as the two forces collided instantaneously. The rebels, devoid of shields, leaped into action against the charging slave soldiers, wielding their blades with fervor. Warm blood splattered in all directions as the insurgents fought for their freedom, their spirits soaring high. With fierce cries, they raised their swords. In but a single encounter, the slave soldiers were utterly routed, surrendering on the spot. Cress furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. He ordered the confiscation of their weapons and leather armor, to be taken to the rear. Cress, we cannot accept them, not now, at least. What if among them lies a traitor? Damien argued. We must collect their weapons and armor and assign a group to oversee them. We fight for freedom and bear the responsibility of guiding those who follow. Cress, resolute and unwavering, dismissed Damien's suggestion. He would not accept the surrender of these individuals. They must either be executed or sent back to await their demise. Thus, the first wave of charge concluded with bewildering swiftness. Alvo, positioned on the heights of Longall, was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. Traitors! A band of traitors! His face flushed with rage. I shall have them executed, crucified, and left to die in the sun. Enraged, Alvo seemed oblivious to the shifting gazes of the slave soldiers behind him. Observing this scene, Taylor's lips twitched in suppressed discontent. Yet he refrained from curbing Alvo's madness. He exchanged knowing glances with a few trusted brothers, who promptly huddled together and discreetly summoned loyal guards to their side. Taylor had never witnessed such folly in Alvo. Despite possessing a modicum of cunning in power struggles, he was utterly ignorant of warfare. It was one thing to deploy slave soldiers against the insurgents, but to deny them respite after their long march. Did he truly believe that battle was akin to constructing a palace? With a flick of his golden whip, Alvo barked, "Hurry! We have 20,000 men. We shall take turns charging, and even if it takes grinding them down, we will wear out the defenders." Even at this juncture, Alvo showed no inclination to send the garrison into battle. Many among them were his own men, and he relied on them to control the garrison. In a fleeting moment, many slaves wore expressions of resentment, yet they refrained from immediate rebellion. Grasping their spears, they summoned all their strength to charge towards Longall. Rather than being coerced into a futile assault, they opted to charge voluntarily, hoping to surrender and join the insurgents. After all, they had nothing to lose. It was a gamble worth taking. A portion of the slave soldiers began to entertain thoughts of defection. In an instant, although lacking the thunderous roars of a charge, they surged forward like men invigorated by fervor, recklessly charging ahead. At this moment, Cress atop the heights paled in realization. This is bad. They have truly gone mad. Quickly! Summon the third and fourth squads to stand by. In Cress's eyes, the thousands of slave soldiers suddenly resembled a swarm of locusts, surging forth in a frenzied wave. The first wave of dozens of slave soldiers soon collided with the rebels. The insurgents, poised for action, were taken aback as the slave soldiers discarded their long spears, ready to kneel in surrender. However, before they could kneel, those who wished to surrender from behind surged forward, pushing them onward. Cress was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, shouting, "Let them in immediately, form a perimeter." A multitude of slave soldiers charged up the Rhaenyra heights. While the rebels expanded their encirclement, the surrounding space instantly widened, and the beleaguered slave soldiers, seizing the opportunity to breathe, immediately raised their hands and knelt. "We surrender. We surrender. Do not kill us. We do not wish to die. We are willing to join you." In the blink of an eye, a large number had already knelt within the encirclement. Cress was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. Damien disarmed them and stripped them of their leather armor. Let the brothers wear it. Although the leather armor offered far less protection than iron, it was certainly superior to mere cloth. The discarded long spears of the slave soldiers were also valuable. Their wooden shafts were straight, and the iron tips were sharp. Most of the rebels wielded wooden spears, and with the transition to long spears, their combat effectiveness would increase significantly. The subsequent slave soldiers who charged in without thoughts of defection were utterly bewildered. "What is this?" You knelt without hesitation. After a brief moment of shock, they too discarded their weapons and, imitating their predecessors, raised their hands in surrender. Beneath the Rhaenyra heights, the expression of Elvir gradually dimmed. In his eyes, the 1,000 slave soldiers charging up the heights should have stirred up some commotion. Just as he was preparing to dispatch the next wave of slave soldiers for support, he noticed the figures of the rebels appearing in his line of sight once more. What is happening? Elvir furrowed his brow. Even 1,000 pigs should take some time to be subdued, right? Tyler was utterly speechless, unable to suppress his disdain. Did he think he was still in Talos? In Talos, without your command, slaves would not dare to pause in their tasks. Yet here, in the midst of battle. While employing slave soldiers against the rebels, Elvir naively believed that his authority as a master still held sway. How utterly ridiculous! Unfortunately, Elvir was too consumed by his rage to heed the words of those around him. In his fury and humiliation, he once again wielded his golden whip, let the garrison take 500 slave soldiers and continue the assault. I refuse to believe that 20,000 cannot breach a mere hill-like wrangle. Chapter 66. The dominance of dragons on the battlefield in stark contrast to the playful skirmishes at Randall Heights. A tempest was brewing on the seas 100 miles from Tyrosh Island. Loren stood on the deck, his gaze piercing, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded the approaching fleet with a hint of disdain. The Lannister fleet sailed forth, propelled by urgency towards Tyrosh Island. To their surprise, the Tyroshi responded with equal alacrity, dispatching 50 warships with a thunderous intent to intercept them. Prepare to raise the flag. Let Prince Aemond make a low pass to teach them a lesson, Loren commanded. The merchant vessels remained in the rear while the warships readied themselves for battle. All crossbows and trebuchets primed for action. At his command, the crew executed their roles with precision, and the banner of assault was hoisted on the Golden Lion. Above the clouds, Aemond remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the movements of the Lannister fleet below. The shimmering silver flag ascended as Vegro tore through the clouds, descending rapidly. Upon recognizing the enormous silver emblem, Vegro let out a thunderous roar, climbing back into the clouds before charging towards the Tyroshi fleet. Positioned directly above the Tyroshi ships, Vegro folded its wings and dove suddenly. The sun had vanished completely, and Vegro concealed itself in the dusky twilight, only to unleash its roar again as it entered the attack range. The dragon's flames erupted, momentarily illuminating the skies above the Tyroshi fleet. In an instant, Vegro's fearsome fire annihilated the largest warship among them. Sailors and enslaved soldiers within the reach of the inferno had no time to express their terror, instantly reduced to ash. Swept away by the winds into the sea, Vegro continued its onslaught, destroying 3 ships in succession before retreating from the Tyroshi fleet. Aemond, with an air of arrogance, glanced back, then maneuvered Vegro swiftly into the encroaching darkness of night. The Tyroshi fleet's commander, in a state of frantic agitation, was taken aback. The intelligence he received had not mentioned the existence of such a formidable dragon. Curse it! Damn you, Elvil! Is this what you call an absence of dragons? Had I known a dragon of that magnitude was aiding them, I would have never accepted this ambush task. Quickly, send the order. Load all crossbows and prepare to fire upon sighting the dragon. No hesitation. Ackerman swiftly organized his men. With the night cloaked in darkness, predicting the dragon's flight path seemed nearly impossible. They could only rely on chance. May the gods protect us, Ackerman said anxiously, his eyes fixed on the vast expanse of the night sky. Fortunately, the moonlight was favorable, allowing him to discern Vegro's next dive. Beware, the dragon approaches, Ackerman shouted. The captain's position at the periphery of the dive nearly simultaneously spotted Vegro, issuing immediate warnings. Yet, the sailors controlling the crossbows and enslaved soldiers looked bewildered, chaotically firing into the night sky. All the bolts were wasted, failing to even graze the air surrounding Vegro. While the arrows fell short, Vegro's flames would not. The terrifying dragon flame erupted once more, sinking 5 Tylosian warships into the depths of the sea. Ackerman's eyes widened in fury. At this rate, the enemy would have them all feeding the fish in no time. He issued commands to turn the ship around, to flee while firing back, and to disperse further. No sooner had Ackerman spoken than a chilling sound of rushing wind pierced the air. Dozens of crossbow bolts pierced the ship he stood on, and sparks ignited in the skies above. The sparks swiftly expanded, crashing into the nearby waves with a resounding splash, accompanied by hissing sounds. Standing on the swaying deck of the slowly sinking vessel, despair etched across his face, Ackerman realized the opposing warships had reached the battlefield. They had no chance left. Damn it, Elvir, you wretched fool! Ackerman cursed, lamenting a group of politicians who, consumed by their intrigues, had sent him to his doom without even gathering adequate intelligence. Fighting a dragon upon the vast, unprotected waters was akin to a senseless sacrifice. As he saw the Lannister fleet drawing ever closer, Ackerman untied the lifeboat's ropes and leaped into the sea. He was not yet ready to die. His wife and children awaited his return, along with numerous estates and thousands of slaves to his name. The icy, biting waters did nothing to extinguish Ackerman's will to survive. He swam directly towards the fallen lifeboat. Climbing aboard could very well offer him a chance to return home alive. Fear and despair loomed around him. But Ackerman finally ascended to the lifeboat. Grasping the oar, he paddled frantically. Suddenly, a flaming rock plummeted from the sky, striking Ackerman directly. In that moment of impact, visions of his wife and children floated before him. He yearned to reach out and touch them, but was instead enveloped by the profound darkness and the frigid sea. As his consciousness faded, he felt himself ensnared by a massive tentacle, dragging him down into the abyss. At the bow of the ship, Loren inhaled deeply, gazing at the night sky illuminated by dragonfire. Truth be told, he had underestimated the dragon's combat prowess. It was no wonder that the scoundrels of the Iron Islands had endured for over a century without reverting to the old ways, leading lives of toil in fishing, trade, and mining. The term old ways referred to the Ironmen's traditional practice of raiding, a concept they held dear. Through warfare, they plundered goods rather than purchasing them, a practice they termed paying with iron. Before the conquest, the Ironman would strike swiftly from the sea, seizing women and goods before setting ablaze the remnants left behind. This method allowed them to establish kingdoms on the fringes of the riverlands, and their ships gained renown from the old towns along the southern coast of Westeros to the free cities of trade. When besieging castles, the Ironmen did not hurl stones nor starve their foes. Rather, they employed grappling hooks and ladders for direct assaults. Influenced by the old ways, the Ironmen derided farming and mining. Fishing was regarded as a noble profession in their eyes. During the conquest, Aegon I subdued the Ironmen, declaring this tradition illegal, prohibiting them from raiding within the realm. However, plundering ships from the free cities or more distant territories remained permissible. Continuing this tradition is referred to as adhering to the ancient path. However, in reality, the ancient path has transformed into mere legends recounted by the elderly and enchanting dreams cherished by the youth. Over the course of a century, the Greyjoy family has maintained a distance from other noble houses, seldom involving themselves in the myriad events transpiring across the continent of Westeros. Lost in thought, Loren suddenly let out a derisive scoff. Summon my command, strike the drums, and let the entire fleet set sail to devour this armada. Chapter 67. Contempt and disdain. Loren issued commands in rapid succession. 20 warships, like ravenous wolves encircling a lamb, began to gradually besiege the Tyrosian fleet. Each of Vagro's dives succeeded in sinking 3 to 5 enemy vessels, coupled with the relentless barrage from the Lannister fleet's crossbows and firestones. The number of ships in the Tyrosian fleet dwindled at an alarming rate. In but a fleeting moment, the once formidable fleet of 50 vessels was reduced to a mere dozen that remained intact. Signal to prepare for boarding. We must seize these 12 ships intact. Loren's lips curled in a barely suppressed smile. Though these remaining vessels were converted cargo ships, both cargo and warships were desperately needed by the Stone Step Islands. A low, resonant horn echoed repeatedly. In the night sky, upon hearing the horn, Aemon suddenly yanked the reins. Vagro, in its dive, spread its wings wide, producing a terrifying sonic boom that sent the ships below swaying violently. Ascending rapidly, Aemon glanced at the chaos beneath and steered Vagro towards the Rangel Highlands. While the exact location of the highlands eluded him, he possessed a general sense of direction. His mission extended beyond merely escorting the naval fleet. He also needed to ensure that the slaves at the Rangel Highlands could board safely and return to the Stone Step Islands. Vagro continued to flap its wings, gaining speed. Aemon squinted and soon spotted 2 sources of fire below, one clear, the other hazy. He retrieved a map from his saddle, comparing it with the terrain beneath him. Setting the map aside, Vagro roared, soaring towards the brighter flame situated at a higher elevation. The booming roar reverberated through the night sky. In the midst of strategizing a counterattack, Hidolf, Spartacus, and Cress were momentarily taken aback. While the other 2 were still processing, Hidolf rose joyfully. Aren't you curious about the agreement I reached with Aegon Targaryen? He gazed into the star-speckled night until Vagro's silhouette emerged. This is one aspect of the pact, the Dragon King's protection. That night, he and Aegon had discussed extensively, ultimately deciding to join forces to abolish slavery entirely. Hidolf would lead the uprising to liberate slaves worldwide through force, while Aegon would manage the logistics and resettlement of the freed individuals. Aegon was right. The flock required the protection of a pen and a shepherd, at least for now. What did you trade for the Dragon King's protection? Spartacus inquired, his brow furrowed. Please don't tell me it was our hard-fought freedom. It is freedom, yet not entirely so, Hidolf replied, as Vagro drew nearer, its form growing larger. Could you simplify that? You can send me to battle, but these matters truly confound me, Spartacus lamented. In simple terms, I reached an agreement with Aegon Targaryen. He will provide various forms of support to the uprising, enabling us to confront the slave owners, while also managing the resettlement of the liberated slaves. Is that all? Indeed, it is. What about Aegon Targaryen? Spartacus was utterly perplexed. The rebel forces were likely to be besieged by all the city-states of slavery. If it were merely to contend with Tyrosh, would it truly be worth it? Ha! Hit-Off chuckled lightly. Perhaps only the gods comprehend the magnitude of Aegon Targaryen's ambitions. He proclaimed his intent to seize the entirety of the disputed lands, even including Tyrosh, Myr, and Lys. Even without us, once he occupies Tyrosh, he would transform all slaves into citizens. Yet I have an inkling that his desires extend far beyond that. He requires a substantial populace and fertile lands to sustain a formidable army capable of conquering vast territories. If he seeks a populace, why should it not consist of liberated slaves? The same logic applies to us. Having freed ourselves from our masters, we must find ways to earn a living. Whether through agriculture or trade, we must devise means to thrive. Since survival necessitates finding ways to earn, why not do so under the aegis of the Dragon King? No sooner had Hit-Off spoken than Vhagar descended upon a small hill. With a resounding crash, dust billowed into the air. The mountainous Vhagar roared skyward. Most of the rebels still recalled this colossal dragon. On the night of their uprising, it was this dragon, alongside a golden one, that nearly reduced Tyrosh to ruins. Hit-Off called out to Aemond upon the dragon's back. "Welcome, Dragon King. Is that Prince Aemond Targaryen I see before me? I am Hit-Off Hightower. Prince Aegon Targaryen should have mentioned me." Aemond cast a disdainful glance at the ragged rebels, his eyes flickering with contempt and disgust, and gently patted Vhagar. Seemingly sensing his master's disdain, Vhagar slowly opened its massive maw, the searing flames gathering in its throat. "No, Vhagar, calm down." Aemond hastily reassured the dragon. "First, have a bite to eat, and then let us teach those Tyroshi wretches a lesson." With that, Vhagar's gaze fixed upon the corpses scattered around the heights. Chapter 68, Planning. Vhagar fixated on the surrounding corpses, yet Aemond, struck by a sudden thought, ultimately refrained from allowing Vhagar to devour the mound of bodies nearby. "Down, Vhagar Ho!" Aemond commanded, tugging at the reins. With a low growl, Vhagar leapt from the hillock, gliding toward the tents of the Tolosai encampment below in Lango Heights. It appeared that the Dragon King possessed a far greater arrogance than I had anticipated, had we set forth for True Dragon Island 2 hours prior. The situation might have unfolded differently. Elvire had commanded 6 consecutive charges with little success, prompting him to establish his camp 3 miles away on the high ground. His subordinate slave soldiers were unreliable, and he resolved to personally lead the Tolosai garrison in a nighttime assault. That fool Ackman remained blissfully unaware of how long he could endure. He needed to hasten. He could not allow Yen to whisk away the group of slaves atop the heights, having recently dined and donned their armor. The Tolosai garrison had just dispatched scouts to gather intelligence when a roar left them paralyzed with fear. Only moments after regaining their composure, they beheld a colossal dragon, 100 meters in length, gliding toward them under the moonlight. Roar! Vhagar's bellow shattered the last vestiges of morale among the Tolosai forces. The demon dragon ran. A terrified shout from an unknown source triggered a chain reaction. Both the garrison and the slave soldiers scrambled frantically in search of refuge. Yet the trees and shrubs had long since been cleared during the camp's establishment, leaving no place to hide. With a thunderous crash, Vhagar surged forward, kicking up clouds of dust. With a swift motion, he snatched a soldier and tossed him into the air, releasing a feeble breath of dragon fire. It was a feast, albeit solely for Vhagar. Above Lango Heights, the insurgents, who had been pressing their advantage, abruptly halted. "Wait, wait!" Spartacus cried out. The sight before him sent shivers down his spine, and he could not help but glance at Sherdov. "We shall not become that dragon's meal, shall we?" Sherdov, equally apprehensive, whispered in reply, "That dragon is named Vhagar, and the dragon rider is Aemond Targaryen, the reckless and impetuous younger brother of Yen Targaryen. What will become of us? Since he has arrived, it suggests that Yen Targaryen's fleet is not far behind, perhaps even already landed." Sherdov's assessment of the situation was remarkably astute. As he spoke, the Lannister fleet sped forth at full sail. The dragon's velocity far surpassed that of the fleet, even at full speed. The Lannister vessels could not catch sight of Vhagar's tail. True Dragon Island. Yen was meticulously planning the land of True Dragon Island, segmenting the arable land into 4 distinct regions. The northern and eastern sectors, rich in fertility, would primarily be devoted to agriculture. The western and southern sectors were designated as trade and production zones, respectively. If all proceeded as anticipated, it would not be long before Lorraine returned with a substantial population. This populace would be allocated alongside tenant farmers in the northern and eastern districts, enabling the tenant farmers to instruct those unskilled common slaves in the art of cultivation. Simultaneously, Aegon intended to select a few assertive tenants to assume the role of village chief, assisting him in managing the common folk. As the population swelled, he also planned to develop Great Twisted Island. However, the development of Great Twisted Island would not require Aegon's direct involvement. He could bestow the lands on the island as fiefs. Those commoners and ordinary soldiers who distinguished themselves would be granted the title of direct knights. Proletarian knights who achieved success upon their arrival could also be rewarded with land and even promoted to baron, thus entering the ranks of true nobility. With their own lands, these newly minted nobles would naturally engage in reclamation efforts, allowing Aegon to merely collect taxes in due time. As for the tolls collected from the three major trade routes of the Stone Steppes Archipelago, during this period, the first trade route of the Stone Steppes Archipelago gradually stabilized. Aegon finally comprehended why the Froey family of Twin River City was ridiculed by numerous nobles as nouveau riche. It was not due to the Froey family's lack of heritage, rather, it was clearly envy over the exorbitant tolls they collected. Twin River City, also known as the River Crossing, is the fortress of the Froey family located at the river's mouth, situated in the interriverine area. It comprises two castles on either bank of the Green Fork River and a stone arch bridge connecting them. The arch bridge is wide enough for two four-wheeled carts to pass side by side, guarded by a tower known as the Way River Tower situated in the middle of the bridge, to traverse from the northland to the west interriverine area. This is the only crossing point within several hundred miles along the Green Fork River, perfectly positioned along the main road from Winterfell to Flowing City. Twin River City has been the Froey family's ancestral stronghold for 6 centuries, and it took 3 generations to construct this fortress. They became affluent by levying high tolls. As Twin River City is the sole river crossing within several days' journey, the Froey family is prosperous and populous, being one of the most powerful vessels of the Tully family. Capable of assembling an army of 4,000 men, the Froey family has become one of the most influential families in the interriverine area solely through tolls. Furthermore, the number of merchant ships traversing the Stone Steppes Archipelago daily far exceeds that of the merchant convoys crossing at Twin River City. Aegon originally planned to allocate 1/10 of the tolls as dividends to reward the vessels on Great Twisted Island. However, the tolls proved to be excessively abundant. Consequently, Aegon decided to reduce the 1/10 allocation to 1%. Using this as a rationale, he intended to distribute the responsibility of inspecting the 3 major trade routes of the Stone Steppes Archipelago evenly among his noble subordinates. Having delineated the 4 major regions, Aegon then singled out the southern region. The southern region is the smallest of the 4, yet it possesses the greatest potential for future wealth accumulation. Numerous factories, including salt fields, soap factories, breweries, steel mills, lumber yards, and stone quarries, are slated to be established in the southern region. Furthermore, Aegon plans to invest directly and take control, transforming the southern region into a future industrial park for the empire, capable of supporting a large workforce while also funneling profits into the national treasury. Your Highness, come quickly. A wild dragon has been circling nearby for quite some time. Just as Aegon was planning the southern region, a panicked guard rushed in. Chapter 69. I disliked the wild dragon. Aegon was taken aback. There had only been 3 dragons thus far that could be referred to as wild dragons. However, what puzzled Aegon was that young Yen was nearby yet did not issue a warning through the dragon spirit. Take me there. Has anyone seen what this wild dragon looks like? As Aegon spoke, he stepped outside and encountered Helena and Dylan. Aegon, the wild dragon should be quite large, Dreamfire said, a hint of agitation in her voice. Helena frowned and added, the princess is correct, Your Highness. The guards are pale. That wild dragon is substantial, roughly the same size as Dreamfire. Roughly the same size as Dreamfire. If it is comparable in size, then it should not be a glutton. But the question remains. What audacity does a wild dragon have to provoke near True Dragon Island? With Yang Yan's current size and combat prowess, in conjunction with Dreamfire, not even a glutton would dare to challenge them, let alone Vargar. Accompany me to see what this wild dragon intends, Aegon said, turning to Helena. All right. I want to go too, Dylan exclaimed. You? Aegon grasped Dylan's ear firmly. You are not permitted to go. Tessarion is too small. Are you not afraid of being devoured? I was wrong, brother. Please let go, or it will break. Aegon's grip was strong, causing Dylan's face to turn crimson. When will you all allow me some peace of mind? Aegon released his hold with annoyance. The danger of a wild dragon far exceeded that of a dragon with knightly experience. Given Tessarion's petite stature, A single bite would spell disaster. He is! Yang Yan and Dreamfire soared into the sky, closely following the sound of distant roars emanating from the north. Aegon gestured to Helaena to follow. Yang Yan took the lead, flapping his wings to accelerate towards the source of the roar. Dreamfire let out another roar, fiercely pursuing Yang Yan. The biting sea breeze struck their faces, and Aegon's silver hair danced in the wind. Before long, he spotted a massive dragon ahead. In the next moment, Aegon's expression shifted dramatically. The wild dragon ahead was one he recognized, the sheep thief. This wild dragon was described as having an unsightly muddy brown hue, with wings of the same color, thus earning the moniker Mud Dragon. In the original tale, when the blood dragon erupted into a frenzy, it was about 80 years old, its size between that of Melius and Silverwing. Aegon urged Yang Yan to quicken their pace. Helaena also noticed the rider atop the sheep thief and quickly urged Dreamfire to give chase. The three dragons raced under the moonlight. Before long, it seemed the rider of the sheep thief had no intention of fleeing, guiding the dragon to descend slowly into an open area. Yang Yan and Dreamfire landed opposite the sheep thief. Aegon and Helaena remained vigilant atop their dragons. However, Yang Yan voluntarily lowered himself, prompting Aegon to dismount. This unexpected act left Aegon momentarily stunned. Were they allies? Just as Aegon pondered this, the dragon rider on the sheep thief had already dismounted. Aegon turned at the sound, instantly freezing in place. The ship stealer upon whom the Dragon Knight rides is none other than the disheveled and awkward Shofu. It is no wonder that Yang Yan has exhibited not a trace of tension throughout this encounter. Shofu? Helaena, too, is utterly astonished, yet she does not dismount as Aegon does. Your Highness, Shofu hastens to kneel before Aegon, imploring, please allow me to explain. No matter, quickly tell me, how did you tame the ship stealer? Aegon inquires, glancing toward the ship stealer in the distance. It was an unforeseen event. Shofu recounts in meticulous detail the process of taming the ship stealer to Aegon. After listening to Shofu's account, Aegon's expression turns peculiar. The purity of Shofu's bloodline seems to exceed his expectations. Although the ship stealer was on the brink of death, having been choked by the glutton, it remains a fully grown dragon that has survived in the wild for decades, and yet, without offering the ship stealer its preferred delicacy of mutton, Shofu managed to tame it merely through a couple of phrases in High Valyrian. If word of this were to spread, it would likely inspire many bastards to take reckless risks in an attempt to tame wild dragons. Despite Shofu's success in taming Vormsol in the original tale, Aegon had never entertained the notion of having Shofu attempt to tame an adult dragon. Yet, here they are, with Shofu having tamed an adult dragon, one not much smaller than Vormsol the ship stealer. Your Highness, I never intended to tame the ship stealer. I am merely a bastard, Shofu confesses, his face filled with sorrow. Aegon observes the troubled expression on Shofu's face, remaining silent. With one knee bent, Shofu lowers his head, unable to meet Aegon's gaze. Suddenly, the ship stealer senses its master's anxiety, raising its head to emit a roar laden with warning. Hiss! Yang Yan, positioned behind Aegon, immediately responds with a roar of its own. Dreamfire also lifts its head, unleashing a fierce roar. The current Yang Yan is no longer the small dragon that once fled from the glutton. Having surpassed 50 meters in size, coupled with its remarkable resilience, Yang Yan now fears no single combat with the glutton, especially with Dreamfire by its side. Should the ship stealer dare to strike, Yang Yan is confident in its ability to join forces with Dreamfire to tear the wretched mud dragon apart. As Dreamfire, Yang Yan, and the ship stealer stand in confrontation, Shofu's face pales with fear. Aegon casts a glance at the ship stealer before stepping forward to assist Shofu. Aegon is acutely aware of Shofu's apprehensions. It is merely a fear of being stripped of his identity as a Dragon Knight. Shofu, I would be delighted if you willingly sought me out after taming the ship stealer. However, your distrust and attempts at cleverness do not sit well with me. My vision is not so narrow. Consider this before you tamed the ship stealer. Did I treat you poorly? As for your concerns regarding your humble origins, I have my own ways of addressing those. I trust you immensely, and I ask that you place your trust in me as well. Your Highness, I apologize, I merely... Shofu begins, his face flushed with shame. But Aegon interrupts him. You are now a powerful Dragon Knight. You possess the right to choose not to follow me. However, I implore you not to become an obstacle to my ascension to the throne, if you would be so kind. As Aegon finishes speaking, his gaze flickers, fixating intently on Shofu. Chapter 70. How could I not offer my blessings, Your Highness? Shofu suddenly exclaimed in a deep voice. I once swore before the 7 gods that my body, my soul, my blade, and everything I possess belong to you. I am distressed at the thought of being stripped of my qualifications as a dragon rider. I have wronged you and my vow. But please trust me, your highness. I have never entertained thoughts of betraying you. Even if you revoke my dragon riding rights, my blade will still slay foes for you until my last breath. A smile graced Aegon's lips, the malice in his heart dissipating as he replied, I believe in you. You are my most loyal vessel. If I cannot trust you, whom else can I believe in? The two exchanged a knowing glance, followed by a shared smile. Your highness, what shall we do next? Should I continue with the previous tasks? Xiu Fu inquired. Continue with what? Aegon could not help but roll his eyes. You have indeed given me quite the surprise. The reason he had sent Xiu Fu out was primarily to hone his skills, while also establishing a mercenary band to undertake the unsavory, laborious, and clandestine tasks. To his astonishment, Xiu Fu, through a series of fortuitous events, had managed to tame a ship stealer who had nearly been slain by a gluttonous beast. A loyal dragon rider is far more valuable than a mercenary band of several thousand. Xiu Fu smiled silently, appearing ready to follow Aegon's lead. You shall remain on True Dragon Island. It is the perfect opportunity for me to teach you how to ride dragons. Study well. The ship stealer possesses commendable talent. Thank you. Your highness, Xiu Fu expressed his gratitude, hesitating slightly. If you have something to say, speak freely. I grant you absolution, Aegon remarked with a slight frown. It is this. Your highness, I have some brothers. May I allow them to fight for you? It would be their honor. From now on, you may decide such trivial matters without consulting me. Aegon waved his hand dismissively. How many could Xiu Fu's subordinates possibly be? Even if they are a bunch of good-for-nothings, Aegon would not refuse them, out of respect for Xiu Fu. As the sun rose and set, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The fleet led by Lorraine, bound for Tylos Island, finally returned. Your highness, I sincerely apologize for the delays on our return journey, Lorraine said, his face full of shame. Ha ha ha, why apologize? Aegon laughed heartily. I am well aware of your circumstances. You need not feel sorry. There is merit in your labor. Upon their return, Lorraine's Lannister fleet was in a fully loaded state, with even the warships packed to the brim with people, significantly slowing their speed. Meanwhile, Tylos had not given up, continuously sending ships to attempt to intercept the Lannister fleet's return. However, under the alternating escort of Aemon and Xiu Fu, the Lannister fleet suffered no losses. Notably, the ship stealer was quite resistant at first to having a dragon saddle installed upon his back. Yet, Xiu Fu managed to win over the nearly 70-year-old adult male dragon with merely 3 sheep. Your highness, we have returned with a total of 10,000 slaves. Though we discarded many supplies, fortunately, we captured 12 cargo ships converted into warships. What a slave, they are refugees, Aegon remarked. Indeed, I misspoke, refugees it is. You will take in these 10,000 refugees. May the gods bless your kindness and compassion. I am truly honored. You have all worked hard. We shall hold a celebratory banquet tonight, and the rewards shall not disappoint, rest assured. Thank you, your highness. Lorraine grinned. They were sent here to provide support and should, in principle, offer assistance without compensation. However, Aegon was willing to be generous, and naturally, there was no reason to decline. Furthermore, Aegon was indeed magnanimous, bestowing rewards without a flicker of hesitation. As the fleet docked, the throngs of people poured forth like a cascading flood, quickly filling the pier. Most faces reflected fear and anxiety, yet a small fraction bore expressions of longing. Hedog spoke of the Dragon King's protection, promising a life of peace and prosperity. Yet for many, the predominant sentiment was one of dread towards the unknown. They feared living under the Dragon King's rule in a state worse than that of slaves. Or worse, being relegated back to slavery. With over 10,000 crowding the dock, the cacophony was overwhelming, and the soldiers attempting to maintain order were nearly hoarse from shouting. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the Sunfire, followed by its descent nearby, roaring once more. The terrifying sound silenced the crowd in an instant. The once noisy pier fell eerily quiet. Observing this, Aegon promptly signaled to Alex to commence. The crowd began to move inward under the soldiers' guidance, eventually forming 3 lines to register their personal information. Fortunately, many knights from the 7 kingdoms had recently sought refuge here. They could read and write, helping alleviate some of Alex's burdens. The registration continued until nightfall. But the real challenges had only just begun. These individuals needed a place to rest, food, and water. Alex and Kraken were overwhelmed. And even Aegon found himself in a similar predicament. Just as Aegon busied himself with the logistics of resource allocation, Alex unexpectedly entered holding a letter. Your Highness. A letter from His Majesty. A letter from His Majesty. Aegon rubbed his temples. Let me see it. Taking the envelope, he opened it and began to read. Moments later, he tucked the letter away, a smile gracing his lips. Is it good news, Your Highness? Seeing Aegon's smile, Alex presumed it to be favorable tidings. One could say so. Next month, my dear sister will wed on Dragonstone, and the groom is Prince Daemon. Alex fell silent. This hardly seemed like good news. With this, Prince Daemon would align himself with the Blacks. Both Prince Daemon and his dragon Caraxes were formidable forces. Sir Alex, expedite the arrangement for these 12,600 individuals. We should have approximately 70,000 more arriving soon. I need you to allocate all your efforts and speed to ensure their settlement does not interfere with my attendance at the wedding. My dear sister is to enter the bonds of matrimony once more, and as her brother, how could I not offer my most sincere blessings? Aegon's face broke into a wild and audacious grin, yet his eyes remained cold, akin to a violet encased in winter as frost. Chapter 71. The sheep thief rampages in Tylos at dawn. The horizon was just beginning to lighten. After the banquet concluded, the scene was in disarray. Aegon nudged Shield with his foot. Is he dead? Chapter 72. The maternal advantage. As the sun blazed in the sky, the sheep thieves wreaked havoc in Tylosi. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, at the Red Keep, the Prime Minister, Father, you summoned me? Alicent pushed. Chapter 73. The stubborn Viserys. As the morning mist dissipated, the piercing rays of dawn illuminated the Red Keep. My lord, the king summons you. Please proceed to the council chamber. The steward stood at the entrance. Chapter 74. I am confident in shattering Rhaenyra. The Dragonstone. The setting sun bleeds crimson. The sun's rays and the thief of sheep land steadily. At this moment, the wounds on the thief's body have healed. Chapter 75. The exorbitant cost of trial and error. We are brothers. I shall not permit you to face Rhaenyra alone. Even if it comes to a one-on-one duel. It must be between Rhaenyra and myself. Chapter 76. The dragon skeleton larger than Balerion. In the early hours of the morning, Aegon continued to peruse the plans repeatedly. Still not resting, Helena's voice drifted from behind. Chapter 77. Speculation. The Hammer of the Sea. Since the collision is destined to occur on the same day, Aegon shall not show any favor to Viserys, nor to Rhaenyra. You intend to target Orach. Chapter 78. Scarn. The Valyrian steel greatlord. While the three individuals fervently debated the origins of the dragon skeleton, Shielfu entered with a knock. Your Highness, I have brought someone with me, he announced. He claims he can reforge Valyrian steel. Chapter 79. Embrace of the Dragon's Lair. Unlike the dragon cave constructed in the rainy hills of King's Landing, the dragon's nest resembles an enlarged barn. The immense form of Vhagar. Chapter 80. The accumulation of primitive capital emerging from the dragon's nest. Skadi bore traces of tears upon her visage, while Aegon wore an expression of sheer bewilderment. Moments ago, Skadi had endeavored to elucidate her thoughts to him. Yet, he remained perplexed. Chapter 81. The controversial gale. The following day, in the early morning, Aegon finally finalized the operation plan entitled the Controversial Gale. The essence of the plan was quite straightforward. It involved the Valiant Knight. Chapter 82. Demon's speculation in King's Landing, above the dragon pit. A sharp and piercing dragon's roar echoed, immediately alerting the dragon guards within the pit to the identity of the visitor. Prince Daemon and his. Chapter 83. I love you more than anyone. Rhaenyra and Daemon walked together towards Maegor's Holdfast. Viserys was resting. As they strolled side by side, they passed a rat catcher. And Daemon. Chapter 84. King of the Golden Sun, Queen of the Silver Moon, on a tranquil night at True Dragon Island. Within the opulent estate of the Golden Dragon Manor, Aegon delicately played with the flames flickering in the brazier. The blood-red fire seemed to share a common origin. Chapter 85. Even if it is a trap, we must leap. Tolozy, the underground chamber. Nicania gazed intently at the letter in his hand, his expression wavering and uncertain. Can the authenticity of this information be ascertained? Chapter 86. The eve of the engagement banquet. July 7th, AC 120. Morning. The docks and city gates of Julin City were already besieged by a throng. The renowned nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 87. The tides of Blackwater Bay. As the sun dipped in the west, casting its final rays, the first banquet within the Red Keep unfolded as scheduled. Yet, the attendance of nobles was notably sparse. What could be the reason for such a meager turnout? Chapter 88. Father, you are aging. Please take care. Aegon noticed the subtle shifts in Viserys' expression, his brow furrowing slightly. The elder wished to continue his discourse, yet Aegon raised his hand to halt him. I believe you must be. Chapter 89. Let us applaud Prince Aemond for his valor and wisdom in the presence of the seven gods. Rhaenyra and Daemon completed the intricate rites of their nuptials. Following this was the betrothal ceremony of Aegon and Helaena. Chapter 90. The banquet hall riot. The Green Party nobles danced and sang, as if nothing had transpired moments before. However, the silence of the Black Party nobles was deafening, particularly that of Rhaenyra. Chapter 91. Many wish to take my life, yet here I stand, elevated above all. As Aegon's words echoed, silence enveloped the banquet hall, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. Instantly, the cheers and applause of the Green Party nobles resounded in unison. Prince Aegon. Chapter 92. Severing his right hand, observing the sword in his left hand. What a joyous occasion it was, yet how has it transformed into this? Upon returning to his chamber, Viserys found himself increasingly despondent. He envisioned Rhaenyra and... Chapter 93. Let his majesty come personally. Larry stepped out of the room and promptly summoned the assassins trained for Aegon. He briefly outlined the situation and the tasks at hand. Essentially, it was... Chapter 94. Time will reveal who the true monarch is. As Otto prepared to knock on the door, Aegon and Helaena had already risen. Aegon was poring over historical texts at his desk, endeavoring to uncover the secrets of the dragons. Chapter 95. I know you are anxious, but please hold on. Alicent swiftly prepared her belongings. In truth, there was little to pack. She simply gathered a few articles of clothing. It seems we are. Chapter 96. If you refuse, then leave. Are you still waiting for a meal? Viserys' expression darkened. He had not anticipated that even the youngest Daeon would dare to defy him. This undoubtedly caused him to lose face in front of everyone. However, he... Chapter 97. Total defeat. Lecario's speed was remarkable, yet the unique system of True Dragon Island allowed for an even swifter reaction. Unlike the Seven Kingdoms, True Dragon Island did not require the summoning of vessels by feudal lords. Chapter 98. The malevolent whispers of Aegon. A fleet comprising nearly 400 vessels was utterly crushed by the scorching rays of the sun in the vast expanse of the sea. In the end, they did not even graze the shores of True Dragon Island. Chapter 99. The True Dragon Codex. 2 days later, in the early morning, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air, prompting Aegon, who was engrossed in administrative affairs, to pause his writing. Chapter 100. In the evening, Aegon hosted a grand banquet at the Golden Dragon Manor. Once all the guests had arrived, Aegon was the first to raise his glass. Let us toast to Sir Xiufu. Chapter 101. The strange dream. The Tyrosians are cunning and avaricious, yet it is not feasible to eradicate them entirely. Naturally, if given the freedom to choose, Yen would still lean towards Lauren's perspective. Chapter 102. The enigmatic appetite of Dreamfire. Filled with perplexity, Aegon returned to the manor and began to scour through ancient texts. Regrettably, the collection of antiquities within the manor was rather scant. After an entire afternoon of searching, Aegon found nothing of significance. Chapter 103. My esteemed Aunt Rhaenys, welcome to Dragonstone. Your subjects will undoubtedly express their gratitude for your benevolence. However, we find ourselves devoid of funds, Your Highness, lamented Kraken. He firmly believed that Aegon would be. Chapter 104. The arrival at Telesai. On the following morning, Aegon issued a series of decrees, causing the common folk to descend into a frenzy, gathering in unison to chant his name. However, Aegon remained indifferent to this fervor. Chapter 105. 3 sticks dispersed. The master's dream. Military sir, please do not strike me, it hurts. Quite satisfactory, with a robust foundation. Aegon disembarked, firmly stamping his feet. The port possesses a solid base, facilitating subsequent repairs. Chapter 106. We are friends. 3 days swiftly passed. Aegon returned to Shenlong Island. After conferring with Xiufu, they resolved to proceed directly with the first fleet at Shenlong Island. Chapter 107. The dark feast. As night fell, the banquet commenced. Present were Kraken and others, who could be considered old acquaintances of Wyman. The gathering was filled with merriment as they raised their glasses. Chapter 108. The helplessness of Corlys on Tidal Island. Within the city of High Tide, Corlys, filled with rage, kicked Wyman to the ground. Do you even comprehend the value of the cargo aboard those 20 merchant vessels? Chapter 109. Melias no longer the swiftest dragon. On the following day, Rhaenys bid farewell to her husband with a kiss and mounted Melias, soaring towards Dragonstone. The Red Queen Melias ascended to prominence in the year 75 AC. becoming a notable figure in the realm of Westeros. Chapter 110. Overpraised. Overpraised. Rhaenyra's eyes twitched slightly, yet she remained unfazed by Rhaenyra's intimidation. Do you wish to kill Rhaenyra? Rhaenyra retorted with a scoff, for she was the crown prince, even if. Chapter 111. The war has long since begun. Aunt Rhaenyra's temper flared visibly. Aegon quickly suppressed his amusement and cleared his throat twice. I was delighted by the praise from my elder. Chapter 112. Through thousands of threats, flattery does not penetrate. Rhaenys mounted Meraxes and departed from Dragonstone. Aegon's gaze flickered, fixated on the gradually vanishing silhouette of Meraxes. Your Grace, we must. Chapter 113. Aegon's confusion, yet respect. The atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly vibrant, with the flattery from the guests becoming ever more extravagant. Some even began to suggest that Aegon should compel Viserys to abdicate on the morrow. Chapter 114. Dragon Warehouse. The failed invention. A few individuals descended on dragons in the southern district. Balbu emerged to greet them, accompanied by a group of robust men. Your Highness, what brings you here? He inquired. Chapter 115. No pillaging, no occupation. The knights forged ahead, heading straight for Crowtree City. As dusk fell, the Golden Dragon Corps assembled and took their seats in the dragon hold in an orderly fashion. Aegon patted Sunfire, testing whether it could soar directly to Stonefence City in one breath. Chapter 116. This is not the avoidance of civil war. It is merely a postponement of civil conflict. At dawn the following day, a sliver of sunlight ascended in the east, casting its gentle glow upon the ravaged city of Crowtree. It also illuminated the multitude of bodies impaled on spears before the city walls. Chapter 117. The ambitions of Boros in the city of Stonefence. Aegon sat across from Hensley. Your Highness, I am grateful for your assistance to the Bracken family, yet there is one more matter I must trouble you with. Chapter 118. Shadows of War. Night Song City, the ancestral fortress of the Karen family, is situated in the southwestern region of Dorne, at the northern edge of the Crimson Mountains and near the Prince's Pass. Chapter 119. The choice of Dorne within a cave in Dorne. Cairn Martell sat contentedly on a small stool, savoring his wine. However, his eldest daughter, Alexandra, appeared somewhat restless. Chapter 120. The despicable outsider in the final month of AC 120. On the Isle of True Dragon, a colossal vessel, worthy of being called an island unto itself, braved the tempestuous waves, ultimately anchoring at True Dragon Harbor. Chapter 121. Flexing muscles. The carriage gradually came to a halt before the Dragon City. Lysandro cast a glance, feeling somewhat perplexed. This Dragon City appeared to be vastly inferior to Dragonport. Chapter 122. Striking the Dragon's Lair. After its expansion, the Dragon's Lair has doubled in size. Yet it still resembles a vast stable. I once visited King's Landing and gazed from afar. Chapter 123. The ostentatious Dallin Aegon, accompanied by several others, approached the entrance of the Dragon's Nest, where the towering figure of Vago slowly rose. Sansa and his companions instinctively took a step back, their legs somewhat trembling.